Mic test. Lisu, how's the audio?
All right, testing. Okay. Jimmy, you hear me? Jimmy, can you hear me? Yes? No? No? No?只是说它这个 pickup 因为没有办法靠。
Hello. Yeah, it was very good. They just kind of, you know, like chemistry and ice cream. Good morning, everyone. Stefan? Stefan? Hi, everyone. Welcome to Pittsburgh. My name is Tulisa Cindy, and as the Curator of Public Programs and Director of Publications at Carnegie Mellon University School of Architecture, it's my great pleasure to open the 4th edition of Playing Models and to welcome you all, whether as an attendee here in person or online on the live stream. It's also a real honor to open this year's symposium in the Carnegie Museum of Art, which is a space where critical ideas and publics meet. Artificial intelligence occupies a very interesting place in our cultural moment. It's both revered and feared. It's seen as a source of great possibility, whilst it often brings unease. It opens up new worlds, but it also quietly reproduces old inequities. It expands our creative reach, but can also narrow it, depending on the models we train and the data sets we choose. Playing models allows us not to just pick one side of this entangled ledger. And at CMU, we explore these complexities through an understanding that models are never neutral, but they're a set of choices, of values, and narratives that are each embedded with assumptions about the future that we want. Whether they take the form of code, of diagrams, or buildings, they're always authored, and that means they carry those values, blind spots, and aspirations of their makers. At CMU, architecture is in constant conversation with computation, with ethics, engineering, and the arts, where faculty and students work not just to push technological capacity, but to ask, why and for whom are we building? It also matters that we're having this conversation here in the Carnegie Museum of Art. Founded to collect the old masters of tomorrow, the museum is a place for looking forward, but also for holding both the history of creative practice and its possible futures simultaneously. By holding the symposium here, we make the knowledge of such conversations accessible beyond the academy, as we acknowledge that AI's influence on architecture is not simply a specialist concern, but a civic one. So before we begin, I'd like to offer a few points so that the next 2 days can run smoothly. Firstly, you can connect to the museum's public Wi-Fi. The network's name is DQE, Carnegie Museum's Wi-Fi, and you'll be prompted to log in and answer a few questions before you can use it. The restrooms are located around the check-in desk area where the guard is sitting, and some students are sitting there, so if you're confused, you can just ask them and they should guide you. For your safety, please note that there are 2 exits in this theatre, both to my right. So there's one right in front here, and there's one in the center there. During the Q&A session, the student assistants, Serena and Narayan, will be walking around with roving microphones and give it to you so that your questions can be audible. But so that you're also audible to the live stream attendees, we ask that the presenters please repeat the question that's been asked to you before you respond to it. And then out of respect for our host, the museum, please don't bring any food or drinks inside the theatre. So with that, I'll hand over to my CMU colleague, Dr. Junie Lee, to guide us into the specifics of the program that's scheduled over the next 2 days. Thanks so much and enjoy.
Thanks, Tulisa. Good morning. My name is Junie Lee. I'm an assistant professor of architecture at Carnegie Mellon University. And it's a pleasure to welcome you to the 4th edition of the Playing Models Symposium. Playing Models is an annual symposium that began in 2022 as a collaboration between University of Florida and the Chair of Digital Architectonics at ETH Zurich, that aims to develop a platform to share thoughts on the mathematical, political, and philosophical shifts emerging with the spread of AI and its many faces. The symposium's recurring theme, which is artificial intelligence, architecture, and storytelling, invites us to reconsider established paradigms. How can AI empower us to craft speculative infrastructures that transcend the mundane? In what ways can storytelling, when intertwined with computational design, give rise to new architectural languages and experiences? These are some of the questions that we'll explore together over the next 2 days. We're honored to be joined by a distinguished group of speakers and panelists from around the world. Their diverse expertise and innovative perspectives promise to inspire and provoke deep reflection as we explore the complexities and potentials of our digital era. The symposium is structured around 4 engaging panels. Today we begin the sessions with modeling speculative infrastructures, moderated by Cheng, followed by the afternoon session, which is sensing extended bodies, moderated by Lisu Huang. Tomorrow morning, we'll dive into drafting geometric stories, moderated by Agostino Nicol. And final panel in the afternoon, materializing imaginary geometries, moderated by myself. So the schedule will be very simple for both days. Morning sessions will run from 10:30 to 1:30 with an hour lunch break. And the afternoon sessions will begin at 2:30 and end at 5:30. So during each 3-hour panel sessions, there'll be 3 speakers, and each of them will have roughly 30 minutes or so to share their work, followed by 30 minutes of Q&A. Even though the panels are organized as a series of talk and Q&A, the symposium's intention is to foster more of a conversation or dialogue. So I really encourage everyone to ask as many questions as possible and really treat it as more of a exchange of thoughts and ideas rather than a speaker and then you just kind of ask them questions over and over again. So yeah, don't be shy. So without further ado, we can kick off the symposium this morning with our first session, which is the modeling speculative infrastructures, moderated by Cheng. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning everyone, and thank you for joining us. My name is Jimmy Wei-Chun Cheng, a special faculty at Carnegie Mellon Architecture and co-organizer of the plane models. It is my honor to moderate the first panel, modeling speculative infrastructures. So please allow me to introduce this panel in detail. And as Junie just mentioned, I wish this panel discussion can be more conversational and more casual to really go into depths to discuss this topic. And so this panel is about the thing of we live in a moment when computation is no longer just a tool. It has become an environment in itself. A part of our ecosystem, through large language models, search engines, and game engines, reality is being compressed into dynamic, navigable models. They are not static representations, they are living systems, continuously update, increasingly autonomous and deeply entangled with how we imagine, design, and inhabit space. This platform operates at 2 scales simultaneously. At the planetary scale, they are trained on vast, generalized dataset, absorbing the traits of culture, ecologies, and economies from around the globe. At the local scale, they are tuned and adapt to specific contexts, our city, our community, even our personal life. So between these 2 scales lies a design space full of negotiations between abstraction, specificity, between autonomy and collaboration, between human intention and machine agency. So today we will explore what happens when these computational infrastructures move beyond serving us as a tool and being collaborating with us as a co-author of the environment we inhabit. What kind of new ecological, social, and spatial imaginaries might emerge. How might platforms become speculative medias for rethinking infrastructure itself in a contemporary context, not just as a set of technical systems, but as a living negotiation between human, machine, and environments. So I'm excited to introduce our three distinguished panelists, Hardin Chabel and Jose Sanchez and Carla Saldanha Ochoa. So our panelists bring perspective from architecture, computation, urbanism, and ecologists. Together, they will help us to think through how platforms can reconfigure ecological infrastructures, reshape social organization, and transform our sense of spatial intelligence. So first, please let me introduce our first speaker, Hardin Chabel. So the title of the talk is called Climate Without Crisis. And I'm going to read a little bit bio to introduce Hardin. So Deborah Lopez and Hardin Chabel are the co-founder of Parade, an interdisciplinary architecture and design research studio. Their work stems from various fields and contexts addressing topics related to culture, related to climate, ecology, human perception, machine sentience, and their capacity for altering current mode of existence through immanent fictions. Through research and interdisciplinary techno-passion, projects are narrative-driven while varying in scale and mediums, often position themselves within a socio-political discourse as a tool for disruptions. They are both associate professors at the Bartlett School of Architecture UCL, where they lead Research Cluster 1 in the B-Pro program entitled Monumental Wastelands. The cluster focuses on themes of climate migrations and autonomous ecologies at local and planetary scale. Using climate fiction as a vehicle, speculation are put forward through research-grounded narrative combining computational design, digital technologies, interactive virtual environment, and film. Their professional and collaborative work have been exhibited at the Barbican Center, at the Spanish Pavilion at the Venice Biennale and Seoul Biennale, and the Centre Pompidou, among other international venues. They have written and presented at conferences in the United States and Europe, including Arcadia, Technate, Art and Technology Conference, COCA, and Responsive Cities. In 2023, they received the World Premier COEM in the category of interior design for their event space, Everywhere and Nowhere. They are the co-founder and co-editor of Monumental Wastelands, a 2-volume augmented and bilingual book exploring themes of autonomies and logistics. Their most recent work explored the use of video games and environmental storytelling to negotiate various aspects of climate-related conflict. So currently, they are the resident at local Christian Lugon at the University of the Las Americas in Santiago de Chile, where they developed a project entitled as Environmental Accelerations. So please join me to welcome Hardin Chabel.
Okay. Cool, and let's see what I do that. Yeah, that's working. Cool. Yeah, The voice is okay? Yeah? Cool. So first, thanks so much for the invitation. Really happy to be here. And in the email, it said 30 to 40 minutes, so it might be closer to 40 minutes. If it starts to get long, just kind of do that, and I'll stop it. So the title of the talk is Climate Without Crisis. And I didn't know that they were going to show our faces, and because Deborah can't be here, I thought I would just show you what she looks like. So there she is. And we've taught across various programs, including the undergraduate program, the MArch program, the B-Pro, and the cinematic and video game architecture program at the Bartlett to kind of just contextualize the kind of, breadth of different topics and mediums that we tend to address. So jumping into the talk, looking at the word climate over time and its frequency or the use of the word climate, we could see this pattern. The word crisis has experienced a kind of uptick in its frequency of use. And more specifically, the use of the word climate crisis as a sort of conjoined entity has garnered a lot of attention and more use since the 2000s. This brings about a question raised by Timothy Morton that says, could we defer the frantic knowing tone with which global warming is typically discussed in favor of wonder, acceptance, and comedy? And this particular quote for us resonates a lot because it frames the development and the attitude towards problem solving, and that attitude kind of being just as important as the solutions provided. So we'd like to elaborate on this notion of crisis through the example of the Great Horse Manure Crisis of 1894, as described by Brian Groom in an article published in 2013 in the Financial Times. So in the 19th century, cities depended on horses for transporting people and goods. London, at the time the largest city in the world, had 11,000 cabs, and they were all horse-powered, and several thousand buses, each of which required 12 horses a day. New York at the time had a population of 100,000 horses that produced 2.5 million pounds of manure a day. So with that, you could imagine that the entire city would be covered in horse manure. So it was quoted that every street in London in the next 50 years would be buried under 9 feet of manure. What's interesting about these imaginaries is that they were built on a quote that never actually existed. And this was discovered in 2018 when Rose Wild, archive editor of the Times in London, began investigating the evolution of this story to find that the newspaper had actually misquoted itself. So it's true that the streets of London and so forth, they were all filled with horses and therefore, by default, horse manure. But it kind of moving from this general daily concern into the mode of a crisis is sort of this fictitious exaggeration. And the transformation from that is something that has been kind of used and propagated and referred back to during other forms of crisis talk. So these are just kind of different moments in which they referred back to this horse manure crisis. Again, something that's sort of fictitious, but used to prop up other kinds of debates and policies and so on. And so this is a moment when this fictional thing kind of becomes very real in our everyday life. And that kind of brings us to this first study. So these are 2 views of the Bangkok skyline on a clear day. And then these are the same 2 views in a more recent days where the haze and the pollution has made itself very clear by kind of blacking out or gray blanketing the entirety of the city. This presents a sort of synchronous and unbiased moment in the city because all inhabitants are sort of experiencing the same thing at the same time in real time. And though the media and the social conversations exchanged try to sort out different possibilities and so on, and that the news publications are producing all these kinds of information, here you can see this sort of conversations happening in the back end, as well as, let's say, simplified versions of interpreting what is air quality through these kinds of graphs and emojis. There's a question about, can we use this as an opportunity to reassemble the social sphere within the city? And we started to question if those people or that social sphere and the inhabitants and the constituents of that social sphere could be used in some way to actually produce a response in a way. So along these lines, we began exploring human hair, which culturally and historically has its various interpretations, value, and significance. Materially, it's something that we grow, stylize, cut, and we discard repeatedly. And although biodegradable, at the moment it's usually treated as a pile of trash. However, upon closer examination, hair is a complex matrix and it retains elements that bodies secrete, such as heavy metals. And with this, we began developing Follicle, which is sort of our longest ongoing project in some sense. And the idea was to use discarded human hair as an architectural material that is both sustainable and inherently possessing some degree of affection. In the construction of a pavilion, it was used as an experimental laboratory and a parliament in order to map the city's toxicity that we call a toxicartography. So a device at the center of the pavilion contained a questionnaire, a pair of scissors, mirrors, and everything necessary for you to anonymously submit a sample of your hair. These are just some images of that process taking place. And this is a sort of overview of that protocol. So you would snip your hair, package it correctly, answer the questionnaire, because certain information, like whether or not you're a smoker, could distort the data. And once all the samples were collected, they were sent to a lab to be analyzed and produce this sort of initial reading of the city through a toxicartography. And by the end of the event, we had somewhere upward of 200 samples that contributed to this entire map. So just to run through a little bit, this is the little device at the center, so to speak. These are details of the hairy pavilion. Some people find it repulsive, others find it nice and fuzzy. And this is where it was placed. It wasn't the most ideal rendering because it was a restaurant. So the restaurant owner was not happy, but it's fine. These are a few more details. And then this was the outcome of that research. So the toxicartography is actually live at the moment on the website, follicle.com. And the idea was that people could visit the website and understand the city through these different spikes produced by the inhabitants. And you could also isolate a certain chunk of the city. So this is a particular district. And you would understand if somebody was actually like 2118 lives and works in the same district, while 3.33 lives in one district and works in another, right? So it's trying to make these relationships. Let's see here, just to play. Yeah, so this is a view of that interactive website, and that's kind of a chunk of Bangkok subdivided into its districts, and you can filter through elements or through the districts, which are those zip codes on the bottom. Right. Another interest we have is in decommissioning and adaptive reuse of abandoned materials. So in this case, this is the largest swing in Spain at the moment. And the small village, they asked for a swing to be made in place of those illegally installed zip lines structures. So our approach was rather straightforward. Let me see if I can get these all to play at the same time. It was basically just, let's dismantle the existing pieces, cut them down and reconfigure them, and aim for something that would result in the least amount of waste produced while having the most amount of impact for the city. So those are the 3 steps of decommissioning, reconfiguring, and then assembling. So as I mentioned, it's currently it's the largest wing in Spain, and it's part of this kind of wider initiative of an area that's experiencing an economic decline, both socially and economically, and a city that used to be based, or a village or a region that used to be based on mining coal, which has since stopped, kind of needs to turn to its next most valuable asset, which is its nature. So it's kind of this part of this ecotourism initiative that's happening over there. The structural elements were sort of left untreated so that the traces of its previous life could be read. And it sits atop this kind of mountainous view overlooking the village. So it's going to feel like we're switching gears because we kind of are, but it'll all connect again, so just bear with me. But in 2017, on April 1st, which is commonly known as April Fool's Day, Reddit hosted this collaborative experiment called Our Place, and it consisted of a digital square canvas measuring 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, with registered users being able to modify a single pixel. And the experiment ran for 72 hours, wherein the canvas dynamically visually updates and reflects the ideologies, alliances, and adversaries produced through this experiment. More interesting than the outcome, however, are the stories that are revealed when the canvas is studied evolutionarily over time. So this isn't our work. This is a guy named Greg Baum. It's just on YouTube. But it's interesting to see how the final canvas came to be, right? So this is that blue corner on the bottom right, getting very populated. You can see these kind of battles playing out, where this idea of preserving the penguin's eyes for some reason became very important. And then there's other little micro stories. So for example, Germany starts to grow, France starts to grow, Germany invades France, France retreats. So all this is very accurate. But then all of a sudden this rainbow kind of intersects and it forms the European Union. And it's like this little beautiful moment where something adversarial transitions into something cooperative. So that kind of brings about this little project we did, or this installation we did called the Gamer's Hut. And it was an opportunity for us to look into this idea of decommissioning participation and the production of like a small-scale primitive hut or an inhabitable structure. And we reclaimed wooden pieces and cut them down to this commonly found dimension. And that created the 6 base modules for how this structure could grow. And the modules, they were non-invasively assembled using clamps, so that would allow them to kind of come back to their individual parts and then reassembled again, sort of repeatedly. It was exhibited at La Casa Encendida in Madrid for this exhibition on architecture on ecology. And essentially, it was a large model that contained a digital and a physical counterpart, using the 2 mediums as a ways to engage the public. So on one side, there was the scaled-down 3D printed pieces allowing visitors to assemble their own versions of the hut. And on the other side, there was a video game where people could click around and cycle through the different modules and grow their own versions. The variations made by the public were all saved within the game. And this is just kind of cycling through those variations. And this is the resulting archive of that experiment, which is sort of a callback to Saul Lewitt's interest in the variations of an open cube. And it also kind of updates the story of what the primitive hut might want to be today and how we might refer to nature, and if our urban environments or our built environment is actually the kind of nature we should be looking at to harvest. So as opposed to that, this is Las Medulas, which is located in Debra's home region of El Bierzo in Spain. And it's obviously a spectacular site, and Spain's official Twitter account touts it as the most important gold mine in the Roman Empire. So effectively, what we're looking at, this beautiful site, is a mine. It's the face of a mountain that's collapsed from excessive aqueducts and mining for gold in those aqueducts. Interestingly, the landscape is always portrayed from more or less the same angle, so that kind of talks about the role that the media has in kind of capturing this particular mine and the beauty of the mine. And we like this shot in particular because while it has Las Medulas as the thing that's really front and center, there are 2 less interesting, uglier mines from recent history. So it kind of talks also a little bit about the value system we have in certain mines and other ones. And if we look at the UNESCO website, we find that it's protected due to these things like outstanding universal value. It's a moment of, pre-something engineering and so forth, right? So there are all these things that qualify it to be something that wants to be protected. And in 2022, if we just look down this list, right, in Spain, just in that year, 40,397 assets were declared of cultural interest. 17,819 are immovable properties, so it just means they can't physically be relocated. 1,413 are in Castilla y León, which is where Las Medulas are, and 200 of them are archaeological zones. So we can't protect them all, right? It's just not feasible, not in terms of human power, not in terms of financials, etc. So in that same area, there's actually these prehistoric caves with rock art, and they've begun to fade away. Sorry, trying to figure out how to stop that. They've begun to fade away either through things like kind of weathering, which is something that nobody can really prevent, or in some cases vandalism, just sort of senseless acts of vandalism. So with that, sort of responding to this idea of how do you protect something that wants to be protected, but it can't be protected, and so forth, this project buracos.xyz, which is also accessible, it looks at how we can preserve the caves, allowing virtual visits, at the same time withholding their physical locations to prevent further damage. So only a handful of people actually know where these caves are, and we had to go with this wild boar hunter who could actually take us to each one of the caves for these 3D scannings. But this kind of became a strategy for preventing further damage, but at the same time creating a sense of empathy that people could connect to and sort of appreciate that they have this thing, right? So this is sort of what ends up happening when you click on one of those caves. You can kind of enter it and explore it. If you click on one of those points, it brings about that kind of chunk of that particular area, and you can cycle through these different filters that with the naked eye you can't really see what the rock art is all about, but with these different filters that are specifically designed for rock art, it allows you to kind of see what each one of these images is about. So another feature is each person gets to vandalize if they want to, but digitally or virtually, so it doesn't really harm anything, right? And you get to trace over the images, which is just a fun, playful way to kind of, again, bridge that relationship that you have with these inanimate objects. What's been really nice for us was to see the kind of press and potential impact that it might have. So it really is working to kind of inform the locals of their own heritage, and to try to get them to kind of care about it a little bit more. And if anybody has read Le Petit Prince, there's this interesting moment in the book where the child he's drawn, the people can only see, he shows the adults the hat on the top, right? Well, they think it's a hat. So he's like, yeah, what do you think that is? And they say, oh, it's a hat. And he's like, no, it's a snake that's swallowed an elephant. But the adults can't quite grasp it because they've sort of lost that ability to have imagination. And for some of these rock art patterns, we don't really know what they mean or what they refer to, but this idea that you can kind of interpret them and potentially provide insight through this public engagement is something that we're also interested in. So thinking about preservation and moving up a scale, we kind of asked this broader question: if ancient Egyptians are known for their pyramids and Romans for their infrastructures, what will be the equivalent of contemporary civilization? And that kind of brings us to the 1937 World's Fair in Paris, where the two largest superpowers are kind of facing off in front of the Eiffel Tower. So on the one hand, you have Nazi Germany pavilion, or the Nazi German pavilion on the left, and then on the right-hand side, you have the Soviet pavilion. So originally, these 9 points of monumentality, they were published in 1943, defining a monument as something that is intended to outlive the period which originated them and constitute a heritage for future generations, forming a link between the past and the future. And the authors of these 9 points, they later critiqued the previous two pavilions as lacking that expression of man's highest cultural needs. At the same time, if we bring that to today, we can sort of interpret these as monuments in their own right, because these are the materials or the quarries used to produce those two pavilions, one granite and one marble. So as a fun, playful exercise, we revisited these 9 points of monumentality, and we've sort of stripped them down to their essentials. And again, it's kind of like this exercise that the kid was making in that drawing, sort of abstracting them a little bit and maybe providing new ways to enter into interpreting what a monument could mean. And one of them that we thought was relevant for this talk is modern and suspended positions can be the source of new effects. Such unexplored fields belong to our times, and man-made landscapes revealed to us by air view could be monumental architecture, more than strictly architecture and city planning. So it starts to talk about a larger scale of effects. So there are some precedent case studies that we find to be very relevant. So we'll just run through a couple of them. The first of these stories takes place on the Phi Phi Islands, found off the coast of southern Thailand, specifically Maya Bay, where the movie The Beach, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, was filmed, and which since has become a manufactured nature as a direct byproduct of the Hollywood industry. It's presented as an ideal and picturesque paradise, but it was actually achieved through 3 operations. I think a slide is missing, so I'll just tell you what those operations are. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So the first operation is the virtual closing off of the bay. So as you can see, there's obviously a gap in that one photo on the right where the person is recreating that iconic shot, whereas the one on the left, it's basically just one of the cliffs kind of cropped out and then placed over again and composited in. The second one is the sort of reshaping of the island itself, creating a more picturesque shoreline. And then the third is the addition of a coconut tree, which is not native to the island, but what's paradise without a coconut tree. So, since the film's release, it's seen more than 1.8 million foreign and domestic annual tourists, and that's 5,000 to 6,000 a day. And the consequences of that have radically changed the living conditions of humans, non-humans, and the biotope. Let's see, is there sound here? Is there sound? Is there a sound volume thingy? No sound? It's okay, it's just some tacky island vibe song playing in the background. But it's nice because it really captures what's become of that area. I think sound might be important at some point, if it's possible. Sorry, I think I turned up the podium mic, so now I'm screaming. Okay. I'm not going to touch anything else. All right. But in that particular case, we sort of defined it as a moment when fiction defines the real, right? So this interest or this production of the film has literally modified the future and the present of that region. In another but different instance, we see the kind of reverse effect, right? So we start to see the real creeping back into fiction. So this is a clip taken from Star Wars' film, The Last Jedi, on Luke Skywalker's home island Ahch-To, and it's inhabited by a variety of alien species, like this guy over here. And it's actually a physical place located off the southern coast of Ireland called Skellig Michael. And in the film, the island is home to an indigenous avian species called porgs, which in reality are modeled after the puffin, which is a migratory bird who visits the island annually. The island is also classified as a special protection area, which essentially means nothing can be done that could disrupt the existence of the puffins or their migratory patterns. And it even maps the extent to which this law is applied. So it's not just to the islands themselves, but to this kind of surrounding boundary. And this matters because during filming, it made getting puffin-free shots kind of impossible. So the photoshopped image on the right is a playful exaggeration of what could have happened during filming, which would have ruptured the suspension of disbelief and break narrative continuity. It was ultimately decided that the best thing to do was to accept the presence of the puffins and create porgs. And porgs would then start to be CGI'd over each instance of a puffin. But even more interesting is that during development, they're probably like, well, porgs are really cute, why don't we have them everywhere? They started to inhabit areas where puffins would never exist anyways, like inside the Millennium Falcon. So this is one of those moments where, again, the real circumstances start to kind of play with the fictional ones. So this leads to a 2019 research trip that we did to Svalbard just before COVID hit. So we got really lucky with that. And it's the northernmost inhabited city or archipelago, and it sits deep within the Arctic Circle. Just for reference, the distance from London to Oslo is closer than Oslo to this area. An average winter will hit like minus 20 degrees Celsius, which is rather intense. And it becomes instantly clear when you arrive that this place is not fit for human life. Nevertheless, it is populated with humans. And it's subsidized actively by the Norwegian government in order to protect it from other geopolitical interests. So that's what kind of makes it quite interesting. So for example, the Nazis invaded it during World War II. They thought that if they could position a weather station up there, they would have a sort of forecast of how the weather would kind of come down to the rest of Europe, and that could give them a strategic position. So also, there's a city built by the Soviets called Pyramiden, which is the one on the left. And there's maybe, I think, 2 Russians still living there. So this geopolitical interest is what prompts the public and private interest to keep Svalbard inhabited by Norwegians and by Norway. But at the same time, there's an increase in warming temperatures that has caused a series of avalanches almost on an annual basis to occur. So what you see on the top right is the avalanche risk zone. And you can see that this town is kind of nestled in between 2 hills. And to try to reduce the damage caused by avalanches, they've erected these barriers all along the hillsides. In response to this, they've actively started demolishing homes and relocating the entirety of the town to this new coastal line in this kind of weird generic prefab architecture, but that's what it is. And strict environmental law, again, strikes again, kind of limits where humans can go in this area. So it's really starting to mess with the entirety, right? The relationship of climate, wanting to keep people there when there's no reason for them to be there, etc. Well, there is a reason, but right, it's complicated. So it pretty much sets this place up as a paradox. And this formed the basis for our speculative film called Re-Arctic, and it explores what decisions a self-governing Arctic would make if it were trained on a human value system. And that was screened at a couple of locations, which was fun. And I'm gonna see if the sound is working now, hopefully. Nope. Let me see here. Oh, it should play first. Not yet. Maybe it's me not connected to the thingy properly. It could be on my side. Yeah. But it says that I can also just do direct HDMI, maybe.
The problem is that the HDMI concept.
Play from the computer.
The sound?
Yeah.
So this one?
Yesterday they were saying the output resolution should be set to this, so the video can play.
Is it okay if we do like a 5-minute break if it's important for you, and then we see if we can get the technician to help us with this?
I don't mind, but maybe it's okay. Yeah, it's not the most important. I mean, it's okay. There's a link afterwards if you want to watch the film. I might just do that. That's okay. No, it's okay. I think we just continue.
There's this.
Direct into the jack, maybe. Yeah. That one. Yeah, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You would need to select this as a.
Okay, let's give that a shot. Here, right?
Yeah, so it's not. So it's headphones basically.
There's podium aux.
Yeah, and this is on.
Well, it's okay. I think I can just. No. Volume is up. I think it's alright. I'll just continue.
No, I'm
And no, don't worry about it. It's all good. Okay. Well, anyways.
You're shooting, it's not microphone. This is.
Yeah, it's only. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. Just to bring everybody back. So, so anyways, yeah, being there was obviously incredible, and seeing the extent at which it's trying to be occupied or controlled is also a site worth visiting. So I certainly recommend everybody to go and visit if they have a chance. But basically, in the storyline, there are 3 characters kind of discussing the current situation about how the Arctic has sort of declared its own autonomy from human presence, and that the reason you just watch the movie. There'll be the link afterwards in case you want to watch it. But it was a very fun experience. That was sort of very important for us because it created the kind of offshoots of these 2 little branches. One is on ecology and personhood, and the other is from Svalbard with love. So on ecology and personhood, it's basically an essay that we got to write, and it traces the history of the rights of nature as a legal framework and then analyzes those two films that were previously mentioned, and then goes on to project forward what ended up becoming From Svalbard with Love. And this is the second development that was created for the Seoul Biennale in 2021. And it links back to Longyearbyen specifically and is materialized as a combination of a quadriptych displaying various scenes printed on a fabric, and the carpet itself is also a sort of map geolocating where everything is. And there were some physical models produced referring back to this decommissioning of the town. These are some plans, some different views, kind of showing how everything relates to each other. But a closer view of the quadriptych shows the combination of imagery and words and some of the scientific things, as well as some of the more playful things that we encountered when we were there. And that was quite nice, right? So one of them reads, "There ain't no trees in Svalbard," and for some reason we just love that very straightforward statement, but it obviously talks about, first of all, the scarcity in resources, and second of all, the impossibility for those resources to exist there. And then there's this other one that we quite like, which is there's one Tesla in town, and it gets its electricity the same way we all do, which is from the coal power plant, and isn't that ironic, right? So it kind of ties back to this thing of behaving a certain way or portraying a certain thing, but actually operating under a different logic. So this app was designed as a way to explore different possible outcomes of how Svalbard might evolve by tweaking a few parameters maybe, right? So we can just run through them, but in this particular instance, let's see. This one would have sound, but basically in this particular instance, the seed vault is completely abandoned. The initiative has been abandoned, and basically because it's already flooded once before, and again linked to climatic reasons, and the original purpose or the original reason why they moved it or created it in Svalbard was because of its climatic stability, right? So we can see how climate change is starting to impact that. In another instance, like in the middle one, the seed vault is more active than ever. The world is carrying on the way that it looks like it's going at the moment. So more and more nations are kind of submitting their seeds to be stored in the event of natural catastrophe and other kinds of conflicts. So with that, it kind of transitions a little bit into some of our teaching work, which we kind of lump under this umbrella of cli-fi or climate fiction. And it really operates with this idea of preservation through adaptation. So the core thing being that how do we preserve something? What do we preserve? And how do we not petrify it, but kind of just adapt through the act of preservation, maybe admitting that some things will inherently get lost. And the methodology that we follow with that is this approach to context, decoding, recoding, gamification, and narrative. So contrary to maybe some of the other studios that might operate a little bit more tech-heavy first, we try to develop a research agenda with the students and then go through this process of decoding, so kind of cherry-picking out what is really necessary, and then recodifying it. Again, this idea of adapting the thing that's trying to be preserved. And then gamification and narrative kind of go hand in hand. And it really stems into, or branches into these two categories. One is climate migration, which has to do with people being forcefully relocated due to climate-related issues. And then the other one, autonomous ecologies. So investigating questions of what does it mean for nature to be autonomous? How would it govern itself and under what protocols and so on? There is a film here, but there's no audio, so we're not going to do the film. So I'm just going to skip that really quick. And I won't go into this too much, but it's just to mention that building onto this Monumental Wastelands, we got a grant to produce this 2-volume book called Monumental Wastelands. And it also has an accompanying application or a phone app with original augmented content by each of the authors. And it's also bilingual, English and Spanish, which is also obviously important. But it kind of brings together other people working on different ideas and themes related to this, one of which, the first volume is on autonomy and the second is on logistics. And then eventually we'll produce a third and so on. And lastly, we are currently guest editing a journal called Materia Arquitectura with the theme of press play, and that should be published in September. It can be purchased physically or it could just be accessed online for free. Jose Sanchez, who was in the house, he's going to be one of the contributing authors. And then this is the last slide, just kind of a compilation of the things we've written, and then some links to the projects that you can access online or some of the videos. So thank you. Okay, sorry, I just shut everything down. Yeah, sorry. Okay, cool. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry, okay.
For Mike, first of all, sorry for a technical issue.
No, it's okay. I should have tested before. Yeah.
So I think we can open now the floor for the questions. If there's no question, maybe I can. Oh,
Thank you, Nadine, for the presentation. I think you brought up some terminology and concepts that are on resonance with the current political and practice-driven projects, like, for example, climate crisis, adaptation, weather-related hazards. And so the question that I have for you is, you presented some projects that are into imagining climate fictions or imagining inhabitants or ways of living when there's extreme situations. So we have these when we the very cold environment. So my question to you is, why do you think, like, we understand that humans are not optimal, so humans are always trying to do things that are not always in line to what optimal solutions are. In the practice that you have in the design studio, how will you bring this idea of gamification to solving these very big problems? I think that's one of the things that in design studios happen all the time, is that we do have a concern, and in this case it's this climate crisis and this fictitious or this climate fiction. How will you use this gamification to try to address those very big questions?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think it's certainly, let's say, I would say a relatively recent development that we're still in the process of learning a lot about, in a sense. So, for example, the follicle project was something developed in the studio, and although it didn't necessarily have a sort of gamification component, it had a participatory component. And we felt, and the kind of feedback that we got at that moment, was that there is a will by the people to kind of get involved into something, right? And even though they didn't really have agency or the ability to influence anything really, they were still contributing towards a greater cause. And it was only really relevant, and we got really lucky in terms of timing, that the moment that they could contribute coincided with a moment of crisis, which was that huge amount of pollution that forced public schools to close, that forced people to actually stay indoors, and so on. So in that case, so that wasn't quite gamification, but it was definitely participation. Now, as we kind of take on this idea a little bit more rigorously, that first instance where you saw the gamer's hut, that in a way it has gamified components, but it's not quite a game. There's nothing really at stake. There's nothing to really play for, but it was just an opportunity to kind of get to grips with the tools, let's say, right? And now currently the thing that we're trying to do is to push it forward a little bit more. So we've pitched an idea to a city, or to Deborah's home city, for a kind of promenade, right? But that the promenade could actually be cooperatively designed by the inhabitants with these add-ons, like ornaments and each of these ornaments kind of works with a different non-human species. So there's a sort of like educational component associated to it, which we think matters, because otherwise it could sort of be like frivolous. And the way that education gets transmitted also kind of matters, because it shouldn't be, maybe depending on the scenario, overly didactic. It could be a sort of experiential kind of, I've gone through it and now I take with me this thing. I don't need to be explained everything directly, right? But so that's maybe some of the ways in which we're looking at using this notion of gamification into like real projects. Does that?
I'm really fascinated by the way you use the game engine to, for me, is a way to process the information, and then gamification is a way to kind of showing the information that is not usually visible for the human person. And then I really like the way you kind of use a non-human agency as a design component, as a constraint, and then you visualize representing information different way to engage with the design. And just add on top of the gamification component. And so, does anyone have any questions? Okay. And Hadi, if you can repeat the question for the online audience to
paraphrase the question, sure.
Hello, thank you for your talk. It was very informative. I actually had a question regarding the project about the caves.
About the, sorry?
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
About the which one? The caves.
The caves,
Yep.
yes.
Yeah.
I really like the interactive component. We're talking about the concept of gamification and participatory involvement, and I really like the idea of being able to draw over the elements in a non-destructive way. When you were partaking in this study research, how did you find the general response of people after participating in the detailing of these events? Did it feel like the general perception was to be less destructive and more conservative towards these monuments, or did you feel like there would need to be extra steps to encourage people to understand the difference between the gamification aspect of the involvement and the actual perception if they were to visit these monuments in real life, to prevent them from translating this over into the real life counterpart?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So for the online audience, the question was, how would you summarize that question? Maybe.
I guess, oh, sorry. I guess to summarize, I would say, in how would you address the concerns that gamification would create, could potentially lead to destructive behavior based on what they do in the game to the real life counterpart?
Okay, yeah. So to the online audience, the question is about the Caves project and asking about how can you kind of ensure that virtual or digital vandalism doesn't translate into real physical vandalism. Is that right? Yeah. Nobody knows where the caves are, so that's a cheap answer, but that's the answer. Actually, it's a really interesting question, and I don't think I actually have the answer to that question. I know that there's probably been several studies done on how game behavior, like is there a link between game behavior and how that translates into the physical thing, right? Like GTA comes out, does everybody start, shooting and robbing and so on? Or I remember back in the 90s, Marilyn Manson, musician guy, was constantly being demonized by the more conservative groups because the thought was if they listen to this music, then they'll sort of be, Eminem, all this stuff, right? So I don't know that was so much in our foreground, because because it wasn't so much, the form of interaction is not a vandalistic one, I guess, and maybe that's the key difference, if anything. So I use the word vandalizing because in a weird way, it's sort of, you know the story about, was it that, like, it's a story about like this guy who, you know, he's on the spectrum and he has a rabbit and he loves the rabbit so much that he strangles it, right? Like it's maybe a little bit like that, where like, you might love the caves and you might want to show your affection to them in some weird way, but anything you really do, just being there is already problematic in its own right, you know? So the best thing you could do is leave it alone, and if you want to engage with it, you can engage with it in this way. And the kind of interaction, again, is not very a vandalistic or aggressive one. So the lines in themselves don't carry with it a kind of aggressive gesturing, right? We could have made it so that you could throw a rock against the cave and see it chip off and so on, right? But it's meant to be much more of like a brush strokey and meditative type of thing. So if you want to scribble, by all means go for it, but you're not going to get the satisfaction that you would if, right? So the interaction itself kind of embeds the attitude that you can kind of carry with it, and maybe that's where our role as a designer comes in a little bit, is to say, right, we can't control how you behave, but we can control what the platform allows you to behave or how it transmits or feeds back that behavior in a sense. So maybe that's, yeah. Thank you.
And then follow up on, yes, thank you for your talk. It was a super nice spectrum of different projects and all with a different attitude towards how to address these like big questions, but like in a very local manner, on a very specific way, with like this idea of playing as well. Like I think this idea of like a playful attitude towards topics that are so big that like sometimes they're feel too big to tackle for architects. I think my question is along the lines of modding, like game modding. Is that because there is this interesting idea that like a video game is set up by its creators according to specific rules, specific systems, specific kind of behaviors, attributes that you put to game objects and that are hard-coded into the real setup of the game engine, but then that still allow for like a creative, like one could say adaptive reuse of that kind of system by the gaming community. So like you would have that like Half-Life or other games that like had seen like modding, and then through the modding different kind of games would come out, or different kind of engagements by, I don't know, like swapping the guns for shoes or whatever, and then having different kind of behaviors, and then that would change how you interact with that setup. And like I think this is something that like I was reminded when I looked at this swing in this amazing landscape, where you have a kind of like a physical adaptive reuse, but it's also kind of like a modding of a derelict or not functioning infrastructure to kind of allow for like a hack in that kind of setup. And I find that like a super nice outlook for architecture. And yet it's also kind of tricky because we don't have that kind of like big community as like a game community has, and it's very tricky to kind of like take up parts of the physical environment and then hack them if one doesn't know the person who is in charge of that place, or who gives you the right to like change the structure and so on and so forth. So how do you kind of play productively between metaphors that come from video games and the physical space, and where do you see the kind of frictions that arise?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So to the online audience, the question is, or maybe the observation is that game space allows for things like mods and hacking. So in Counter-Strike, you might have an AK-47, and then you can swap that out with a shoe, I think you said. So, and so that's one aspect of the game space in general, is that you can modify things. And if you look at the physical things that were done, such as the swing, that's sort of a physical modding from the existing structures into chopping them up, literally hacking them and combining them again. So where do frictions exist between this kind of game space in a virtual environment and the game space of the real environment? That's a great question. I think in the case of this, maybe the friction is legal. There's definitely a legal friction. So in that sense, what I mean by that is when repurposing materials for public use. There's no certification associated to that material. So a company that produces a material is liable for having tested it to go out into the world. And then you can purchase that material and use it because the liability is with them. And in the case of public things, that becomes trickier because something that's already been out in the world doesn't carry with it the liability back to the people who produced it. So maybe that's the biggest friction or challenge in terms of how you can navigate that, whereas in a virtual space, it wouldn't really matter where you get the items from, right? And then the second one, as you kind of pointed out, is the simple like scale, logistics, and the magnitude of the thing. So that's why, let's say with the project that we recently pitched, maybe next time I should just show it so it kind of makes it more tangible. But this word of ornamenting is kind of strategically used because it's harmless. You can ornament a tree, a Christmas tree, that's kind of the image that gets painted up. And there is a very reduced amount of risk. And that's a limitation, again, to this. You can mod the structure, but only superficially. But we try to make it performative in terms of, well, now there's a dog bowl, and that's great, because dogs love water and need a dog bowl, right? Or there's an ashtray, because so-and-so likes to smoke on that walk, you know? So it's still trying to mod it, maybe in the same way that replacing your AK-47 with a shoe is. It's kind of harmless, right? But yeah, maybe that's the biggest friction, I would say, is the scalability and legality.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hadin. So in your presentation, you showed the pixel art plays.
Yeah.
I found that kind of fascinating to show the ideas of how the game engine is a platform to kind of as a place to negotiate between different participants in the same environment. And I guess that kind of ideas of negotiation or reconcile between different stakeholders and share with some of the work Jose has done in the past.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe we can later after Jose's presentation we can open up to discuss in that part of how do we reconcile between non-expert and expert in the design space. So,
Sounds good.
thank you. I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
One more question.
I mean, it's half comment, half question as well. I mean, I love the kind of games of storytelling that you have, you know, with these, with the beach, with Star Wars, this and that, these kind of weird alien nations, you know, through which to look at the world, and immediately these kind of cliches of sustainability, the cliches of global warming, the cliches of crises and this and that, it unfolds in a completely different way. I'm just so I'm thinking from the side of all the projects that you showed, they have a very particular aesthetic. So there's always this there's a geographic, archaeological, infrastructural kind of fetish present there. And then I'm curious, where do you see architecture being present there? Because in my head, architecture is always this kind of a sudden appearance of an alien object that then kind of reorders things around it. You know, how do you kind of relate that to the infrastructural logic of a lot of the things that you're talking about? So I'm just curious about that. For the YouTube audience, say architecture, infrastructure, what's the connection?
Architecture, infrastructure, what's the connection? Yeah, that's a yeah. So when you say architecture, you're kind of just referring to like this object, right? Like the kind of building, like or a pavilion or something.
I'm curious as to how you see it.
Yeah.
Where do you see these kind of games? Is there even a distinction? Is there something like that?
Yeah.
This fetish and the aesthetics.
Yeah. Fetishes. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think we personally care to make the distinction, and we've always generally just allowed ourselves to be interested in the things that we're interested in, and then just to go with it. So there's maybe a bit of an intuition that starts to drive a particular direction towards a project. So for example, the hair project, it resulted from a failed competition entry. I think we got like a mention or something, but it was for the City of Dreams Pavilion in New York. And obviously I think, yeah, hair in a public space, nobody wants it, but the brief was calling for a recycling pavilion, right? And we were just kind of getting frustrated with the number of recycling projects that involve PET, plastic bags, and this type of thing, right? So we really just wanted to go outside of the box with that. And it began really as a material interest. That material interest, the further we researched it, uncovered that it has this component for this micro scale element, the toxicity element, right? And just kind of kept going through that thread. So there's never been a distinction, really, and we've never really cared to identify that. I think specifically we're much more interested in questions of narrative and storytelling and the how that research of the real kind of folds into the fiction and how that comes about. So whether it's architecture or not, it's not something we really concern ourselves with too much as a hard line, I think, which is quite liberating. If you allow yourself to just do that, it just feels good. Cool. Thank you.
We are going to take 5 minutes short break to fix the technical issue, and then so listen.
This is where all the presenters are coming out.
Is this the one the presenters are going to use?
I think so. I think, yeah. It would be audio or not? For the videos?
Do you have audio?
I have one that has audio, like some interviews, but like...
We can try it in the 5
like
minutes.
I mean, I can skip it. It's kind of...
Okay. I'll just...
kind of the funny moment. Where is the output for this laptop going through?
Yeah, like we should...
Well, one thing, after they set up all of this stuff, we never checked the audio after they set up and ran everything through their stuff. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Because we checked it yesterday and it all worked.
Do you have a audio now that we can check on this computer? Like, can we play?
I have
I don't have. Oh, do you want to plug in?
Do you have audio as well?
I have one, like I put them, please keep it if it's like, but it's not.
No, but let's make it work. We want to make it work. So maybe we can use this one slide already as a guinea pig to. Because technically we have this cable, right? And this could go straight into the speaker's.
How you doing? Hey, how's it going?
Into the speaker's aux output, right? We also just.
I'm good at video stuff, but sound is.
I think the problem is because like we take the HDMI out and go into this, so basically it takes the audio out and then we cannot get it back from the streaming deck. I think that's our problem.
So I know with a Mac, can you go to your sound output and select IntelliX if it's not already selected? To be honest, this is kind of... I'm I'm not watching. It's nothing stressful like someone watching you do something like that.
I mean, I don't know what it is, to be honest.
Okay,
Do you know where to look for this? Where is it, up here? Maybe somewhere?
Oh yes, yeah, on the top right in audio, if you have it. You have
It's
like
like a new
is there a
left,
symbol? No, there's no symbol. Ah,
You can
here,
always-
on this, on the control center. And then there you might have something on.
Let's just move on.
The speakers, HDMI?
Yes.
Yes.
There you go. Let's try that.
It's already mirrored.
It would be this.
And did you hear it on your streaming deck?
So we did it yesterday and it all worked, but that's the new edition. Yeah.
Can you try this with like a headphone jack?
Do I have a head?
And let's see if that works.
Yeah, that works.
Nice. Cool, then we made it work.
Here, do you
The
want to
only
put it back on for a second? I can adjust the volume.
So with
people
the
can
headphone
hear.
jack straight
Thank
in here and then straight into the system. The only problem is that like I'm not sure if you will also receive the audio signal on this. Okay, that's cool. Awesome.
Great. Okay. Are you guys picking it up?
Okay, so need to find it again, sorry.
Hi, my name is Carla. I am in 8th grade. I'm 14 years old and I attend school.
My name is Emmanuel Henry. I am design high school. And my name is Ben.
Does that work? It's not in the stream?
I did see you online. I think I saw you online.
So,
But we weren't there yet.
not to say you guys won't figure it out, but is it better to play the video with sound in here and everyone can hear it, and the people at home just won't hear that? And is there a chat through YouTube where you can let them know they won't hear the audio for that, but everything else will be through? Okay.
It's the only video that has audio. I mean, I
Okay.
could also skip it, kind of run it short, or it's not a main argument. It just has a little bit of a...
No, do
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry for the technical issue. We're gonna resume the panel. And okay, so now I'm going to introduce our second speaker of this panel. And so Jose Centras, his talk titled Mediate Assemblies. And Jose Centras is an architect, game designer, and media artist practicing in New York. He is the director of Plethora Projects, a research studio investing in the future of the propagation of architecture design knowledge. He is the creator of the video game Blockhood and Commonhood, digital social platform that aid the authoring of architecture and ecological thinking to non-expert audience. He is the author of the book Architecture for the Commons, Participatory System in the Age of Platforms, published by robotics in 2020, and the co-creator of Bloom, a crowdsourced interactive installation which was the winner of the Wonder Series hosted by the City of London for the 2012 Olympics. He has taught in the United States and Europe, including at the Architecture Association in London, the Bartlett School of Architecture at the University College London, the University of Southern California, and the University of Michigan. He currently serves as an associate professor at Cornell Tech in New York City. His current research, Mediate Assemblies, designs and integrates simulation and interactive media as a collaborative, embodied, and circular practice. Let's welcome Jose Centras.
Thanks for the invitation. Yes, so I very excited to be here. This is my first talk, I guess, as a new appointee of as an associate professor at Cornell Tech, the kind of Cornell campus in New York City. So I'm very excited of what Jenny Sabin is putting together there and being part of that program, which is starting for me this fall. So excited to share a little bit of where I'm going with the research there. My research problematizes interactive simulations and installations as participatory tools and their affordances to engage the public. My research also interrogates games as a protocol for governance. To what degree a governance protocol, such as a game, is able to create neganthropic processes that lead to information-rich patterns. I've broken the talk today into these categories, and I would like to start with this notion, what I've been coining or discussing as an alternative twin. During the 1960s, Buckminster Fuller developed the World Game, an ambitious interactive installation and a series of workshops that aim to address urgent global issues such as overpopulation and the uneven distribution of resources. The World Game was a collaborative simulation exercise where participants would range from students to policymakers and engage in solving planetary scale scenarios. This was significant because it contributed to participatory strategies, framing architecture as a collective endeavor. And in many ways, the World Game offers several key contributions, I would argue. It problematizes design as a collective endeavor. It proposed a game protocol for collective coordination. It links simulation and representation of data as an educational tool, and conceptualizes the event of playing as a social ritual, one that it's embodied, where embodied interactions between individuals had an outcome. As documented by Timothy Stott, the World Game was influential to other projects such as the Eco Game developed by George Mallon, and even projects very close to home. I'm originally a Chilean architect, so this project, Cybersyn, as documented by Eren Medina, a project by Stafford Beer, really conceptualize the notion of how a cybernetic system would actually aid or contribute to the regulation of an economy like the Chilean economy prior to the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. In many ways, Buckminster's Fuller's work, proposed an alternative to war. It was a time where an alternative to war was important, proposing a collaborative model for redistribution of resources at a planetary scale. Today, we face even grander challenges, I would say, and our digital platforms are perhaps not designed for they're designed to address competition rather than cooperation. My research echoes and learns from this historical precedent, and I would like to argue that alternative twins are necessary protocols and initiatives that offer new forms of interactive systems, games, simulations, digital environments, digital twins that can foster collaboration, not as a mechanic, but as an infrastructural affordance. So I would like to discuss a little bit how these ideas came to be. As a Latin American designer, I was early in my career influenced by the work of Manuel Casanueva in Chile or Lice Papé in Brazil, who saw play as a means of emphasizing collectivity, randomness, and improvisation. This would challenge the authoritarian control of space established by dictatorships and their economic legacy. The first project, and maybe this is an old project, but I thought it was important to bring it up, that I was able to kind of manifest some of this interest was with the Bloom project, a collaboration with Alexandra Sek over the 2012 Olympics. Bloom combined a tradition of generative systems and procedural architecture, perhaps contributed from the AA, where I was studying previously, and the legacy of Alisa's work, as well with an interest in social indeterminacy, which became my main area of research. In my view, social indeterminacy would infuse improvisation, nonlinearity, to otherwise a deterministic computational model. I would argue that inextricably, such model would entangle computation with its culture and its audience. Bloom, as I wrote in 2014, was a proposition to reconsider serial repetition, allowing the differentiation of parts to be achieved by combinatorics, the way we permutate combinations between identical units as opposed to differentiating all parts of a system. So in many ways, this model pushes back on the practice of non-standard architecture. These are some of the images how we presented the project prior to its kind of gameplay sessions. This was an approach to afford complexity through affordable means, where serial production could yield inexpensive parts and allow for the multiplicity of different design patterns in the hands of audiences. The open set of Bloom was a non-holistic set that was not exhausted in any way by the different configurations of its play sessions, as we can see in its different locations where it was exhibited in London. My unique take to what we called at the time discrete architecture focused on a socio-political dimension, as the process of recombination would open up to an audience and the public through play. And here you can see how we use Bloom as an educational toy as well. Within the book I wrote, Architecture for the Commons, Participatory Systems in the Age of Platforms, I discuss the complementary relationship that exists between physical systems and the logics of assembly, as well as the participatory platforms that might allow to simulate or kind of create virtual spaces for experiencing this form of massive repatterning or recombination. I would like to expand a little bit on those two ideas, starting with this idea of participatory tectonics. Within the book, I problematize vertical integration. Economically, I think that this is a model that yields or has kind of been instrumentalized to yield monopolies. Technologies such as 3D printing, as demonstrated by relativity space and others, have greatly increased efficiencies in the reduction of parts within assemblies. In a way, you could argue there's this coalescence of parts, the dissolution of tectonics that we can see in their development. But I argue that this comes with a social impact. In many ways, I argue for a defense of parts, understanding the politics of tectonics. Open sets might yield what we could call as combinatorial surplus, i.e. the potential of the reusability of parts outside their original intention, lending themselves to a kind of unexpected collaboration, so to speak, as I just shared with you the Bloom project, but other projects in a way capture this idea in a snapshot. The Free Universal Construction Kit by Golan Levin and Sean Sims captures how the incompatibility between parts established by different corporate structures such as Lego, Duplo, really define speciated parts that don't talk to each other. And they kind of design the whole matrix of potential compatibility between those parts. The argument presented in the book was a foundation for participatory design projects such as the Polyomino project that seek a social recombination of physical forms, as in the form of toys, as here in the Polyomino project, as well as through digital interfaces seen here in the early versions of virtual reality that we were kind of starting to experiment how to recombine these units virtually. Attempting to reach information-rich patterns, design patterns that would have perhaps some degree of sophistication. My architecture projects were conceived as building systems that were attempting to organize matter in a particular pattern. This was a way of opportunistically consider inexpensive interventions, such as in the foliage project here, seen here, that really explores how the impact of a singular kind of joint can reorganize otherwise standardized timber members, right? And as you can see here in the creation of a kind of a rather expressive space frame that we prototyped. The projects are certainly conceived as an open-ended set, a finite set of parts that has a kind of an open solution space of combinations. But it also kind of considers the instruction sets, the informational infrastructure that we might need to achieve specific patterns, as in the model that we kind of propose in this case for the Tallinn biennial proposal, as well as tectonic studies of the field conditions that these projects might lead. At this point, my lab was already understanding the relationship that social participation could happen digitally, and thinking that video games was a medium in which we could actually explore such participatory model. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of the second part, right? I would like to kind of backtrack a little bit of what does it mean to think of participatory platforms. As a second argument of the book, I have identified the process of participatory design that can occur digitally and digital platforms. And I see games as critical environments for fostering collective agency, not only in the entertainment, but laboratories of social cooperation. The work of Jonah Friedman has been central in conceptualizing some of the correlation between a software, as he developed the Flatrider software project in 1967, allowing for the self-planning of Ville Speciale. My proposition has been to co-opt the medium of video games as a framework for social engagement, especially due to its affordances to simulate combinatorial strategies. The two completed video games that I have developed over the last 10 years, Blockhood and Commonhood, have advanced in different ways. A public-facing thesis of social recombination, achieved through the study of how algorithmic tools allow to incentivize the production of collaborative commons. Let me start with Blockhood. Blockhood was developed, was concluded in 2017 after 3 years of development. And it proposed a matrix of recombination based on ecological interdependence between city blocks. Players are invited to develop city patterns that interrogate contextual performance. Blockhood pushes back on the idea of any singular optimization criteria, understanding that value systems are collectively achieved socially. In this regard, the algorithm aims to develop a complementarity with its social system, the players playing the game. As a result, design becomes a form of patterning, not universal patterns, but rather contingent and idiosyncratic patterns that are entangled with the communities creating them. Blockhood was the first professional video game that I developed, and after its release in Steam in 2017, it has reached around 130,000 users, a number that is important as kind of the metric of engagement and reach has been central, and allowing to, this has been emphasized by translating the game into different, over 11 languages. Part of my research has to do with documenting the affordances of the medium as a technical object, and in the case of Blockhood, which proposes a kind of an interdependent simulation and supply chain, and a simple supply chain simulation, invites players to create simple supply chains and kind of start tinkering of what would be alternative versions of different production models, such as in the construction of a industrial food production system or organic one, and kind of evaluate the different impacts of such models. As well as providing to the player a series of key layers of data, such as structural data, accessibility data, degree of decay of units, as well as productivity, to take decisions within the game. Blockhood was intentionally diagrammatic, offering what Ian Bogost calls a procedural rhetoric, an argument that emerges through play itself. I invite you not to kind of just perhaps judge the game through its looks, but trying them and seeing how that procedural rhetoric kind of comes about. Designed, as mentioned prior, it's a way of patterning information. And discrete units become not an optimal solution, but rather a collective proposition, right, of a value proposition. Here are some images of work that we produce and players have produced with the game. The role of the game as a public-facing agenda, a project that explores the possibility of crowds to arrive to information-rich patterns, a process of negative entropy through social engagement. And as we have practiced through workshops and public engagement initiatives, we observe the potential of it as an educational tool, increasing kind of our kind of literacy on design and systems. Moving on, I want to transition to the second large video game project that I've developed, which is Commonhood. Commonhood takes inspiration on the work of Octavia Butler in world building a setting that exacerbates challenges of late capitalism. And the realism of Diego Rivera, social realism of Diego Rivera, who captures the state of affairs of labor and mechanization within the Ford Motor Company in Detroit, where I've been based for the last 5 years prior to moving to New York. The game was also conceived as my own take on digital twins, particularly looking at the technopolitical history of projects such as Cyberscene. Like Rivera's murals, I was also fascinated by how projects such as Por un Habitar Digno, which is a Chilean collective, have moved from the gallery to the street to really kind of utilize architectural representation to open up an urgent dialogue, especially in the midst of the Chilean crisis of 2019. Commonhood was a second professional video game developed, and it was far more ambitious than Blockhood. It was completed in 2013 after 6 years of development. Together with a license with Microsoft, we reached the Game Pass program, which was significant to reach over 700,000 users since its release. On the one hand, Commonhood is a simulation of self-provision, in a way, a simulation of our kind of DIY cultures in architecture and production, economic management, and thinking that communities could seek stability through how would they kind of handle stability after dispossession. On the one hand as well, and the other hand as well, it's an interactive social narrative developed through over 40,000 words of text and dialogue of cultural struggle, understanding technology, and grappling with inequality. The game simulates the imaginaries of the DIY and the possibility of economic growth through purely through economic means and personal labor. but it creates a conflicting ontology between economic development, and it juxtaposes it with a notion of mutual aid and solidarity, placing the player in a setting that it's not to be resolved, but rather entangling the player and kind of grappling with some of these different kind of modalities of looking at the world. At its core, Commonhood is a 3D modeling tool that is mediated by scarcity. What I mean by this is that there's no copy pasting. You're not operating within a paradigm of abundance where you have infinite lines or infinite pieces of materials. You have to rather kind of work to achieve any piece of material that you utilize within the game and create a habitat. This ontological proposition is borrowed from Arturo Escobar's Design for the Pluriverse, who invites us to consider pluriversality in the notion of a world where many worlds fit. I thought of bringing back a definition that I use with students and in my own work about definition of ontology in this case, and this is again from Arturo Escobar echoing Mario Blaser's definition, where ontology is understood first of all as an inventory of beings, an inventory of entities within a simulation. Second, as the social cultural configurations that those entities might create with one another. And finally, how ontologies manifest themselves as stories. In a way, what is happening in the world, our stories of what is happening in the world are the manifestation of such ontologies. So the social cultural configurations is not only what occurs in the screen, what is kind of represented to the player, but is the symbiosis that the player, as JCI Lichtleiter would argue, the symbiosis that exists between the player and the software. Therefore, the analysis of the video game as a technical object aims to understand simulation and the entanglements with its human counterpart. Like Blockhood, Commonhood offers a supply chain simulation as a form of, at a much more granular scale, understanding the research being transformed through equipment, machinery, labor, and different forms of capital. The project, it's also an authoring tool for user-generated content, and how do we store that content and kind of transfer that content among players, as well as the dialogue that players might have with non-playable characters, different small, don't want to call them AIs, but simple forms of intelligence that performs tasks or push back on players' interest as well, that need to navigate the world and have their own internal motivations, as seen in some of the decision trees that we have. Central to the project has been to construct a platform for the fostering digital commons. And this is a way in which we both share, like save and share knowledge between players, still in a centralized architecture. That's something that I hope to change in the future. And instead of really sharing meshes and geometry and form, we actually share a particular kind of timestamp data structure of actions that would allow players to fork and iterate of what other players have done, as opposed to really get a copy-paste mirror copy of what already exists within the game. Finally, multiplayer has been central to the creation of this project, not only to achieve and meet some of the expectations of our partners, such as Microsoft, but also to really enable a digital classroom, a digital space where we could actually engage in collaboration synchronously. Commonhood currently lives in the hands of thousands of players, many of which have documented publicly, and their experience engaging with the platforms, not all of them happy, I may say. Seeing in some of these kind of let's play videos in YouTube. But we've also kind of developed more kind of intimate sessions where we kind of like observe and recorded how a particular group of players, this is a part of an exhibition that we did in the Mac Museum in Vienna, where we documented how a group of players co-developed a neighborhood or kind of a site that we kind of orchestrated for, and the negotiation, this is a kind of a 4-hour session that was shrunk into like a 10-minute or 15-minute video, going back and forth on different ideas of what this kind of neighborhood might become. And as well, we continue to use this game as a form of public engagement, as seen in the kind of currently in exhibition in Harlem. I would like to transition briefly and to conclude to more recent work. There's been a reflection on both Blockhood and Commonhood of how their audiences, the relationship of audiences as public has always been perhaps as a passive users. So there was a kind of an interest from my part to really kind of create a much more intimate relationship between the development of a video game and development of a model with the community. So the Detroit at Play project, which was finished recently in winter, proposes a series of workshops and community engagement events that would allow high school students to kind of participate on the production of their own kind of games. And we produced 4 video games that you can find online as well. This was in partnership with colleagues at the University of Michigan, Ishan Singh, Tori Smith, and Salam Rita, as well as community partners such as Diversity in Design and the Boys and Girls Club of Southern Eastern Michigan. And really kind of trying to find what are the institutions that would kind of support. This is Michigan Central, and curator Lauren Ruffin really facilitated the possibility of exhibiting this work in a public setting. So Detroit at Play, it really thinks that co-development, it's a co-development initiative, really framing simulation as a medium of public engagement, not as a product, but rather as an open model to be co-produced through several sessions. These were two months of sessions in Detroit this past winter. Using an open source library was the methodology that we approach, one that would be open-ended and utilizing kind of the different interests of the high school students that participate in all these workshops in order to co-develop these video games. As you can see here, these are some of the part of a short documentary piece. It's a 10-15 minute documentary piece that we put together to document both the workshops as well as the exhibition. I want to give the stage a little bit to the kids from the workshop to share a little bit with you. And if we have audio, I think we tested this, so maybe they can introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is DeCarla. I am in 8th grade. I'm 14 years old and I attend SOAR Academic Institute.
My name is Emmanuel Henry. I am 14 years old. I go to E Prep Art and Design High School.
My name is Devin. I'm a student at Northwestern and I'm in 10th grade. I'm 15.
Hi, my name is Isis. I'm 17 and I am a senior at Detroit School of Arts.
Hi, my name is Tyler. I attend Pembroke Academy and I'm in the 8th grade and my favorite game is Call of Duty.
Video game is an arts. It's an amazing arts. And if it's done correctly, millions will like come to see it. But also if it's really good, it can be sensational. Like it can be generational. Like people will still be talking about like how how we still need GTA 6, right? Like we still waiting on GTA 6.
When people play my game, I want them to think of Detroit. I want them to think of how working together can make a big accomplishment.
The idea of the game is you collect scrap, so then you could make a window or a door or something. You can make a house, medium-sized parts, and you could also sell those medium-sized parts for just points.
Something real from Detroit that's found in our game is just the music scene. So for our game, the music that we stuck to is jazz music and hip hop music, which are two very prominent music types in Detroit.
It's a game representing Detroit art and the types of murals created in the city.
I chose Salvage because I thought it'd be really interesting, and it relates to Detroit because when you go around neighborhoods, a lot of houses are like boarded up and it's pretty deserted, so I thought it'd be like a really good idea considering that the game is based off Detroit.
This representing Detroit and representing one of the things that Detroit is known for, which I think or should be recognized more for, is definitely the hard work they put on the murals. Like, one thing that I want them to take away is like, if it's possible, like, okay, I want to go to Detroit and see some of these murals.
Yes, I think it's very important. Like, there's streets named after musicians. We have the Motown Museum, which is the start point of many great musicians.
Use those resources to make something. You could use some of those things to make a house. You could sell some of those things to make a door to sell.
I think that I like the cats and dogs part But I think it's just cool that we're salvaging stuff and then making it like new. So we're renewing things pretty much in a way.
Because I got to work with my two friends / partners to call on the manual. And the manual likes to try and be a leader when obviously I'm a leader. I'm a better leader than him. I just let him be leader sometimes. You know, it's clear who's the better leader between us. It's like, it's obviously me. And I'm the brains of the operation.
Hi.
So I wanted to leave that in just to kind of give a bit of a glimpse of the dynamics and many of the blind spots that often had to do with like the development or co-development of projects with this group of students in Detroit. The type of methodologies I mentioned was the development of a library that was agnostic. It was a resource management library that would allow students to really kind of add their own kind of meaning, and many of the ideas of the kids really kind of push in many directions the support infrastructure that we were developing. These were some tests that were developed by my University of Michigan students at the time, testing the library prior to its use with high school students, which kind of, without any kind of technical knowledge prior, students were very able to quickly create very simple simulations of waste management. They're all multiplayer simulations that they're locally engaging with, like basically simulating an architectural drawing, bringing some of their own kind of drawing skills into kind of a simulation framework that would allow them to kind of start kind of seeing how the dynamics between players was key for the growth of a particular neighborhood. Some of these projects had to do with waste management, and others had to do with gentrification dynamics. So in many ways, this is the cast of the whole workshop. I kind of found important lessons from the kind of unexpected directions that such a kind of engagement would yield, and like the question of who has a seat at the table, who participates in the construction of the digital models that help us create speculative infrastructures became central for this project. And quickly mention some of the video games, Detroit at Play, this is Detroit Custom Prize, and the team behind it, Art Alley, Let's Dance, and Junkyard Mayhem. All of these games could be found in each.io, and they're free to access them. Central to our interest was not only to develop these games and work with kids, but actually think that the public engagement could actually, the place setting in a way, would move away from the couch or maybe from the subway to kind of become a form of public engagement and a civic engagement. So we really wanted to ritualize play and design an installation that would allow us to kind of really open this conversation of demonstrating what the kids have been working on and open a dialogue with kind of larger public in the city. So this is some of the design of the exhibition at the Michigan Central building, attempting to, again, ritualize play and presenting a project in a public setting. Again, the project really at this stage tries to kind of bring together different communities. On the one hand, we have the students of Detroit at Play, their families, the public of Detroit, and together kind of interfacing a dialogue with an academic community that often doesn't have bridges or relationship with the way of thinking of the city with these constituencies. Some of the images of the installation as it was presented in the Michigan Central building. So to conclude, I would like to share an ongoing piece of work. This is the final project that I'd like to share with you that takes me very close to home. The Minga project, or more accurately, this is a name called for the house pulling Minga. It's a traditional ritual performed in the island of Chiloé in the south of Chile. And it's a cultural practice where community members collectively move a piece of infrastructure, such as a house or a church, from one location to another, embodying cooperation, mutual aid, and cultural identity. Minga, it's a long-standing tradition in Chile for reciprocal labor. And it became a central object of study for this final kind of project that I would like to share with you. These are some images of the different instances where this Minga event has occurred historically, and it's an event that it's gradually disappearing. The project learns from critical forms of reenactment, such as Jeremy Deller's reenactment of the Battle of Orgrave, that used the reenactment of the historical event with over 1,000 people. 200 of those were ex-miners and many ex-policemen. I believe that Deller's work materializes a form of enactment as a different form of cognition. In the words of Arturo Escobar, by linking cognition to experience, our authors lead us to an altogether different tradition, one that recognizes in a profound way that the world is not something that is given to us, but is something that we engage on and produce by moving, touching, breathing, and eating in it. Minga, it's a local multiplayer simulation for 4 up to 12 players, inspiring the traditional house pulling Minga ritual in Chiloé. And it's a site-specific video game that recreates, hopefully accurately, some of the social premises of this ritual. Players can take the role of humans or cattle in the simulation and become part of an assembly that had to work together to move this infrastructure. The catch is that such action, the action of relocating this piece of this house, cannot be performed alone. It's actually something that needs to be coordinated. Therefore, making Minga a form of social experiment of how cooperation emerges within a kind of a game setting. The friction between players is kind of the main mechanic. Understanding that the proximity of players in the room might yield different patterns of conversation, coordination, alliances, team building, and so on. The project builds upon a Jonas styled notion of political theater, considering the site-specific video game installations could become a form of political pre-enactment, or what we could call a form of training for the future, just to borrow Jonas' style framing. As a lab, we're working on enabling the simulation that captures some of the different actions that we have studied within the ritual. And here's kind of a early, rendition of how or playtesting session of the current simulation and stands. This was done in the University of Michigan. So thanks again to the TV Lab and Ishan Pal for its support for enabling these kind of playtesting sessions that have been instrumental to understand what this form of interactions can yield, and what are the kind of questions that we can start kind of obtaining out of these interactions. Observing the quantitative and qualitative data of engagement, what we have observed so far, there's several very specific phases that we can see throughout the kind of the simulation, and it often is recurring ones, which is there's a kind of a playful exploration of the game mechanics, understanding the simulation space, or the kind of the space of possibilities offered by the simulation. After a point, there's kind of a sharing of the understanding of such game mechanics among players in the room, as well as transferring that and transitioning to a form of coordination where we can see where teams start working together to execute the pulling of the house. Often this point is interesting because it comes, the volume of the room kind of comes down and it becomes very silent and very focused, so there's a kind of a shift of tone in gameplay. And often that it's kind of also punctuated by forms of correction where players help each other that might fall into a pattern that might not work, and they help each other to kind of correct and continue performing the action until eventually like a withdrawal or boredom, until a new kind of set of players kind of engages with the simulation. And here's some images of further tests that we've done so far. I hope these last 2 projects, just to conclude, set up a clear direction or kind of give some glimpse of what the kind of work that I'll be doing at Cornell Tech, questioning the settings and communities that might get involved in the development of speculative infrastructure for architecture and design, thinking both of the affordances of game and play as a form of public engagement and civic participation. So with that, I'll leave it there for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jose, for this amazing presentation. And it's really nice to see your project development progression from early project that is sightless and then to now is site specific. So for me, looking at your project development progression from early project to today's Minga and Detroit play is gradually giving this agency to the community, to the people who really participate to the platform and unleash the power of like architect to the communities. And that part, especially for the video from the children, is really nice to see people really engage in the process of you create for these digital infrastructures. And so, question.
Thank you, Jose, for the presentation. It's amazing. As a I would say as a fairly avid gamer myself, I've always been fascinated by the idea of game mechanics and systems, and it seems like there's a lot of exploration of that in the sort of social context. But one thing that I'm curious about is thinking about of course games like The Sims, right? These kinds of things, sandbox games where you can sort of experiment. But there's always kind of like the idea of the outliers, right? I remember in The Sims you would build a swimming pool and then have someone go in and then take away the ladder and they drown and right, this sort of stuff. So I'm really curious about when you think about how to, let's say, I don't know if it's deal with or think about breaking rules, since all of these are kind of systems that are set up in a certain way, and even the kids who are kind of constructing their own game mechanics. So how do you confront the issue of rule breaking, I guess, with the summary?
Yeah, should I repeat the question for the online audience? So the question, I believe, was how do we deal with rule breaking, right? I think that's an interesting question, and I think about this a lot, especially in professional projects that have a very kind of public audience, such as Blockhood, Commonhood. Game breaking sometimes becomes considered a bug, and you want to avoid that in some degree. Just because you can exploit the game. There's kind of many times like money glitches that people get infinite economy, so it kind of breaks the premise of the game. But at the same time, I'm fascinated by the kind of the moments of contingency where a game is played obliquely to the kind of the premise of the game, right? So in Bloom, maybe I didn't include some of those images, but I was always fascinated when players would actually bend the parts and kind of go beyond the intended connections of the unit. And in many ways, there's great books like Politics and others that explore how games are actually played in alternative fashions. So I'm kind of fascinated by that kind of cultural experience, right? So how do you do that in a way that embrace the kind of the weirdness that might emerge out of like an exploration? I think it's inevitable that if you create a rich enough possibility space or solution space for a game that it has kind of very strict rules, there's going to be forms of expression of players that might be unintended, right? So I think that I would consider that a success of a project that actually enables cultural expressions within the game, as opposed to just kind of trolling the game engine to kind of exploit the engine. So I would very specifically take an approach of patching the kind of exploitation of the engine, but very actively promoting rules that are hopefully open-ended enough. And we see that a lot with physics or kind of simulation mechanics that it's difficult to anticipate all the possible permutations. Therefore, players are the main means by which that possibility space will be explored. And I think that that's what most people find fun. I'm an avid player of all sorts of card games that kind of, if you kind of really start delineating the sub collections, it's impossible to predict all the possible combinations. And the optimization of patterns that emerges there has been kind of central. I kind of equate that process to design. And I think that we do that as architects, constantly. We kind of, in a way, figure out and kind of hack the system and kind of combine things in a different and interesting way. And I think that that's what I mean by information-rich patterns that yield negantropic processes, right? As opposed to kind of putting timber in the same old, repeated fashion, we kind of tend to kind of explore alternative kind of means of organizing those things. And I think that those propagate. So that's at the core of the research, is to kind of pursue those moments and kind of understand how to amplify that in a productive way.
The categorization of some of your work as alternative twin, to me at least, implies that sort of the twin of the real world. And I'm curious if implicitly or intentionally you create some sort of like feedback loop to learn or course correct what you have learned, for better or for worse, from these alternate realities, twins, gamifications, projects, etc., to practice, or if they're conceived more as conceptual projects. Is that built in? Is that incidental to the work? So for instance, did the salvage video game project in Detroit result in a community rethink around how resource sharing or salvage reuse, etc.?
Right. So I think that the short answer is that has been the curve, or the kind of the trajectory of my work since its inception. I think that the first video game, Blockhood, started with a very young version of myself promising that this was in fact going to happen. I remember just talking to press and thinking, well, the kind of the correlation, the dialogue between the simulation and its real world counterpart would be far tighter. But I kind of gravitated to kind of hopefully create a kind of a productive dialogue between a simulation that isn't try or pretend to try to kind of very accurately, maybe as a digital twin would do, to kind of engineer with extreme precision what we would actually have in the real world, but really kind of use the simulation and the permutation infrastructure of video games as a form of more than just narrative, but really kind of tinker with what if we would actually play this way, what if we would organize ourselves this way. Within Commonhood, there was a specific group of people working with the tiny house community, trying to kind of, and the game was very much inspiring that community as well, of how do you kind of take blueprints from Commonhood into the real world. And we want to support those communities. We want to continue expanding on that. But that doesn't mean that the blueprints of the game are exact replicas that you can actually today build, right? I would hope that we would get to that point, but I think that it's premature to suggest that correlation is exact. At the same time, I think when I mentioned protocols of governance, I think that it's much closer to us to simulate how we would kind of do management of resource and resource sharing, or kind of protocols of cooperation that might not require a geometrical counterpart. That's like the engineering of simulation. I think that we are developing projects that kind of are closer to real communities in that extent, and I'll be able to share those in the future. But that's where the project I think is going. It's kind of finding the relationship between this kind of simulation infrastructure and its capacity to echo and kind of facilitate speculation in a far more kind of visual and kind of a way we can tinker it in many ways, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. I had, for some reason I can hear. Okay. I had a question about maybe one of the later slides that you showed in relation to Minga and this player testing and this kind of timeline of interest to course correction to boredom. And I was a little bit curious about how you deal, or what for you might be the objective in kind of negotiating that boredom moment. So is the objective to keep it entertaining up until the point of completion? And how are you, so what's the objective is maybe the first question. And the second one is there some kind of social behavioral modification that you are trying to engineer into the players, or does the game kind of negotiate or have to be readjusted in order to fit into certain speeds of behavioral ways that we are, right? I just simply put like doom scrolling, is that sort of an aim, or is it more like learn how to meditate and kind of extend your attention span?
Yeah, I think you're picking up on very important issues. I think that if you really look at the body of work, like the Blockhood and Commonhood are big projects that really try to kind of offer a kind of a large solution space. Minga has a very, very small solution space. It's actually like a vector, like a house could be moving one direction, and you think that there would be a target point, like a reward of like we completed the task. It's actually an infinite game. It's actually, you never reach a point. So it reduces the solution space drastically. It reduces the tempo of the game drastically as well. It's actually really boring, right? And boredom, you could say it's pre-engineered because there is no kind of conclusion, right? It kind of plays against the notion of the reward that games have instrumentalized to create addiction, and there's a kind of a commentary socially of what a game can actually be. And there's so much time that you have, let's say, in a setting to play this game and eventually like say, hey, I have to move on, right? So I don't think it's pre-engineered. It's actually like the natural conclusion to a play session. And it kind of places more emphasis on the kind of coordination or encounters or misencounters of, I'm much more interested of when someone might bring someone else in the room to achieve this collective action, right? The kind of, protocols of software in a way that are not written within code, but need to be exercised through kind of voice and dialogue or kind of, and group building. So I think that there's a lot of kind of ideas in that project this is a very small project, and I intended to do a series of these kind of shorter form projects that have different takes on, yes, the gaming industry, the kind of manipulation of what interactive models can do, but at the same time, kind of this question of how does the emergence of cooperation, as studying like Robert Axelrod's The Evolution of Cooperation and different kind of game principles that yield, and how do we practice this idea of building for the future, this kind of empathy for team building and collaborative practices. So I think that it doesn't want to resolve and say this is the way you do it, but rather kind of instigate some of these questions that you're pointing out. Yeah. You can do it.
Thanks a lot. It was very fantastic. I mean, I love the work, and also I find there's a kind of latent humor kind of embedded in the games as well. And I know you said that we need to kind of look beyond how the games look like, but this is actually what I'm interested in from the angle of computer graphics. And this kind of if I see these the games that you've developed, if I relate them to something like SimCity, it feels a bit on a much more local scale, kind of a different approach altogether. But then just kind of in a lineage of games, SimCity comes out, I think, roughly within 5 years of when the first BIM model is invented, and there's a kind of latent aesthetics that is developed alongside it. And then I'm curious how all the games that you have developed, they have somewhat of a stock game engine look, and I'm sure it's not stock, but I'm curious, like when you're sitting with your 3D artists, when you're sitting down with all your team, what are the kind of discussions you're having as to how it should look like? Do you want it to be extremely expressive as to the mechanics of it? What is the angle on that?
Well, it's quite, I wouldn't say problematic, but we don't try to make it look stock. So if it looks like that, it's like, oh, you're killing me. So Blockhood, the aesthetic has been, I think, heavily calibrated. Like if you look at the Blockhood, it's a very diagrammatic, has all these playful colors, right? It really tries to index very quickly, like the colors are very, signify transitions between seasons, right? It tries to distinguish features of like different tiles, but also like, a whole series of design considerations. How do you make tiles that are not very recognizable as an entity, but rather kind of when you have multiple of them, they start becoming a field, or they kind of lose the kind of the clear grid sequencing that was in Blockhood case, and then achieving kind of different kind of differentiation of colors on different angles. There's a whole series of questions of legibility, similar with the UI interface, the contrast, or how do you kind of convey information. So we constantly iterate over that. In the case of commonhood, I think that it became much more clear that aesthetics and resolution, it's tied to capital and labor. So the resolution of the project had to kind of, it could never be photoreal, because we didn't have a budget for that, and we didn't have, like, it requires so many hours of labor and a team. We were a very small team. We were actually, at the core, like 5 people developing the project. So working within an engine for 5 to 6 years, the engines are also changing, right? So we were actually working for a long time on legacy, kind of like the game comes out in 2013, but we're working on like a version of Unity that is much earlier. So there's a kind of you might not be interested in this conversation, but I think it's rather interesting that a lot of the decisions, as much as you have an intention, they also have to mitigate a whole series of other kind of concerns that have to do with communication, have to do with the way in which we're trying to kind of signify a few things, but at the same time have to do with like how do you orchestrate a development cycle, like the amount of funding that we had available and so forth. So to the best of our ability, the project kind of captures all that, and in many ways I kind of still reflect on it as I wouldn't just go with all the geometry or all the kind of aesthetic that even in a demo, if I'm pitching a game, I might not put everything that I can do. I also kind of trying to orchestrate what is the kind of team support that I would be able to do, what is the kind of, it considers a series of other things. So I moved to a much more maybe photoreal type of project with Minga. I'm personally interested in the verisimilitude that a project might be able to have, and I wanted to pay respect to the kind of cultural ritual that it's kind of demonstrating. I didn't think that any form of cartoon or kind of simplification of that environment would do justice to the project. Therefore, the kind of photoreal kind of pursuit that is stuck and is using metahumans and is using this kind of already kind of found kind of body assets, but tries to kind of capture or starts to capture in its kind of early development. And this is a project that I'm developing kind of quite with a very small team myself and one assistant in University of Michigan so far. It tries to kind of get closer to photorealism, just because I think it kind of it's able to kind of establish a dialogue as a form of twinning and a digital twin that is different. So I think that in each project it changes. I'm fascinated by kind of what shaders can do, and I definitely want to pursue projects that move away from photorealism, and I think that's kind of the ultimate pursuit of the project. But the kind of the aesthetic and kind of visual layer, certainly as a communication layer, it is certainly central to the work we do. So you'll hopefully see more iterations on different versions in different projects.
They all look beautiful. It's funny. So I'm a big fan of Zelda, and then when Breath of the Wild came out, I was already looking forward to the next one. Comes out 6 years later, the next Tears of the Kingdom, I think, and it's exactly the same.
Right.
I mean, it's a completely different game, and it's a masterpiece, of course. But then there's this kind of idea that there's a continuity, there's a kind of sensibility that sustains it all. Super Mario as well, Dark Souls as well, like they all have this kind of very specific aesthetics that it becomes more important to stay consistent rather than picking up the next newest thing, like Call of Duty, etc.
Yeah.
They're shitty games, but they look great.
Just to add a point, and I think that this has been some advice, or like I've been in conversation with colleagues that are also trying to pitch a game to kind of a publisher or go to industry. You could have a very complex and beautiful looking prototype. That doesn't mean that you might be able to kind of published that ultimately as a, and this happens to video games all the time. Like many games have been attacked by audiences because they don't look like the trailers, they don't look like what they're promising. So I think that having some awareness of the kind of your computational budget, your kind of amount of hours that you want to also, like the kind of labor practices, like the way the studio kind of operates. We don't take like free internships or anything like that. I think that those things kind of play a role into the aesthetics of what you could achieve, right? We might be able to do a one-off image or a very short trailer of something looking quite different, but that doesn't mean that that project might be able to reach an audience in a STEAM kind of, or reach kind of the public in a kind of in the way in which we've done so far. So I think that those questions become, have been more important for me to pursue. This is a game that you can download, that you can play, that you can just engage with the public, as opposed to be a project in a portfolio that we just kind of sit and argue for a game engine type of project. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Marcel. Because of time, we are going to move to the next speaker, and I believe there is more question in the audience. We can continue the conversation for the rest of the day. And so, so now I'm going to introduce our third speaker. Okay, so the first two speakers kind of using the game engine as a way to filter the information or reconstruct a duplicate reality to incentivize this engagement with the participant, with the environment data. And now our third speaker is going to present another topic using AI as a way to create this intelligent environment. So Carla Saldanha-Ochoa, her topic is expanding the space of possibilities, creating intelligence environment, and then the role of AI in architecture. And Carla Saldanha-Ochoa is a tenure-track assistant professor in the School of Architecture at the University of Florida and a faculty affiliate at the AI2 Center, the Center of Latin American Studies, and FIBER. She directs the AI in Architecture Graduate Certificate Program and oversees the Share Lab, a research group focused on developing projects that leverage interaction between artificial intelligence and human intelligence, applied to enhance creativity in architecture design and create tools to analyze big data of urban phenomena. At University of Florida, Carla works with digital twins, which she defines as intelligent environments, focusing on how this technology is applied across various scales, from building to citywide infrastructure. She collaborates on international projects in Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Mexico, and Ecuador. Carla is an Ecuadorian architect and coder with a Master of Advanced Study in Landscape Architecture and a PhD in Technology in Architecture from ETH Zurich. Her PhD research focuses on integration of artificial and human intelligence to achieve accurate and agile response to natural disaster, utilizing a multi-model fusion approach for machine learning inference. So let's welcome Carla to the stage.
All right. Well, welcome all, and thank you for staying until the end of this presentation, or the end of this panel. And as Jimmy introduced me, I'm Carla Saldanha. I'm an Ecuadorian architect and working with AI for the last 7 years. and today I'm going to talk about towards intelligent environments, expanding the space of possibilities. And before I move forward to some ideas and projects or research that I'm conducting, I want to first present my brain on how I think about developing these intelligent environments. And I think of them as this virtual representation of physical objects or systems that have this potential to revolutionize the way that we interact with the physical world. And they can help us be more efficient, cost-efficient or cost-effective, and build these sustainable environmental models to design, to construct, to simulate, and to do management of these physical assets. But I think in order to develop these intelligent environments, we have to have a cohesive pipeline or framework that builds theory, technical development, and physical applications. So I've tried to line up these 3 different lines of research. So I see, and I'm going to talk through them as I show you some of my ideas of how can we develop them. The first one is on the theoretical realm. So here we want to ask what makes this intelligent environment, and what is the difference between where we already have these ontological models or these reductive models like BIM or GIS to this intelligent environment, and what makes it intelligent, right? So if we look at the history of computation, we see that we've gone into this wild movement of decentralization from monofunctional machines to a world of application. So we've gone from one computer, many people in 1943 to one person, one computer in 1974. And today we have this one person, many devices. And all of them are collecting data, right? They are collecting data of our daily life, of our interactions with the web, and so on. The second movement, the one in 1970, changed our mechanical point of view from the previous one from the Industrial Revolution, which was more like an object, to a networked one. And this change of view allowed us to have practices that instead of having limited resources, now we can access a lot of information or big data to enrich our work. And thanks to this data, today, we have this also a lot of technology development that happened is that we created these AI algorithms that are based on machine learning processes, which are learning from the data that was created. The question that I have here, right, is what will our world look like? What's the next revolution that we're envisioning in 2050? And I want to make a guess, and I will invite all of you to also make the same, try to guess or try to answer this question. And I think I envision that we can perceive our world as an interconnected, intelligent environments at various scales that can help us explore possibilities, provide timely information for decision-making, or contribute to solving some of the big environmental projects that we are faced in the physical environment, like weather-related hazards and different phenomena that we are experiencing. And I think in order to talk about these intelligent environments, we need to develop some technical implementations. And that's when it comes to the next branch of this holistic idea of intelligent environments. Creating intelligent environments means that we need to develop models, right? And here I always talk about playing models as a way that all the implementations that we have built throughout the years of practice and research, like for example, 3D environment creation, we have information models, we have data translators, we have AI models, all of them need to be all utilized in order to create these intelligent environments. And so for example, the 3D environments, they need to be enriched with information relevant at the scale that we're gonna be working on. So for example, we see that advanced computer graphics and modeling methods allowed us to create highly detailed 3D environments, and this is the case of BIM models. But other methods like encompasses this procedural modeling that you have some certain rules, and based on survey data, you can create an environment. Or we have the one that is also widely used based on images like photogrammetry, and I'm just giving you some softwares that I use to create these models. But right now, there has been a progress into using machine learning to create these environments. And that's this one over here. That's a model that a lot of you may have been used to create 3D models through images. And I want to emphasize on that one corner, because we know that the other models, right, we have the beam or the semantic modeling that takes a lot of time. We have the photogrammetric model that it has a lot of texture, highly texturized models, but they are not, it's really hard to combine the data that a beam model has or a GIS model has into this highly textured model, because they are a complete mesh. So what I'm saying, right now, we've created all of these data sets that are from different cities. And they're representing this physical environment. The question that I have is, how can we keep maintaining this big data set that if it took, for example, a year to recreate a city, how will you make decisions if a city evolves every second, every minute? So we need to be fast enough if we want to create these intelligent environments of cities, for example. What I'm proposing right now is that why don't we start creating a model that is as fast as the city that we are living in. And how to do that, and this is the work that I'm collaborating with colleagues at UF from computer graphics and also from planning, is to utilize these unique buildings to create a training data that will mimic what a drawn imagery look like. So for example, here you're seeing the previous building, and we replicate the same camera angle, the same perspective and distances to the buildings from a drone to create a data set of thousands of buildings to train a new transformer to be able to generate 3D environments. The thing is that in the environment, you don't only have buildings, but you have vegetation, you have infrastructure. So imagine having at your disposal all of these different, very fast machine learning models to recreate physical environments. But why do we need them to be in that condition, right? It needs to be highly semantic, it needs to be a 3D semantic texturized model. Why do we need them? Because I think in order to create intelligent environments, they need to be intense, which is embedding and visualizing rich, multidimensional data sets. It needs to be immersive, which allows to enhance user experience and perception. It needs to be interactive, which is enabling dynamic user engagement and real-time systems feedback, and interconnected. And this is really important, and it's tied to the question that we just listened before, this bidirectional data connection. It needs to establish this two-way link between the physical and the digital in order to affect either of them. So we talk about 3D models, right? That's one of the models that we're playing with in order to create these intelligent environments. The next models are these, what I call informational models. And so we can have, I will present to you an example. I'm trying to create a digital twin of a city to help create climate resilient solutions. So here, in order to answer this question, I need to look at the different information models that a city contains. So for example, I need to look at the environmental information models, I need to look at the network information models, I need to look at the building information models, and I need to look at the citizen information models. The list that I have listed here, they are not holistic, not complete, but they are trying to grasp in one take what will be the need, what will be the information needed to enrich this intelligent environment. And not only that's important, but also be able to develop a aggregation technique that allows to, as you're shifting scales, the data is being aggregated meaningful, not only based on the features that you use from the information models, but on the geographic closeness that they have in the city. Because usually, when you think about digital twins, you want them to be used as I like what you, Jose, you said about technical objects. They need to be technical, but they also need to be something that we can work with. And in this case, at the scale of the city, you should use them to make planning or make policies in a manner that represents the problem that you're trying to model, right? Information models. Next models. These are what I call model translators. And we've known that there are advancements in computer science that led to these physical simulators that can predict different phenomena and also predict or simulate different phenomena. But we also have right now something called surrogate models, which are also used to create the simulation faster. But the problem with those models that are simulating phenomena or physical phenomena is that usually their output cannot be directly interpretable into these intelligent environments. So when I talk about model translator, is how do we build protocols that we can take the output of these highly mathematical, complex physical models into platforms that allow to have an accurate representation of these very, in this case, flooding, environmental hazards, in order to help make decisions in the future. So build these models. Within these model translators, we also have, for example, I forgot to play the videos, but this is Jimmy's work, by the way. Thank you, Jimmy. So in this line of model translators, I think we have to talk also of the ways we interface with these environments, and of course also Jimmy's work, to think about platforms like XR to be able to be on site and then have ability to have to play with these information models that I just showed you before and experience different scenarios testing. And then how to do it in a closed room, but also creating platforms that are widely open and usable, so develop these web-based applications. So I talked about 3 models right now. I'm gonna move to the ones that I find it interesting to talk and maybe more developed. So we talked about 3D environments, information models, model translators, and now we're gonna talk about AI models. And these AI models, we've witnessed throughout the last 2 years that before AI was understood as these highly data-dependent silos. So you have computer vision for images, you have natural language processing with text, you have robotics, hardware, software, and then you have, for example, expert systems, which were like degenerative tools. But right now, we're witnessing these multimodal data fusion models, and we're seeing that machine learning has almost overtaken the new narrative of AI. So with that, maybe we can start thinking of what will be the interesting AI models that we can build into these intelligent environments. So I am going to show you some of the projects that I've worked on that I think could be an interesting way of navigating the space. So to create a multimodal fusion model to link images and text in order to find references of previous or historical events and curate your data set to work on the environment. This is also like a very almost these algorithms are already developed, which means that we don't necessarily have to develop them from scratch. So leveraging semantic segmentation models to be able to identify, in the case of flooding, what elements on the built environment will be at risk. And then, for example, another idea that I have is that we could develop pipelines to optimize resources. So in this case, we developed an algorithm to recognize and classify type of fruit trees for food security. So when a disaster happens, the first thing that you want to know is where your food is. And then if you're able to have very quick density map that is telling you where are the resources located, then we can develop these optimization models to either define paths to harvest them in the quickest, type of trees that you want to harvest, roads that you want to avoid, and in that way you can create a small simulation of events and then see what will be a course of action to take. So another, this is very explorative, so I believe you're gonna be DC. So generative algorithms, and I just want to kind of bring a theoretical framework, or at least what I'm currently thinking how to leverage them into these intelligent environments. So we know that these diffusion models, the diffusion happens after multiple steps, right? And these steps are, so if you slice this model, every single layer of the 1,000 layers that you have, it does contain an array that eventually becomes to the latent space, and then it is generated to the final output. for me, what is interesting to think is that the diffusion models right now are something I call human aligned, which means that they are always trying to generate what we think we want. So if we say we want a house, we have an idea of a house, and then the generative model generates the house. But if you think that if these models are human aligned, they may be constrained to only show us the things that we want to see, and we're not leveraging all its power, or not power, but all its intelligence, because there may be ways of in-between concepts that could arise by words that we may not know yet. So I think for me, what is interesting is not the final outcome, but is the in-between possibility space that I call. So I tried this quick exercise. So what you're seeing at the center of at the center of the grid, that's the image, that is the final output of a diffusion model. And I sliced the layers up to, let's say I used a prompt with 4 words. So, and then I wanted to see how these 4 words converge into the final image. And for me, it wasn't really important to see the final result, but it was actually to see what was around the final result, so I can find this in-between space and really leverage what I think this could be used for. So in another example, other 4 words, and then also try to see what is going on here. Right? With these, you can start really playing with other ways to interpret what you try to say and think, and then use this as a narrative to explain a project. So these images can then be curated into a narrative process that help you define what could experience of a site be if you're not constrained to the final, very beautiful image that you have through these diffusion model algorithms. So I said that for creating intelligent environments, there must be this technical development. So I just quickly show you 4 of the different models that we have to play with in order to create this intelligent environment. The other thing that I want to talk about is that intelligent environment for me is almost the end step of a continuum that I see of environments. So I think we've seen really good applications of environments that are representing existent content. So this is about creating geometrical or highly representative of phenomena or physical infrastructure. So that I will call a existent environment or a descriptive virtual environment. Then you have another one that I call the status or the informative environment, which is another layer of complexity from having this representative 3D environment plus this data layer where the information models come in. The next one, I call it a predictive environment, which allows you to have these AI simulations of physical environments embed. And then the next one, I call it this intelligent or comprehensive environment, which is leveling or leveraging every single implementation of the different continuums of these virtual replicas. So to move on, I have compiled 3 videos about different applications at different scales where I tried to develop these intelligent environments for tasks that are not designed, but are really into, for example, at the scale of the city, climate adaptation. At the scale of the building, is facility management, and at the scale of the landscape is exploration of the environment. So, just to tell you a little bit, University of Florida has invested several resources into developing AI curricula, not only in teaching but also in research, and there is investment as well into these projects like digital twin development or what I call intelligent environments. Right now, these are the projects that I'm working on, but I'm going to show you only 3 of them, and they span on these different scales. So we have scale of the city, like the intelligent hospital. How can we recreate the environment for patients to come before they so patients to experience the site before they are actually there? Can we keep track of the medicine in the pharmacy? Can we keep track when do we have to refill specific medicine based on the data that you have in the model? Or how can you work with facility managers to help them not go to go only to events that are worth going to check the building for? At the scale of the neighborhood, we're building all, most of the work that I show you with the 3D environment creation is invested into that scale because we want to be able to control first this technological development and then apply it into a particular project, and then the JAX Twin, which is a very ambitious project that is trying to create the digital twin of Jacksonville in Florida. At the scale of the landscape, I think one of the constraints that we find is that landscape has, the representation is really hard to digitally capture because the buildings are geometrically, sorry, this is like in automatic, geometrically straight, let's say, but the trees are not. So the way that we're thinking of like a landscape is to be able to use other techniques that right now we are we're pausing this project to give space for the buildings, but in landscape we want to develop that. And then some of these are explorations that we've done through these space of possibilities that I show you with the diffusion models, because I think landscape allows this freedom of experience and more than having concrete elements, which later we'll do, is to, for example, here was to imagine how will you feel. You will prompt the algorithm, it will give you these images, you will create your atmospheric feeling, and then you will go and design these on. And we use, of course, I was just talking to Hadin that most of the projects that I do, I use game engines, but it's more like for a visualization and exploration mode rather than as a tool for design. And I really want to build that in the future exploration that I have. So to go into like a much more applied project, so this is the JAX Twin. And the JAX Twin is a collaborative effort between the College of Medicine, the College of Engineering, the College of Design, Construction, and Planning, and is to model a city. And so what you're seeing here is about 32,000 buildings across Jacksonville, and we utilize this point cloud model and the 3D environment semantic modeling generation. But what it offers is that you can correlate different or several systems, including flood visualization and the interaction with the built environment. So here, for example, what we're doing is this building reacts to whether it's going to be flooded or not. And so you can really have this dynamic user feedback of when you're interacting with the model. We can also integrate additional data like transportation data, which could also be part of these information models depending on the question that you have. The third project, this is less fun, but I think it's getting to a point where we can find a direct use to these intelligent environments, and this is for facility managers. So we had a grant from the Office of Research because the university campus has about 2,000 buildings. It's like a small city, and they want to be able to know when do they have to go and optimize resources. So we pitched the idea that we want to leverage Omniverse, which is a new NVIDIA platform for this 3D exploration, and bring a connection with the supercomputer that they have, so we can house the sensor data coming from the buildings on the supercomputer and then directly apply those into Omniverse. And we did some use cases. So the first thing that we did is how do you read this data and visualize it in a way that is not just a table or a pie chart. And so we are reading now temperature data from a room, and then the way that is being visualizing the environment is by changing the color depending on the reading that you have real time. Of course, this may be it's not as exciting, but I think it has future into how do you use these sensors or these IoT networks and visualize the data in meaningful ways. We also are running simulators, like for example, Energy Plus, that helps us understand the energy consumption of the building, and it provides a report that we can, anytime that we have a new input from the sensors data, we run the report, and then we know or catch the anomalies in the system, so we can recommend the facility managers to go and check. And then another case study is the construction monitoring phase. So we have low-tech hardware to monitor a site, And then we bring this hardware into Omniverse, and we check it with the beam model that we have already from the building. And this is building a historical layer of different progress in the construction. So you can check, for example, change in volumes of construction or change in decisions as you go. And so all of these, it's embedded into this data set that we're building on our in the supercomputer. The third scenario, this was also like a quick exercise, is to like run some stressors on the building, like fire, and then have students try to decide how to navigate the building and then define whether there were guides or if you could exit the building on time. So this was some, let's say, playful ways of finding case studies so we can pitch this idea. So to do this for every single building in our campus. So we've published some articles about intelligent environments, digital twins, machine learning models, and I just want to acknowledge some of the collaborators and the support that we get. So I work closely with industry partners, with NVIDIA, Siemens, Autodesk, Immersive, and Mark III, institutions at the different colleges around the University of Florida, and then also I do have projects that are being worked in parallel at TU Munich and University of Hong Kong. So I am the director of the Share Lab. A lot of the work that I show you is in collaboration with everyone that is in our group. So the Share Lab is a spatial, human-centered, artificial intelligence research and experimentation. Very long title for just saying we work with AI. And the way that we work with AI is we see it as a two-sided. I think AI, when it's used as an instrument, can help empower creativity, and AI, when it's used as a tool, is good for social good. So I find these two differentiations, like the difference between tools and instruments, to be very relevant in the way that we work with artificial intelligence, because instruments like a violin, a pen, or a piece of paper really output something masterful if the one playing is as masterful as the instrument. But tools like a hammer or a motor really does not require that level of sophistication to produce a reliable result. So when you have problems with the social good, you need a tool that is precise and try to be optimal. And when you are trying to do creative work, you may want to have an instrument that is more like a collaboration to create. So right now, I'm about to finish. This is my last slide. Just want to give you a little bit of like what's going on in my life. I've been a professor since 2021, and there are several projects, but they have been kind of merged into 4 main projects that I'm working on. The first one is, how do we do this big data analysis for designers? How do we teach this in a design school? And how can we use AI to augment creativity? That's one of the things that I'm doing in my design studio. So I'm working as well with generative artificial intelligence for developing structurally informed 3D models. Right now we can generate 3D models, but what will be helpful is that we can know that they are structurally stable or structurally sound. How can we build that generative tool? And then I show you today the work that we're doing with digital twins or these intelligent environment applications. And then the other thing that I'm really also torn to, just because of my PhD, is this idea of joining spatial features in the case of medical health or disaster response to aid in public health responses. So I thank you.
Thank you, Carla, for sharing your research and teaching in experimenting how to design this protocol for the intelligence environment. So now we are just open for the questions, if there's any.
Thank you so much. We talked a little bit about some of your work last night, and I see you're also wearing your meta glasses, which will fold into this comment/question. And I was really interested in your Omniverse project and that kind of the potential for the smart building. And I come at that in a way, my husband's obsession for which in my view has been stupid all the time. He removed all the light switches, he removed any kind of on-off facility for most things that would, you normally anticipate that. So unless you had your phone, you're really powerless, literally. I mean, I remember standing once like, I've lost all the power in my house because I couldn't find my phone. And so there's the kind of, I guess, relationship between the technology and the usability. And I think the kind of Omniverse project has just such incredible potential. And I was just looking at the date of Wired magazine wrote an article in 2019, or it was the cover, which is like AR is sparking a kind of global mirror world, and the issue is called Mirror World. And we were talking last night about the previous iterations of these kind of smart glasses, and all of these fears going around 5 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever the next kind of iterative of these lenses comes out, and everyone's freaking out about being in a bar with someone who's recording, which you also did last night. And I remember when we were building the library, talking to the contractors, like, yeah, we're going to use these VR lenses and AR kind of tools to locate all of the structural systems three-dimensionally, and then they just had guys on ropes, pinning this stuff down manually. And so there's that relationship between the sort of like really incredible ambitions and visions of the technology, and then the reality that it sometimes or often becomes too complex to apply. And so I'm just wondering, because I think the project is genius, in part because Paula and I were like freezing 2 hours ago, and if I had access to this like spatial model, I would have like pinged somebody in who had Omniverse access and be like, can you move the room's temp up 2 degrees? What do you think is the sort of real timeline potentially for a kind of smart system like this that would have overview of a building or a campus? I come out from UCLA as well, where if we want to do any kind of maintenance or building, it's probably going to take 6 months just to get any kind of approval. So it seems to have an enormous amount of kind of organizational, bureaucratic, sort of holistic campus possibility. But like, where's the threshold between like just the things we're used to doing and kind of taking on board these tools in a fundamentally meaningful and productive way? What is that?
Okay,
What's
let me.
what do you think the real timeline potentially could be?
I will repeat the question. So, based on what I presented, which is this envisioning smart buildings, or this idea of, or like smart buildings, what's the timeline of these being implemented in our daily life? So I think that we are already there. What we don't have yet is the ability to customize per user or per stakeholder request. So you're saying, in the case of I'm freezing, I'm sitting in this room, I would like this to be, temperature up. But then the facility, the university president wants to reduce expenses, and he will not like to change because changing temperature every hour will increase this much, an electricity bill thing. So I think we have the technology to get to that level. I think we have to develop the specific user interfaces to react to the environment in a cohesive and as well meaningful way. So if you're a user, there should be a way that you can access to the model and also be able to change. And then this model doesn't need to be approved by the president, but kind of has already inbuilt rules about how much degree of freedom you have to make decisions of a room. Because imagine you say, I'm cold, I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm hot. So the whole thing is just never, it's a DC and doesn't know what to do. I put this timeline of 2050 just because I see, and I want to see what's the next 20 years. I want to think about the next 20 years. And I don't know if we will have these platforms developed by 2050, but I think we will know how these platforms look by then. Maybe that's an answer. I don't know if it could count as an answer, but I will stop there.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. presentation, of course. I really enjoyed to see the ways in which AI models have been used to map out buildings in depth, and particularly speaking on the same concept of being able to interact with the environment. I really like the idea of creating a tool that sort of merges that aspect of having a full concept of the building as well as being able to interact with your surroundings. So I guess my question is for this specific tool, I know that, for example, the architecture building at UF, it can be very confusing for many students. So I think that it would be interesting to integrate a sort of almost like orientation style agent that facilitates a walkthrough of the environment, as since there is a clear mapping of each individual building and there would be sensors within each room to create an almost like interactive way through XR methods to allow the user to step through each building and maybe be followed by some AI virtual agent that facilitates the exploration. So this would also remove the middleman in many scenarios, which is having to hire someone to guide an orientation through a building, but instead having an encompassing environment led by an agent through some kind of XR environment that can dictate and explain everything in the surroundings, because even though it is clear that you can walk around and you can see the different rooms, I think it would facilitate to have some kind of guidance as to what each room details and what the purpose is. I guess, in short, I'm trying to see if there's any room for some kind of virtual agent implementation for these models, building models, to sort of facilitate the explorative nature of the tool.
And thank you for the question, Reggie. He works also with me. We work together, let's say. I think there is already these agent-like characters, and I'm just playing this intelligent environment because the whole hardship, like the whole, why did the hospital was modeled up to the detail of the handrail on the door, was to be able to have this like experience before you go to the doctor. And then you will have a nurse that will explain you the procedure while you are in this virtual environment, and will tell you, like you will have a GPT embedded into the nurse, so you can ask follow-up questions on your procedure. So you can talk like the whole night before, the whole day after. Like you can have these as your pocket doctor, like for just to ease your way to your appointment. I think I see the difference between the way that the intelligent hospital was conceived as these like more user-based, like we're going to replicate, we're going to model the environment. The environment has no data, so we don't know the brand of the chair, or we don't know how many tables we have. We're not caring about that, but we're caring about building these agents, these intelligent agents for interaction. But the difference between this project and this one of the building itself is that this building has it's highly information dense. So we have information about every element, and we get sensor data from the lights, from the AC system, from many other embed sensors in the building. So the question here, I mean, you can always say, why don't have both? But right now we're looking at that, and in a follow-up project, we're thinking about bringing this AI agent for different questions. Like students that are coming to class, they want to navigate their campus. How do they go this place, and like help them with their scheduling of rooms and things like that. So I think it is possible. It's just that it requires a lot of people, and we don't have this many people.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. Maybe it's a two-parter question, I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see. So, I don't know if you're familiar with this short story by Luis Borges called On Exactitude in Science.
Yes.
For those who don't know, it's the story of a map maker who continuously increases the resolution of the map that he's making. So eventually, the map that he produces is literally at the scale of the city. And I'm wondering, in your case, with this digital twinning, at what moment is the resolution enough? Or at what moment have you, is there a moment where, what is the, how much data wants to be integrated? But then there's a second part to the question. But if you want to answer that one.
Yeah, I can, because, so the idea of only having one map is something that I would like to avoid, right? I think we should have as many maps as data allow, and as many models as maps we have, right? More than maps. I have this, I'm fascinated about this question because my PhD is about map and models, and it quotes Borges. So, but to go back to when is enough, and I think one of the developments that we're doing with these information models that I presented here briefly is this idea of minimal units of data aggregation, and that defines the level of detail that a different scale should have. Like, for example, at the scale of the building, the detail depends on the question that you're trying to solve. Like, if it is about facility management, the level of detail should be the assets itself. You need to know where they are, and then they need to be connected to the physical environment. And that's the minimal unit of data aggregation are assets itself. If you go to the level of the city, you don't need to know how many lamps a building has, but you need to know that the building has a roof, how many doors and windows. For example, in Jack's Twin, or in a project that we're working with campus resiliency, we need to know the material of the walls and whether the building is elevated or not, and whether there is the topographical ground and permeable and impermeable surfaces, because we're going to work with flooding. So I think for probably the minimal unit of data aggregation could be the building. So everything is going to be aggregated at that level. But then if you go to the city scale, probably the building is not meant for policy making, but then you need to define what's the unit of aggregation. Right now in policies, you use the zip code or the census tract units, but they are not representative of problems that the city has. So how do you define a relevant unit of data aggregation that is responding to the question? And here, for example, these maps here are just doing that. So when I'm saying the different zoom levels, this is creating new units depending on how you're zooming in or zooming out of the city scale. And I have not answered the question there.
Yeah, no, that answered it perfectly. Thank you. But then the second part of the question was, so on the question of the flooding, it's obviously super important, like the impacts that would have in terms of life saving and so on. And I was a little bit curious about how far back down the chain of the prediction model you might be able to go, or in the 2050 vision might you want to go. So for example, the flood is the consequence of something that then is the consequence of something, right? So yeah, maybe that's the question there.
So because I'm not a modeler, I'm not an engineer, we rely on highly computational expensive models, like the one that you're seeing on the left. This is the output of a flooding model that is taking oceanographic data, environmental data, and existing sensors data on the shorelines. So it is a very complex and very detailed model that, though it predicts flooding outputs, still it requires a lot of computational power. Like the problem that we have, and then you'll see in this video, is that the output for that model to be able to compute in 15 days, it will only compute of the scale of 50 by 50 meters. So and 1 feet in a 50 by 50 meters makes no difference. So what we're like, I think probably there is work with the surrogate models to expedite the simulation process that I see will be here almost. But I think I still believe that people don't pay attention to this translation moment, because we do have research on that end. Like engineers, like modelers in engineering know this very well. But the way that when you bring that into an environment, there is a very complex process that you need to figure it out in order to make it accessible, immersive to the environment. So I think we are already there, but this is the part that we don't know yet. Or we are trying to get to know that better.
And maybe just the last follow-up question on that one is, how important is the visual fidelity to maybe a more abstracted representation?
So I like switching slides, but this is the slide that for me it's kind of, I call it intelligent environment with 4 eyes. So I put here like this idea of immersion as being important when you're creating these intelligent environments for decision making. And I'm just making these narrow down for related to natural hazards, because it is not about designing a house in a beautiful field, like a beautiful mountain. This is designing a house for a specific hazard related event. So I think immersion is relevant for that case study, because you always have this answer when there is someone that lost their house, is that I didn't expect this. Like that's the first answer. Like we never had been flooded, so therefore we didn't act. So I think for for this case study, it really needs to be as close as possible to reality. But of course, for other case studies, I don't see the need to invest into that line. But I think for this, that's my answer.
Hey, Carla.
Hi.
I think that what's interesting, or what I'm thinking about, is that, and then we work together on different things too, that like, it seems like there's a kind of human question behind this, all of this, right? Because you just said, a lot of this is to support decision making. I know the projects with Jeff Fiber are about communicating, right? The sort of effects of flood, right? And many of us have been to airports, places where the restrooms have that like little LCD panel where you say how satisfied you are with your bathroom experience. I don't know how many of you actually do that thing. Right? But or even the sort of discussion about the temperature in the room is ultimately comes down to like, what do we decide to do with the data and kind of communicate, right? Because behind all this, ultimately there's a sort of human decision that has to happen with it, right? And or eventually if we can codify it in a way that's, I don't know whether it's like actually about equitability, or because I know, like in my case, for example, me and my wife have drastically different temper ranges that we're comfortable with, right? And so sort of negotiating that in a way, and even to kind of the notion of how we apply, sort of AI methods to design is about the kind of decision making process. And I think the sort of broader question is actually where with all these tools and data, right? That let's say you have also kind of created and constructed. Like I think that there's a sort of jump in the gap of basically connecting it back to the human or the decision maker or the designer or the person. I think, and I'm curious about what you think about that.
I think thank you for the question. The question is about how do you decide who makes the decision, right, using this technical object. I think what makes sense is to, even before start working on a project like this, have a clear understanding of the user and what you're trying to solve, at least like to constrain your information models. Because I don't think you can be complete. Like you cannot model a whole entire environment and try to ask any question. I think trying to be general from the very beginning, it doesn't take you anywhere. So for us, it depends on the scale and depends on what's the physics that we're modeling. Because I think in the intelligent environment, the idea of having data-intensive 3D environment, immersive, then you have physical modeling, and then also this ability to bring these AI models based. So these really depends on who will make the decisions or who is going to be using this and what's the problem that you're having. So I don't, for example, for the building, we already know that this is for facility managers. And we can leverage all the effort that we did on building the digital twin, but think of another user, like, for example, students. So that should be a different set of data that you will see, they will see or they will interact with than facility managers. And then in the case of the JAX twin model, we always thought of as policy makers. So these are like the people who have power in making lives easier or harder, but sometimes they lack the ability to understand space. So sometimes the idea of consensus making, when you show them a map, someone is thinking of it in a way that is different than the other one, than the other, than the other one. In creating a tool that allows to have this consensus making, then probably they can make decisions in understanding everybody's. Exactly.
Can I build up on that? I think that this is a really fascinating conversation, which it's still the question, I still have the question of what about those kind of uncomfortable questions that the model might be able to answer, but might not want to answer. It kind of harkens back to the question that Bucky Fuller had to, how much does your building weigh, right? There might be that the model can tell us a few things, but maybe some users will be restricted to ask certain questions. I wonder, from this perspective of the public access, right? Would you imagine a version where all questions could be asked to the model, or there's certain questions that are kind of assert a certain truth, right? A certain kind of fact making that kind of would make it smart, and there may be some questions that could be, forbidden or kind of not allowed.
I think this goes back to this interface making, and I don't we have these conversations with the information team, like the IT department from our university, is that we are very scared that this will leak information to people who would like to harm us. So we should restrain this to only these many, users. And then facility managers need to have a greater extent of available, to see more things than students, but then faculty. So I think right now, it probably for these applications, modeling the stakeholder needs is one of the first goals, right? Because yes, sometimes you as a student want to know a bit more, but this depends on the privacy issues of the whole institution. So if you were, I don't know how to answer this other than to say, sadly, you cannot let the freedom on applications like this because of privacy issues. But if this was something that was more explorative, probably you would like to enhance this, break it, or use it in a different way than it was planned, just to see what's the limits of what you can do with this.
Thanks for the talk, Carla. As always, insane amounts of projects, it's always nice to see how these things are going about. I'm just thinking, and this came from recently looking at, the new GPT-5 and introduced with Sam Altman and this and that, and then somehow they're talking about, okay, now the internet will be accessed through these models, right? And then you will just go through them, so they become a kind of middleman, and then there will be more middlemen and more middlemen and so on and so forth. And the US is kind of like that. You have your insurance, and then you have a broker for your insurance, and this broker has a consultant, and this consultant has a secretary, and this and that. And it's a kind of massive, kind of weird, invented economy, right? It's cascaded economies where everybody seems to be making money somehow. And also related to this Borges story, where the model, where the map eventually it breaks consolidate models, right? That they could have a lot of these modalities, they could have any kind of media, and they would bring things together. But what seems to be happening is that they're just becoming more and more and more models, nested, cascaded, and so on and so forth. It has massive economic kind of consequences, and also complications. So it's not complex anymore, it's just pure complications, right? And there are very few protocols that can actually communicate in between models. So and this is a kind of sudden thought. I'm just wondering if this is really what's happening now. You know, it's not about consolidation at all. It's about selling a new model every day, you know, making money out of that without ever addressing the problem at hand somehow. How do you see that going about today? Like, how do you consolidate things? How do you bring them together and so on? You know, how do you end your outlook for the next 20 years or so?
I'll try to summarize your question. So we're seeing now that the development of AI models, rather than going towards this foundational, general application or general architecture, is going into a nested, creating a pipeline of different AI models that can feed the next one and the next one and the next one. So I don't know if I'm wrong, but I'm going to tell you what was my first reaction to this. I do believe that we've created a foundational model when we thought about the neural network. And I think if in order to move forward with another foundational model, we need to move away from neural networks. And right now, every single model that we have is based on the architecture of a neural network, regardless of the learning process, right? So we have transformers, we have unsupervised learning, supervised learning, reinforcement learning, all of that, but they are all embedded into the abstraction of our neurological system. If you think about what's the future of AI, if not these nested AI models, one feeding the next and the next and the next, I think that's it. I think we need to move again away from this idea of neural networks, because they have already proved to be the foundational models. They have been used and are used in every single application of the most powerful GPT models, for example. I had this fascinating thought that the way that I see models to go against this neural network is to, right now, the models are as good as the data, right? If you have more data, then they converge faster, they learn more. But sometimes questions don't have that many data. I probably think that to move forward, to develop these new AI models, is to be able to predict with few samples of data, similar to how we actually create the model of the world. So I think how we are able to exist is through making predictions every second of our life. And how we do that is because we have modeled our environment and we have already created a model of the world. So I think the next foundational model will be a model of the world, where you don't need to keep adding data, but it kind of understands the interconnected relations of things. Like, I know that if I touch this is hard. And if when I touch it's not hard, then it will recalibrate my idea, but it will never it will let it be. It wouldn't be like adding more information. So the idea of the middleman, I think a way to avoid it is, maybe this is to learn what AI really is. Because I see a lot of the companies that have been creating using these GPTs are just doing that. They are not leveraging other applications, and I think like the traditional AI could even be better at solving some of the problems that we use in GPT to do it. But I don't know if that will happen. I don't know how to, I will maybe just collaborate more with these companies, train kids to understand how it is so you make an AI model, maybe.
Thank you, Carla, for doing this fruitful discussion. And then, I would like to thanks to all the speakers of this morning to give or the audience, and then for us to really think about how do we really represent this reality in different way by processing the data with different stakeholders, like human or non-human agency that participate in this model environment in the digital space. And yeah, I think a lot of question is we need to consider to contemplate, to think about how do we, as a designer, to bring this into discussion in the future design. And then, so we will have an hour lunch break, and we will resume the second panel at
No, I actually think we have to start at 1:30, no?
2:10.
But the museum's closed at 5.
No, so this is extended.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Yes,
no,
just
we can start. We should maybe like
2:40.
2:40.
So we will resume the panel is at 2:40.
I think we're going to get started for the afternoon session. Thank you all for joining us again this afternoon and online as well. The session for the afternoon is called Sensing Extended Bodies. The sort of major topics are related to extended reality, human-computer interaction, augmented bodies, multisensory interfaces, and spatial computing. My name is Li Su Huang. I'm an associate professor at Lawrence Tech in Detroit. And I think just to kind of frame this afternoon's session a little bit, emerging technologies like extended reality, embodied computation, and sensory augmentation are reshaping our understanding of the body in space as a dynamic distributed system. Drawing from Juhani Pallasma's notion of the eyes of the skin, which foregrounds the primacy of touch and embodied perception, digital tools now extend that haptic field into interfaces, environments, and virtual terrains. The body becomes a site of distributed sensing, articulated not only through its physical contours, but through the digital systems it inhabits, influences, and is reshaped by. How can we think of bodies that are not only mediated by technology, but fundamentally re-articulated through it, becoming porous, networked, and performative across physical and virtual dimensions? So and I'll introduce the speakers sort of in sequence. Our first speaker today, we're very happy to have Dina El-Zanfali. Hope I didn't butcher that. Dina El-Zanfali is a computational design and interaction researcher. She's an associate professor of design in the School of Design at Carnegie Mellon University. She was the Nuremberg professor from 2022 to 25, and she directs the Hypersense Embodied Computations Lab. The core of her research questions how design interactions with computational technologies shape us and how we shape them. She explores how these interactions enable new forms of creativity, communities of design practice, and cultures of collaboration, while seeking new ways to accommodate their growth and variation within larger systems and contexts. Dina received Google's Research Scholar Award in 2021. Before joining CMU, she worked as a visiting assistant professor at Northeastern University's College of Arts, Media, and Design. She worked as a research associate at the MIT Design Lab at MIT. She is a co-founder and co-director of Fab Lab Egypt, the first maker community and network in Northern Africa and the Arab world. She earned her PhD degree from the Design and Computation group at MIT, where she also earned her Master of Science while being a Fulbright Scholar. Her talk today is titled Embodied Computations. So, without further ado.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm so excited to be here and share and share with you what I have been working on at CMU. So a bit about me. While I was trained as an architect, my work evolved over the past 10 years through combining design and computation to focus on interaction design. And I direct the Embodied Computations Lab at CMU, as Lisan mentioned. And my research examines how designed interactions with computational technologies shape us and how we shape them. And my work aims not only to investigate novel interaction approaches, but also to elicit key design principles and frameworks that foster new forms of co-creations and communities of creative practice. At the same time, I seek novel ways to accommodate the growth and the variation of these interactions within larger systems and contexts. And the foundation of my research can be understood as investigating embodied human co-creation in creative practices and augmenting spatial experiences through extended reality, and advancing interaction design education in the realms of embodied and spatial experiences. And today I will focus a little bit on what part of the embodied computations part that I will talk about today. So we are entering a moment where the abstraction of human skills, capturing and modeling the ways we make, is no longer an end in itself, but rather the first step towards understanding how these skills can be sustained, adapted, and transmitted within emerging technologies and AI-mediated practices. In architecture and design, we have long worked to record and visualize the actions of making. Whether in construction processes or in craft practices, but too often, the work stops at documentation and analysis, leaving the knowledge in visualization, videos, or data sets. For me, the central question is, what happens after we abstract and visually describe these skills? In other words, if we captured the making skills or processes of a ceramicist, what happens next? For example, I believe that one answer could be that AI and mixed reality will change how we learn, specifically hands-on making skills. So one answer to this question is that we can create a system to capture the skills from a human expert and use an AI-augmented extended reality tool to teach several students the same skill. If the next step is to build computational tools, drawing on large language models, machine learning, and extended reality, to transfer and scaffold this embodied tacit knowledge, then we must ask, what are the best approaches to do so? How might we design these systems to respect the contextual, the temporal, and tacit dimensions of skill? But I'm currently working on the instruction of these making actions instead of just abstracting them. Such are here, you can see an augmented reality point of view where the interface is guiding the person to move their hands in a certain direction to make. So we started experimenting with this approach and tested it by creating Origami Sensei. It's an AI-augmented mixed reality assistant that provides adaptive instructions for folding origami in real time. The system uses computer vision to detect what the person makes and suggests next steps. Then we went back to ceramics, and our research question was, what does the interplay between AI-augmented mixed reality systems and embodied craft practices reveal about the evolving roles of systems, learners, and practitioners? And to conduct this investigation, we adopted a research through design approach consisting of 3 phases of a formative study, a system design, and a user study. And this is included a studio ethnography and co-design sessions with ceramicists to generate design guidelines for the prototype and also iteratively develop it. An important point here that I will expand on later in my talk is, while we acknowledge the social aspects of learning a craft in the studio, the project is a probe of examining the interplay between the these technologies, and embodied craft learning. So we co-designed an AI-augmented mixed reality system that provides gesture holograms, adaptive instructions, and real-time shape feedback in physical space. It also has an LLM embedded or integrated into it, giving feedback to the learner or the practitioner. It had like 2 modes, one for learners and one for experienced practitioners, where it suggests forms for like experienced practitioners as a way of improvisation or like suggesting new forms to them while they are throwing on the wheel. So here I will show you like a video of the LLM interaction. I hope the sound works.
Check. clay becomes wobble. Rest your elbow on your leg to stabilize your arm. Then use the needle tool to shave off the uneven areas. With an even top, you can pull up again.
So here, there is a hologram overlay on the clay. It detects actually the shape of what the person is doing. And it's also giving feedback through the LLM with some instructions, but it also provides video instructions to the learner. So we should be aware here that we can't encode all tacit skills and embodied skills in a system, but we can create interactions that help people develop these skills. And this is a very important point because, for example, the malleability of the clay depends on the humidity in the room, the moisture in the clay, and these are things that you cannot encode on how to react to them in the system itself. So one of the findings through the study was that the combination of more than one modality helped integrate contextual factors that the MR holograms or the XR holograms alone cannot provide, such as the feel of the clay, the amount of moisture that it should have. So beyond learning, as AI capabilities evolve, the system could evolve as a collaborator to open possibilities in professional production and creative practices. So going back to the research question of computational technologies, how they shape us and how we shape them, I focus on designing these computational tools to be more inclusive of people from different backgrounds and abilities. I look at craft because it has a lot of challenges and opportunities to help us shape how we design our interactions with AI, like multimodal AI and mixed reality. And one example of this craft is metalworking. The American Welding Society predicts that there is a deficit of 375,000 welders in the United States by year 2028. This means slower growth in our infrastructure, roads, bridges, and the construction industry as well. Training welders requires a lot of developing complex embodied knowledge, such as hand-eye coordination, movement, proprioception, and sound. And this is achieved through in situ apprenticeship and hands-on interactions with tools and materials. Along my colleague Dara Burl and a wonderful group of students, who some of them are here, we co-designed a mixed reality system to give students real-time feedback while learning how to weld. This is like a live welding, it's not a simulation. It actually has two modes, one for simulation and one for live welding. We integrated a MetaQuest 3 headset into the welding helmet that we designed. So it's like a modular helmet that could be 3D printed on a very small 3D printer that you could just have anywhere at home. We mainly wanted to create a system that enables instructors to teach more students and give them one-on-one instruction. So we created an AI-augmented mixed reality system that helps students learn in real time and live. So here you can see that the student puts on the helmet, which has the MetaQuest 3 in it, and they start seeing the grid that they have to place on the table. And why they need to do that? Because we come from different heights. So specifying where your grid is or where your workspace is, it's different from every person. And just to give you an idea about live welding, if you don't have any experience about that, once you start welding, you can see the welding spark, but everything darkens. So you don't know what you're doing except by seeing your weld, the spark. So you can't even see the welding torch that much. And this is how it looks like from the welding helmet without provided instructions, just the grid that the person put on the bench. And we had just some dotted lines. And welding has different parameters that you need to adjust and build skills on. Like if you see at the bottom, this is like a perfect weld line. It takes like hours and hours of training to achieve. But if you are too far from the welding bench while you are welding, you get dotted lines. If you are moving too fast, you also get dotted lines. If you are too close to the welding bench, it's like very wide line. So you need to build like these tacit skills of like achieving like the perfect line for the weld. So with MR instructions turned on, the student sees a ghost of their weld torch and instructions on how to adjust their hand motions while welding. For example, if you are welding too far from the welding bench, you are moving too slow or too fast. So you can also see that there are two hand angles that the student has to maintain, and we simplified the instructions and removed the verbal instructions later, but we need to record it. But for now, you can see that like if you are within the range, you are getting like more like inclusive colors and with green and like red. So it's more like you can detect what's the difference if you are out of range or inside of the range of the angles, speed, and distance. And in addition to giving like feedback to the student gets a summary of their performance, and they get to replay their welding and retry the lesson if they want. So it gives them like a score of what needs to be worked on, and they can replay each line they performed. Each student's live performance is also cast to the instructor's tablet. So they can also give them feedback and will be able to monitor more than one student. We customized the modular welding helmet that could be replicated on any small 3D printer, and it integrates the 3D Quest, the MetaQuest 3. We also integrated, like in the headset, other sensors in the welding helmet, such as sound and breathing sensors. And these were actually learned through the co-design workshops that I will explain in a bit. And we created an attachment that is attached to the welding torch, and this is how we measure the welding angles, speed, and distance. And it's just to clarify here, this is a system for novices learning how to weld. Applying it in the field and on site will require extra considerations regarding the worker's privacy and monitoring. And since the beginning of the project, we partnered with the Pittsburgh-based organization, the Industrial Arts Workshop, IAW, that annually teaches 100 teenagers craft-based metalworking in the historically underserved community or neighborhood of Hazelwood here in Pittsburgh. And my method to ensure that these designed interactions are inclusive and adaptive of people and their contexts is by applying a co-design approach that I call unmaking with. And I define unmaking here as a conscious method of deconstructing and iteratively remaking understandings, processes, and tools. And this approach encourages design researchers to integrate perceptual, social, and contextual considerations when designing interactions for computational tools in creative practices. We led a series of co-design workshops with the organization that included curriculum mapping, scenario development, and lo-fi experience prototyping. By involving partners in the on-site inquiry and development, their tacit knowledge and bodily lived experiences were embedded into valued design directions. We learned from them the importance of listening to the weld, breathing exercises to manage the overwhelming experience, and the need to practice to develop muscle memory. So this is actually how we developed the UI with them. We we brought like the headset. We had like a very like a early prototype. We asked everyone to try it, and then we asked them to like work on the UI. So we got like these acrylic sheets. We placed them on the welding booth with stickers and like markers, and we asked them to unmake what we created, draw or add any instructions that they think it's important to have after they experience the prototype in the headsets. And the implications of this system, or these systems or developing them, include scaling up training the workforce. By adding a machine learning component to the system, it might also help to provide customizable and personalized feedback that fits diverse learning needs. So here, if you look at the diagram, I imagine that you can, we can create a machine learning model based on the skills of the instructor and embed it in the headset that could be applied or used for teaching several students. And each headset gives personalized and customized instructions or feedback based on the student's performance. So through the workshops, we learned that experienced welders are able to assess welds through active listening. So you would be like just like welding in the booth, but then the instructor comes in and will tell you, oh, you are welding too fast, just by the sound. So we wouldn't have learned that if we weren't working closely with the welders community. So while we were learning, as I mentioned, the instructor would be commenting on that. And one instructor said, a good speed should sound like a sizzling bacon, not popcorn. So we built a machine learning model that distinguishes the sound in real time that are hard to tell apart by the ears of untrained welders, such as the sound of the wire speed is set too fast or the amperage is set to be too low. And we use tiny machine learning for this system. So we could add it to the system, to the headset, and once it detects the sound, it notifies the learner to slow down or to adjust the feed rate. And these are like especially the feed rate and amperage, they are very hard to detect by just like the headset, like you cannot see it from the torch. It's based on the sound that you detect. So this is a link of the project if you're interested in learning more about the project and as we develop it further. But going back to the main question here is, how do designed interactions with computational technologies shape us, and how do we shape them? And I want today to show through the projects that this is like a bidirectional relation. While we shape these machines and the interactions while we are interacting with them, they also shape us. And in the projects I showed today, these tools could help us learn, but we also saw that through co-designing with practitioners, that it could help them reflect on their practices and externalize their embodied knowledge. So this is something like what we discovered about co-designing, that like it helps through using the tool itself, it helped the instructors to reflect on their skills, the design process itself, but also started talking about like what they teach in a different way as they externalize it and describe it. So here is like Mr. James at IAW reflecting on the prototype during one of the co-design workshops.
Either you did it or you didn't, especially when I was welding around that curve. It was telling me things, you know, I've been a welder for 35 years, but it's still giving me feedback that would help me because I've gotten into bad habits over the years, and I was coming around that bend, and I noticed I was like, wow, I really am out on that bend, and I had to correct myself and hold it differently. So even as an experienced welder, just for 5 minutes of use, it's given me feedback and helped me. So, on the cover screen, I like that you've highlighted success. I like that it gives good and useful.
So here, like, we created like these acrylic sheets where they also like co-design the UI or refine the UI and the system. And we asked them to highlight what they like and how they can improve the experience through, during the workshop.
Either you did
it. Drawing on the unmaking with approach, we worked with practitioners not just to document their skills, but to deconstruct and reconfigure how those skills might be taught through computational systems. This co-design process revealed overlooked sensory channels, contextual variations, and culturally specific interpretations, elements often erased when skills are reduced to static abstractions. In both the ceramics and the welding projects, we began by abstracting and describing the actions of making, attempting to make some of the tacit knowledge explicit. But for me, abstraction of some of these embodied skills is only the first step. The real opportunity lies in what happens next. One answer could be how we design interactions that reintroduce these insights into practice, not as a rigid instruction, but as a guidance that adapts to different abilities, the context, time, and the unfolding nature of the act itself. This way, this was my talk today about embodied computations, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I mapped my talk today for like half an hour, but I'm happy also to play some of the videos of the ceramics project or other projects as well. And thank you so much.
Are those videos that we can play in the background?
Yes, yeah, and then I can mute it actually. One second here. Okay.
Hello.
I'm happy to have quick. Yes.
Yes. So I have a two-part question. So for my first question, I see that for both the clay sculpting and for the welding project, both of them very fascinating projects. I actually was wondering, typically with these kind of environments, the issue that I tend to have with interacting with these environments is due to the fact that it is very visually independent paradigms, and there is not a lot of sensory feedback. Mostly when you're using, for example, with the sculpting one, there is no true feeling of sense of depth perception to the same extent that you have just looking at the sculpting with your own eyes through the VR headset. Was there ever a consideration for either of these programs to try to approach different sensory modalities in terms of like interaction with the environment, so there's like sensory or physical feedback to prevent the user from pushing past the point that might ruin the interaction with the clay, or let's say if potentially the user is using the sculpting gun and they go to a point where it might start harming or damaging themselves or things surrounding them. I believe that physical feedback would be a logical step here, and I was just wondering in what sense has that been considered, and if that's a future implementation to further refine the current version.
So for the welding project, it was actually initially what we had in mind is the haptic feedback in the glove and including it. But through the workshops and through the training, you realize that this is not an important aspect because you are getting feedback from the live welding of the torch itself and the push. For the simulation mode, we had like integrated sound as like feedback. While you are welding, you hear the sound changes. So even if you are too far in your bedroom from while you are welding with the torch, you still sense or learn about the sound changing as you weld. This is actually, you came with your own perceptions or plans, and this is what you're gonna do. And then when you go into the site and working with people in the field, you realize that, okay, this is not an important aspect. But then like you realize that sound makes a huge difference in the experience, which is something that I didn't have in mind when I was starting the project. Another aspect of also like for diverse skills and abilities, we realized, or it came up from the sessions with the instructors, that they saw that this is a very helpful tool for the hearing impaired. Because while the hearing person is welding, they cannot tell from the sound of the weld that they need to adjust something. And then they cannot hear the instructors, and they need to have like an interpreter, like a sign language interpreter between the instructor and the student. So what came up from these workshops is like that you could use this tool for training people who also like we didn't put into considerations when we started. And some of the workshops came up was saying, or the insights that came up was instructors wanted to point out about at a certain point and a certain action while the student is doing it, or just to show them how it's done. But it was so difficult to be on like with this first point of view person and telling them this is how to be done. So that was also like an insight that we learned. For the clay project, I believe that it's very hard to integrate haptic feedback on the fingers, because it's actually you build this knowledge or embodied knowledge through interacting with the material, and I believe that like you need the direct interaction with the material. So that's why we chose the visual overlay and the sound modality, and it's again like these headsets and technologies, they are very limited. Like I see Lucan now is wearing the Ray-Ban glasses, and I'm like, oh, I just wish it has like an overlay. But yes, yes. And so back to this point, these tools now have these limitations of low resolution, for example. But the idea is like you don't need like a lot of overlay and separation between the material and the interaction of what you're making. You still want to keep that interaction, but like how can you develop, or like again like the ceramics project was more about like if we have this probe, how can we understand the role of these technologies and its implications in learning an embodied skill. So we weren't like seeking a perfect application to teach you every step of ceramics. We were more like, okay, what are the implications? And what are the implications for someone who doesn't know how to wheel through? And then another person who's like very experienced, how this could help in improvising while you are making. And this has other implications in design, even in architecture, in sculpture, how like these AI augmented tools and even extended reality tools help you or collaborate with you to improvise while you are designing and making. I think that answered your question.
So I have a somewhat general question for you. Given your success with potters and with welders, what are your thoughts about moving it into other areas where there's such a critical
So about how we can apply these tools in other domains, such as medical training and nursing training as well. Is that how I? Do you have any adjustments to that question? I mean, is that the right question? Like, if I understood it correctly? Yeah. Okay. So yes. I think like this system has its implications, and it will be useful for medical training because it decreases the risk of training. We haven't considered going into this direction because it has a lot of, it needs a lot of approvals in terms of applying it. And also I'm interested more into the creative practices, more like craft, more like making. Other domains that we considered was also even dancing and choreography, because it has like the body coordination as well. There has been some work, a lot of work in extended reality and surgeries. And this is because of the high risk and of like practicing on real patients. I wanted to add another thing, sorry. Sorry, I lost my thought. Yeah, I will remember. Sorry.
So I understand that the tool is focusing on training, right? But when you are trying to control all the movements and register as data by a computer, sometimes like one of the most strongest power of human condition is the intuition of our movements.
Mm-hmm.
So with this kind of technology, you don't think the human condition is in a risk, and we're started to learn as a machines instead as a humans?
So the question is about losing human intuition when we use these systems and becoming machines.
Yeah, exactly, because like, for example, like in craft, you know, like it's very important. It's also another layer that is politician and is cultural. For example, you cannot do this with craftsmen because they are so threatened about using technology. They felt like replaced by technology. Maybe in the US you don't have too much like craftsman culture, but I'm from Mexico, and there it's super important that we have to respect it because it's part of our cultural heritage and it's intangible. How do you think this kind of technology, because technology we cannot stop it, but how this technology can have a, I don't know, a conversation with the human condition?
Yeah, in the work we are doing, we are mainly like saying that this is like to augment the training. So especially that like there are a lot of dying crafts, and the way of looking at it, like you have a lot of, for example, ceramicists in, for example, across the globe who are dying, but they have like these very unique artisanal styles. So the implication of the work is not just like to transform people into machines, but there is like the part of like archiving these skills and how we can learn from them. Like if I can learn from a ceramicist who's 100 years old, then it's something that I would value. In the practical applications here, there are actually like a lot of, as I showed the statistics, there are dying most of the welders are baby boomers, and they are retiring right now. And there is like a huge gap that like you cannot cover. There are also other considerations in the trade that affects it. It's not just training. But for example, one of the things that came up is that this is like a great recruitment tool to young generations who can practice over and over and try the skill before deciding that this is like a job that they want to do. So there are other, like in my work, I don't want to replace human skill. I actually want to preserve human skill. And my question is like, okay, we have been documenting making grammars and like descriptions and like all these videos, but then like what do we do afterwards? And these projects are one of the, like an answer or one of the answers to that question. But for example, like with Kim here, we are working on like, how can you interact with an archive of skills or of embodied skills? So this is like, could be another answer to that question. Like if we have like these skills documented in a way, how can we create new interactions to interact with them?
Or creating new craft.
Or creating new craft.
That's something interesting. And I think like just to add into your project, because I think your project is awesome.
Thank you.
You have to go to Mexico anyway. And there you will find a lot of like craftsmen. But the point that the craftsmen are disappearing is because also there is another layer that we have to take in consideration, that is the economical layer.
Yes.
They have very low salaries. And the young generation, because I was in Oaxaca one day and I saw like these textile craftsmen and a little chair next to the textile, and I asked, what's the little chair? And the lady told me, it's for my nephew, but my nephew don't want to weave any time because they prefer to be in social media. Why you don't digitalize my textile? And this is something really interesting because they really are looking forward to this, but the problem is how we can support them economically. And maybe they can make more money saving their data, and I don't know, in the future someone else can use it. I think it's something that maybe it's interesting in your project.
So when we started the whole investigation, like this is like maybe 5 years ago, we started by looking at ceramics and craft, but as a first case study, and we started getting like the comment of like, why, like you don't need ceramics, like everyone is doing ceramics, like we don't need to preserve it, but actually you have masters of craft that you can. With welding, it was very easy to justify the system, the application, and the investigation. And not just because of that, it's because also that there is like a helmet integrated in the whole thing, so it makes sense that you are wearing a headset. But mainly I didn't want to have like a perfect working system. I was more interested in how can we answer these questions and what are the implications. I was very curious about that. And even with welding, what I learned are that there are other considerations, even social considerations into recruiting welders in general. So there is, of course, there is the gender issue, but there are also other issues that I learned from working with the instructors as well. And I remembered now, it was about the Formula One. So there has been research about Formula drivers training so many times on in simulators versus drivers who have been driving in real time in life.
Video game generation drivers.
Well, it's also cheaper.
Yes.
I have a nephew who's a pilot, and he could not afford all the flying lessons, but he could afford the simulators, and he can get lessons that way as well.
So actually, when they did the study, the ones who did the simulators and the training with all the games, they actually were better than the drivers. So that's part of like replying to your question regarding surgery and medical training.
I think, in the case of the woman who's asking about the medical.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I think the way her question was also directed was at the sort of targeted kind of simplicity of, and I totally understand not being able to get into the medical arena just for the logistics of planning alone, but like of practicing injections or drawing blood by puncturing an orange, you know. And I think the kind of applications in the trade school arena or area is super, super interesting. And having experience with ceramics, I'm surprised you even went into ceramics because the variables of like clay density and softness, there's a spinning wheel is a spinning, and the correct rotation is it spinning quickly enough? Because it isn't in all of those videos, right? Or like, no, you have to have it centered. It's
Yes.
And just thinking about other sort of trade school applications, as we are entering a kind of space where, trade learning is just not as popular as it once was. And we think about sewing and fabrication, textile fabrications, which are also generally linear, right? And that kind of linear application, perfecting a kind of small but clean goal, as opposed to the sort of many, many, many variables involved in the ceramics, seems like such a great way to also bring awareness, visibility, access to a kind of trade learning through a VR experience, and then also be able to kind of enroll in a program, get the one-on-one experience. I think there's just so much opportunity in this sort of trade realm. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. And also I wanted to add like another angle from like this work is like everyone is trying to race to encode human knowledge in AI and train as data sets to train a machine learning model to use it for generative AI. But we haven't looked at like embodied scale and what it means to build AI models that has a generation that we could build Gen AI on it. So I don't want to encode like the skill into a system, but I'm curious about like if we are looking at like creative writing and how we are training models on creative writing, what it looks like if you are training a system on sculpting or ceramics. So this is like more like an investigation. It's not like I want to take the human and put them in a machine as was mentioned here, but it's more about like what can we do? Like how if it's going to be done, what are the implications and what cannot be done? And my claim is like there are a lot of felt experience that you cannot encode in these systems, but you can create interactions to help people build these skills. Carla.
While you were, so thanks for the presentation. You've shown a wide range of applications for these embodied experiences with technology. One of the terminologies that I was wishing you talk about was this spatial knowledge that you have to build into these platforms in order to understand space. Because you show us that the headsets have an inbuilt software that understand the hand movement, can read them. So I just want to hear your statement about what is in this work that you show us the spatial knowledge.
Are you talking about the spatial knowledge of the human or the system? The system. In the ceramics, we actually used a camera to detect the silhouette of what the maker or the ceramicist is doing and building the form in the system. So there was a camera on the side that I didn't show the system diagram for. And this is like how it triangulates the space where the person is interacting with the holograms and the physical form. For the welding project, for example, it was we like in live welding, the systems we starting seeing that there are some imperfections or some inaccuracies of like 2 or 3 millimeters of detection. And these are the limitations of the headset. But it's actually, what I didn't show is we have like the second controller of the system is the calibration. So we have it on the table, it has like a station on it. And while you are welding, there's the headset, the torch controller, and a controller attached to the table. And putting the grid and saying this is the grid that I will be working on in the beginning, it defines the space that the system is looking at. And in Origami Sensei, like the folding, we had like the projection on the table, and the camera on desk, like directed towards the desk, to detect the light square of where you are working. I don't know if that's like what you are mentioning, but there were like some spatial insights that came up from the ceramics project because it had like the 3D aspect of manipulating the material from different angles and how like the system is basically predicting where your hand is compared to like some occlusions and
what about because I saw some of the instructions were actually quite detailed. So what about things like the water content?
So that was like point of the contextual factors, and it was supplied, and that's something that we were saying that like you can never do that unless you add more sensors and you make it like a machine of like detecting humidity in the air and like maybe measuring the moisture in clay. But we realized that the video that plays like tutorials on the side while you are working, you could ask the LLM to play a video for the step, and that gave the person a sense of what the texture should look like. Because again, this is a felt experience that you develop over time. It's not something that you can detect easily.
I think what's kind of really interesting is I see these sort of like training wheels, right? Because like they're kind of introductory things that are meant to guide someone into a craft. And so I wonder what the experience of these learners once you take the training wheels off. You know, like once, because you know, for example, like certain tutorials, things like this, you can kind of follow. How much do we fixate on the overlay versus actually what's happening, what we're feeling, and once that overlay disappears, how do they kind of recalibrate? Like,
yes. So this is like the futures work section in any paper I put, is the long-term learning part, like how, like what you learn, like especially like on Origami Sensei, what we did is like we tested it against learning from a video tutorial. And of course, like what we found is the feedback helped the person learn and perform or finish the task faster, but then the question is like, who remembers the action on a long run, like in next month or 2 months from now? And we are currently working on that in the welding projects, and we are wondering about that, but this is a very expensive and a time-consuming user study that if you know any sources for funding, let me know. But currently what we are doing is we are doing a user study of you train in the lab for a few times based on some papers in cognitive science and embodied training. You need like certain numbers of lines to train, and this is how you learn the motor skill, like for 11 times, for example. So this is what we are trying now, like just like a 1 hour session, which actually needs 1 other hour of session. So 2 hours training per person to study the effect of learning and measuring this. And I come from a design and computation background, and I didn't anticipate that like even like measuring this needs a lot of debugging and technical skills and a lot of technical trials and debugging, and I'm actually learning that part as well. Yeah.
All right, one last question.
Thank you for sharing the projects. Both of the two projects are very inspiring. They're very task-oriented. So my question is, what if the user make really bad decisions or actions and they ruin the project? Does the tool ever ask the users to give up?
or actually, also, will the LLM actually make really bad suggestions?
I like the idea of the LLM being mischievous. I would like that. That would be another project. they actually, like in the ceramics project, they did like mistakes, and they got the feedback that they are doing the mistake, and they were able to repeat the action. And that's one of the findings that we also did like through the studies, that they appreciated that they could go back, redo the clay, and learn that again and again and practice by themselves, compared to asking the instructor to give them feedback. That was like usually we had like in the user studies, like watching a video or like just like a qualitative user study of how their impressions about the system. And that was one of the winning. Like usually like it's not, there were parts where they saying like, I feel like this part is too mechanical and I had to improvise. And this is when the mistakes happen. And this is, we talk about that like these systems need to be more customizable and more adaptive to the person, because they start to improvise in a direction that it needs to have like more scenarios of what could happen, and or how you could train it for different scenarios. And this is something like a finding that you could put as a future work for if you are building like a Gen AI for embodied skills. Like they need to be able to train on different failing scenarios in this embodied skill and how they can give feedback. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Paula Strunden. Dr. Paula Strunden is acting professor at Bauhaus Universität Weimar, a transdisciplinary artist who studied architecture in Vienna, Paris, and London. She worked for Herzog and de Meuron Basel and Raumleber Berlin, and completed her design-led PhD as part of the Horizon 2020 project TAC, Communities of Tacit Knowledge, Architecture and Its Ways of Knowing. Her dissertation on multisensory perception through extended reality models was awarded the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna Prize for Best Research Work 23-24. Paula's room-scale XR models have been nominated twice for the Dutch Film Award Golden Kalf and exhibited internationally at film festivals and cultural institutions, including the Royal Academy of Arts London, iFilm Museum Amsterdam, Nieuw Institute Rotterdam, Ars Electronica Linz, MAC Los Angeles, and Museum der Moderne Salzburg. As part of her research into female pioneers in virtual technologies, she founded the educational online platform, www.xr-alice.org, and lectured at leading institutions such as the Bartlett School of Architecture, AA London, University of Applied Arts Vienna, Academie van Bouwkunst Amsterdam, and UTK Berlin. Let's welcome Dr. Paula.
Thank you.
Hey everybody. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us to speak here today. And I'm observing that I'm the fifth person presenting in pink and black and white. So that's a highlight. I will be speaking today about modeling the unseen, the future of spatial experiences in extended reality. And yeah, I'm super happy to be here. So I myself am a transdisciplinary artist and design-based researcher. And what I will be speaking today about is my researching practice that does not consist too much of writing and reading, but more of doing artistic research, so of involving myself, my body, the things that I get entangled with, often cables around me, so you see here different instances of me being involved with extended reality, physical objects, and spatial environments. And the majority of the work that I'll present to you today has been developed within my PhD research that was done as part of the Communities of Tacit Knowledge, Architecture and Ways of Knowing, which was a European research endeavor, so a bit of a circus that allowed us to travel around different universities, but also cultural institutions, which was very nice. So this strong practice-based research allowed me to also exhibit my work, for example, at the New Institute in Rotterdam. So basically all the works that I'm seeing today are not only developed at academic institutions, but also tested and presented at museums or cultural institutes. So I'll speak around 40 minutes. I'll hurry up. It has been a long day in a cold room. And I will, in a nutshell, speak about how to explore virtual technologies from an embodied spatial perspective and through the lens of an artistic researcher. And I'd like to start with a little anecdote. So this is some WhatsApp screenshots and a photo of an exhibition that I had 2 years ago in Eindhoven. And in this extended reality installation, you have two people that perceive themselves through sounds in the virtual environment. And you see there's this man and woman who came there. And then there are these WhatsApp messages that there's this cutest couple that has been there, touching each other all the time. And then a few weeks later, I get another message of the person supervising the installation saying that there came this woman who visited, and she said that in this picture that were her friends, and she wanted to find out about the place where they fell in love with, and that he arranged the whole day for her, and they loved the experience so much, and told that friend that they found each other in my VR world, and after that also in real life, and now they're totally in love. So cute, 2 exclamation marks. So I also thought that was so cute, and I'd like to use this little anecdote for my opening question to ask why there's so much fuss about virtual worlds not being real when we can experience genuine emotions and sensations within them, such as falling in love with somebody or something. But also, of course, we all know the experience of being afraid of heights, being afraid of too dense environments, being sick. I think many of us have experienced in VR, etc., etc. So for today, I'd like to start by speaking briefly about the history of extended reality and then about my practical research on modeling the unseen. So first of all, why extended reality? We have all these VR, AR, MR terms all around us. And I think for me, what's really important to really reduce the weight on the kind of technical equipment and specificities, and using extended reality more as an umbrella term, also written with a lowercase x to focus on reality or the real experience of what we are being immersed in. And I personally don't think that it matters so much with which device we're using, and especially as an artist or designer, being the person that does not design the technical device, but actually the experience in which we are immersed in. My understanding of XR is based or kind of embedded in a 90s understanding of the technology. So this idea of the reality-virtuality continuum that goes back to Paul Milgram, where instead of focusing on this kind of polarizing or opposition of having the real environment on the one side and the virtual environment on the other, I think it's very interesting to perceive it more as a spectrum or as a gradient, and basically explore all the different modalities that evolve in between the two. So I'm interested in looking where the real and the virtual converge, and what happens then when we do so actively. So I'll begin with the history of extended reality. And 2 old images. So on the left, you see kind of, the mother of all invention, Douglas Engelbart, and his team that developed the online system, where you see a computer as we still use it today. So you have like the screen, you have the mouse, the keyboard interface, a person with a crunched back and probably back pain sitting in front of it, as we all still, most of us work today. And then you have in the same year even Sutherland's Sword of Damocles, which was named after this very heavy kind of ceiling-mounted device that was sitting on the head and that allowed Sutherland to view a three-dimensional cube projected into physical space in front of him. So I think it's very important to say that, they were kind of demoed in the same year, 1968. And the interesting thing about the image on the right is that here we turn the body into the input device and consequently the whole space around us into an interface, which makes that technology an embodied spatial form of computing. And then, if we continue looking into the history, we find many black and white pictures. So they are like people dubbed the grandfather, the father, the godfathers of VR. So Morten Heilig, even Sutherland, Jaron Lanier, etc. And what's often being forgotten, that a lot of the content that was actually developed in the 90s was developed by many female pioneers and by women. So while a lot of the technical devices were developed by men, like at these institutions in that time, a lot of the more multisensory content experiences were developed by female practitioners, such as dancers, actors, artists, but also architects. And I would like to show one of these examples. So this is the making of Osmosi, which is a work by Shar Davis, a Canadian artist that has a background in painting. And this is a work from 1994, where you have a person entering the virtual space wearing a vest that measures the breathing. So upon like breathing in, of course, like our chest like expands a little bit, and upon like breathing out, it I don't know the English word, but it like kind of densifies again, like at that point. And this was translated into a navigation in the virtual space to be like lifting up or going down. So upon breathing in, you would like lift up in the virtual world, and upon breathing out, you would go down, which of course dehabituates your senses in a way that, we could not experience within the physical reality. There's a quote by Brenda Laurel who says, "What frustrates me most is that we learn some shit that some people aren't paying attention to. Today's practitioners are probably not even aware of what was built in the early 90s, mostly by women." And this is also a notion that is kind of echoed by other female VR pioneers, such as Jackie Maury, who says that the majority of people building VR in the early days were men. But I did an in-depth survey where I tried to find artistic, meaningful, very creative virtual reality experiences. The 100 creations I found between 1985 and 2006-07, 70% of those creators were women. So of course, today we don't have the time to go through the work of all these different pioneers, but I think I would just really like to stress that this idea of embodied virtuality goes back to a lot of research and experiments that were done by these practitioners, and I would really urge you to look into their work. And I think especially for spatial practitioners, there's a lot of very inspiring experiments that have been done in like the early 90s that I think we can still learn from a lot. And in order to make this work also more accessible, as part of my PhD research, I set up an online repository. So this is xr-atlas.org. It's a platform that geographically locates loads of this work, but also chronologically allows you to go through it. And this is mainly there to find these resources. So this is also open, and you can submit your work as well. So the idea is really to diversify a bit the understanding of XR beyond the kind of tech and entertainment industry, and find more examples from for us very interesting, of course, architectural, but also a lot in theater, film, literature has of course many more sci-fi, speculative examples, etc. So it's a repository that basically just allows you to find the sources firsthand, and diversify our references within the field. And to show you to finish kind of the history part of this talk, I'd like to show you a video of Rebecca Allen. So this is even earlier, from 1983. Sorry, I have to do something. Sorry.
The computers are coming as we sing this week to affect most areas of our lives. What's it to be? Man or machine? Behold, the human and the computer. This dance to technology by a living, breathing human, and the electronic dancer drawn with eerie skill by a person using a computer, in perfect step. But in real life, we are not yet perfectly attuned, humans and machines. And so the dance continues. Rebecca Allen, the artist who animated that dancing figure, thinks computers are too important to be left solely to scientists.
You need to have people, from psychology and education and art and music able to work on these machines and help define the machine's personality.
Yeah. So I think, this is a statement 40 years old, which is still really very relevant today. So this idea to do, transdisciplinary research, but also the question of, what's the personality, what's the character of these machines? I think something that we're all interested in discussing throughout these days. So much about the history. I would like now to show you some of my artistic research and build experiments. And to do so, I'd like to start by asking you to close your eyes. So please all close your eyes and start by feeling your hands. Take one hand into the other. Let them touch each other. Now slowly lower your hands and let them rest on the top of your legs. What is the surface that you feel below your fingers? Which of your fingertips do you need to move to find out? Now slowly move your hands further back to the chair that you're sitting on. How does it feel? What is it made of? What kind of texture does it have? Is it hard? Is it warm or cold? How does it sound when you tap it? What is below you? What's the surface like beneath your feet? Is there a wall behind you or a door to your side? What do you hear now? If you imagine that the things that your body touches, those things that meet your hands, those that your feet feel, those things that your legs rest on, and those that your ears hear. If you imagine that their surfaces are merely a fragment of a world only you can perceive, what would that world be like? What can you see with your inner eye? Where are you now? So please open your eyes. Thank you very much. I've done this with you because, of course, it's extremely difficult to describe immersive first-hand embodied experiences. But I think in general, like all the work that you're going to see now really tries to find a way to combine our physical material bodies with the objects that we interact with and how this interaction triggers imaginary dreamlike spaces, and these spaces again guide our body to move in a certain way. And the hypothesis of doing this is that when we interact with the virtual physically, so when we touch it, when we lick it, when we taste it, when we smell it, that we can actually reveal information about it that we would not otherwise be able to perceive. So the way of how I work, is basically that the research tools become the object of inquiry, meaning that I work with VR headsets and always object trackers, so HTC Vive object trackers connected to physical objects. In that case, for this installation, a wooden watering cane and a rake. And this means that basically, in that case, I don't know, gardening in this like liminal space, that for example, the weight of the rake, but also the smell of the wood, like the texture of the wood, all inform the experience that I'm having in that moment. And this approach is grounded in a phenomenological perspective, which of course is inspired by my training as an architect. But I think, to all of us here, it's clear that spatial perception is inherently multisensory, and while virtual experiences are often or typically designed with an emphasis on audiovisual spaces, we all know that this is not, it's just like a very small fragment of what spatial perception means, and that of course our movement within that space, but also things like touch, smell, etc., are incredibly important. And here it is not only about like these big 5 Aristotelian senses, so touch, taste, smell, sound, and sight, but when we think about spatial environments or atmospheres, especially our sense for illumination, or our sense for time, chronoception, our sense for distances, etc., becomes very important in addition to that. So building these installations, so you see here some pictures of my earlier installations, basically allows us to explore spatial perception in its, of course not in all its modalities, but I think it allows us to increase the modalities that we can interact with when we not only focus on these audiovisual potentials. So you see here 3 installations that I built before starting my PhD. And I just wanted to show it to also see that, they all combine basically the immersant, the person going through the experience, that is like active, moving from one object to the other, then physical object that allow you to reposition your body, and then, spatial virtual narratives that are triggered through these actions or interactions. And then within the framework of the PhD, I developed these 3 installations, which are entitled Performative Extended Reality Models, short XRM, and I would like to speak a bit about each of those today. So you have one on the left, which is looking into our role of bodies, in the middle into how we interact with objects in between these worlds, and the last one in how we can overlay or interact with different spatial setups. And I think, of course, within the context of this conference, so playing models, also why did I call these installations models, more particular performative extended reality models, was based due to 2 texts. So one is Models Are Real by Olafur Eliasson, which is a very beautiful little essay describing why models are not substitutes of reality or auxiliary means, but describe reality in themselves. And they're referring here to not this idea of having these kind of ad hoc or sketch models that we are often using in architecture, but actual performative models that also have an agency in themselves. And this is something that goes back to Thea Brejik and Lawrence Wallen, who wrote the book The Model as Performance, which sits between like theater theory and architecture theory. So based on these texts, I defined my work as these extended reality models that actually allow me, like throughout building, one surrounding the idea of bodies, one surrounding the idea of objects, and one surrounding the idea of spaces, to explore the different modalities of multisensory spatial perception. And so the 3 that I'll be speaking about have a more or less comparative setup, but in the end they are really, it is artistic research, so they're very open, explorative, also ongoing models that you'll be seeing here. So starting with Infrathem Magic, which is an extended reality ceremony. So here you have a person being guided by a ceremonial guide through like a 20-minute long, a bit like an induction ritual. And the title of this experience is based on a term by Marcel Duchamp called the inframens, which is like a kind of non-quantifiable notion, such as, for example, like the thickness of a shadow, or like the smell of a person that has just smoked a cigarette, and like when you kiss them, and how like the smell of that person and the cigarette smoke mixes, or the difference between two molds. So it always describes this kind of difference that we can all like feel or can relate to, but we could not describe, such as also like sitting on a chair that has just been sat on by another person. So I kind of set out to develop these infra-thin instruments that allow us to feel like that space between the physical and the virtual that we cannot measure, or we don't have like any quantifiable maybe language yet to describe it, but we can actually relate to it upon experience. And this also goes back to an understanding of virtual technologies more as a kind of ritual practice, or how we work with it, how we use it, that we define this play area, that we open, we go put on the headset, go inside the space, and then of course our hands get this very big importance within these worlds. So it is also building on kind of magic rituals, but also alchemy, etc. And then all these installations, they always take the form of quite ceremonial practices, because it's one person that's being guided through interacting with these different objects, and then each of your physical interaction with them triggers then the continuation of the narrative. So for example, here on the right you see a person like picking up this vessel, which for example makes them move their vision inside that vessel. So you're holding your eyes between your hands, which of course has a strong effect on how you perceive your spatial environment, versus, for example, on the left you see somebody like sitting down and like descending into this 17-meter tower. So each of these spatial interaction has a very strong embodied I don't know, maybe kind of like the source is really like a feeling that you first sense with your physical body, and then you have this like virtual overlay that is then supporting this physical sensation. So you see here, basically upon like lying in this tube-like structure, then you start descending. So of course every person lies down in their own speed, has different head size, etc., etc. So a lot of the design work consists on providing a most intuitive movement and allowing for everybody to still be able to access these different interactions. And then each experience has a different world, and world building of course plays a huge role. It's all built like within a game engine. I mean, it's all built in Rhino, as most architects work in, but it's kind of compiled in a game engine. And I work a lot with quite reduced visual aesthetics to really focus on the haptics, but also, sometimes the smell, the movement. So a lot of my work is quite dark or like purely black and white. So it's more about the spatial configurations than the actual attempt to make photorealistic environments. And then the guidance, or kind of the performative aspects of these extended reality models, really comes through putting a guide or giving a guide a very prominent role. So all these experiences are supervised by actors or performers who are trained to help that person to be as immersed as possible and to guide their movement through these little roles as like guiding animals. So here, for example, the invigilator is a raven that is present throughout the experience, and that allows you to kind of dip in and out of these different layers. So here you're also being fed, for example, as part of the ceremony. So you're being given artifacts that allow you to also drink and eat while being immersed. And in the end, like this kind of game between the invigilator and the immersant really creates an architecture that is a lot about being cared for, but also trusting the environment, and in the end like empathizing with it, and through that increasing the immersion within. So this was the first installation I wanted to share with you. Now there's the second of the three I'm going to show today is Allison's Room, an extended reality archive. So this was exhibited in the Netherlands at the New Institute. And again, you see there's a person that is like reconfiguring their body, like moving in different ways throughout the space. In that case, not following a raven, but a little kitty cat, which was the cat by Alison Smithsons. So this installation allows you to go into the kind of archival, very private, very personal space of Alison Smithsons, the brutalist English architect. And the space does not exist as such anymore, so the house is not inhabited by the Smithsons anymore. The only source I had was this one color photography, and then the work actually consisted of how we can embody photography, like recreate or research an image by being able to inhabit it and to enter its space in a more dynamic, interactive way. I'll show you a little trailer.
I'm glad you could make it today. I am Serafina, and I will guide you to the XR archive. As you requested, I have activated for you Alison Smithson's private working room with archive. File number GR7009, Cato Lodge. Depending on how you move through the space, where and for how long you stay, and which of the red elements you choose to touch, a different narrative will unfold, and different fragments of Alison and Peter's work life will be revealed to you. Ah, that's the little Garden of Paradise painting. Come, follow me through the chimney. I think we can walk inside of it. What are you doing? The sounds you make seem to be constructing the memory of the house of the future.
Yeah, people get very good friends with the little cat. So I think the role of having a guide in these experiences, very underestimated, and I think it's very nice to treat it also more, performative and artistically. So of course these, one-to-one reconstruction require also like a big physical space. So having a studio, I think, was always something that surprised people purely working with VR headsets. Okay, why does it need such a big physical infrastructure? So I think in general, just like the way of how these things are being developed are actually very physical, very analog, like a lot of tracing paper, a lot of hand-drawn sketches go into it. And I think especially to understand like how all these different spaces are overlapping and how you can enter from one space into the other, requires a lot of architectural expertise and knowledge. So you can see here on the left, so that basically in that space there are a lot of elements that are red that invite you to interact with them, and depending on where you position your head, where you position your hand, different parts of the narrative will unfold, and then the cat is basically a bit like a guiding element. So here, like you see somebody's playing a harp, and by playing the harp, the house of the future opens, and so there are all these kind of a bit like playful clues in the environment that allow people to go as intuitively as possible through them. And then, similar as with the other installation, you see that there's this person going through, being guided by somebody else, which is also a bit of a kind of, spectacle. Like people, of course, watch, take pictures. It's quite entertaining to see once somebody's immersed, how little they care of being, laying down on the floor to take a bath in the house of the future. And it was really, I think, this play between these two people that also inspired me to develop an installation that is really kind of stripped back of this like more spatial design environment or than the object design, and to work with or to kind of reduce these experiences to only having two bodies within that space. So this brings me to the third installation, which is called Rhetorical Bodies, an XR dance performance. And here the environment, it's really reduced to its minimum, and you have two bodies interacting with each other through sound. So this is the installation that I told you the little anecdote from the beginning. So basically here you have two people who go into the same environment simultaneously, and each of their body movement is translated into sound. So you have these inflatable wearables, and depending on how fast you move, so your velocity or also position of your limbs is translated into different sound effects, which means that you not only hear your own body, but you also hear the other person's body, which is something that we're of course not used to. So we're used to seeing each other, but not, I don't know, I cannot hear a person that is, I don't know, behind or around me. I can maybe smell them. So this, the habituation of the senses, again, leads to a very interesting interaction with each other and also the virtual environment. And then for this installation here, I also work a lot with professional dancers. So I think in terms of doing transdisciplinary research, it has been very interesting to focus on these other senses and to also work with experts for movement, for example, or for sound. And you asked me yesterday if I'm also sharing some of my educational work. So this is just a little glimpse. I think a lot of these installations, of course, they are developed out of workshops, or they result in summer schools or courses. So I think especially a lot of this body work is very interesting to explore with bigger groups of people. So also to extend a bit my own personal or like limitations of my own body or knowledge of movement, and to actually collaborate with dance students, but also art students, to collaboratively explore what it means to have body parts tracked, or also to share your body. So here, this is a workshop I did in Berlin at the UDK, where a whole body was distributed among a group of students, meaning that one person was the leg, one person was the arm, one person was the head. So they they developed a way of moving together to have this awareness of each other. So this is a form of like a collective embodied synthesizer, where also at some point there's no headset needed anymore to have this very immersive sensational installation. And then to finish, I would like to share a little bit also the insight. So one thing, of course, is like the design process, developing these installations, exhibiting them. But then a huge part also of the PhD research was in gathering people's reflections, analysis, comments. So all these installations were not only supervised, but also followed up with like a short introspection where people were invited to write about where they have gone or what they've experienced. And I'd like to read out some quotes that people have written that also I think really allowed me to position like this extended reality model as a tool that can bridge this gap between different disciplines, but I think also really lends itself to research not only in architecture, but also going into the field of scenography, performance, design, and also in this UI, UX, and gaming field. So one comment was, for example, that a person felt a deep sense of connection and visible pact between all involved, or a symbiotic relationship where my action influenced the virtual space, the opening of a space within or below my mind, or two distinct kind of spaces, although they kind of interweave, one that opened my mind and one that opened my body, and lastly, a space that I did not know exists but never want to miss. So all these comments there were like hundreds of comments, and like reading through them helped me to understand this interplay that happens between our bodies, the objects we interact with, and the spaces in which we are immersed in. And I was looking quite long like for a theoretical framework that, firstly challenges Cartesian dualism, that stops, secondly, I think very importantly also, to isolate mental processes such as thinking, remembering, or theorizing, and confining them to the brain alone, and that lastly puts first-hand experience in its at its center, integrating human and non-human actors equally. So in the case of these extended reality models, that means from the weight of the headset to maybe like the smell of the wooden rake, to the way that the invigilator, which becomes a raven, moves around the person being immersed and how they wiggle their hand, etc., etc. So I began working with the 4E cognition framework, following like their thesis that cognition is not only embodied, which means, yeah, that of course like our body or like our embodied interactions are at its core, but that it's also enacted. So how we use our body and how we interact with our body, with other things, is very important, that it is also embedded. So of course, yeah, embedded within like social, cultural context and even extended. So that's very special about this 4E cognition framework, that they also include any other, yeah, for example, technical devices in our cognitive capacities, but not only devices or auxiliary means, but it could also be people. So for example, that I could like outsource part of my mental capacities in, I don't know, my partner knowing more phone numbers than I, or I don't know, shopping lists, etc. So this idea that we have this 4E cognition framework became very crucial, and according to 4E cognition, our brain is constantly constructing internally generated models, or often also called simulations, of the world in which we find ourselves, driven by the concept of the predictive brain, which is a concept that was coined by a neuroscientist, Carl Friston. So I think this is really nice in the context of our playing models conference to also speak about it. So this notion of the predictive brain suggests that our brain uses mental models to simulate scenarios about the environment, generating prediction based on past experiences. So what happens is that these scenarios are compared with the actual sensory impression perceived through the interplay of all our senses. And the brain then tries to achieve a synthesis of the mental model and the sensory data, which is reflected in the immediate perception. So that's what we feel or we perceive. And this means that stimuli that are considered improbable by the mental model are suppressed in perception. So in other words, we see what we're expecting to see, and what we're seeing is a mental construction per se. So what we perceive as reality is always a calibrated version of what we anticipate, expect, or potentially desire to perceive, meaning that the small amount of sensory data we consciously process is the result of what has not met the expectation of the internal model, a so-called prediction error. And this means that our world, or our perception of the world, is a dynamic model that constantly adjusts itself at various levels and will always remain a prediction. And I think this really calls into question the very nature of reality and suggests that our everyday experience, even outside of VR, MR, XR, whatever, can be seen as a form of simulation. And I would like to read this quote by neuroscientist Chris First, who explains, "Our brain builds models of the world and continuously modifies these models on the basis of the signals that reach our senses. So what we actually perceive are our brain's models of the world. You could say that our perception of fantasies that coincide with reality," reminding us of the essay that I presented in the beginning by Olafur Eliassen, which stated that models are, in fact, real. So, while 4E cognition explains this calibration of our mental models of the world, the extended reality models that are presented to you flip this dynamic and create dynamic models that use speculative world-building techniques to experiment how these can actually recalibrate the mind. So this can be compared, I think we have it a lot, of course, in practices of meditation. There's like these ideas about lucid dreaming, or often also, people refer to the use of psychedelics. So instead of exploring the predictive brain from within the mind, the extended reality model takes a reverse approach and starts by altering the world and then immersing, often myself, but also others in terms of exhibitions in it, and allowing us to intuitively learn how to interact with this reality anew. So this is very similar to what little kids do, I don't know, babies, children, also in the way of how they learn this reality. And then a lot of these excitation actually consist of purposefully or consciously designing what Friston calls prediction errors. So these are like situations, what I mentioned before is like dehabituation of our senses, means that we create situations where our expectations does not match reality, such as like the example of holding our eyes in between our hands. Or like, also like in the example of Char Davis, for example, by moving distances by breathing in or out, or like moving longer distances just by moving our head in small ways. So this reveals like, deeper seated knowledge about our understanding of spatial relations. And I think like to finish, I would just like to ask what happens if the environment we are immersed in is unstable. So how does it affect our design thinking, our creativity and dreaming if we're continuously immersed in models that challenge aspects of gravity, of balance, of time, of depth, light situations, etc., that we usually perceive as stable because, we always lived here, here on Earth, and evolved our spatial understanding under the physical laws and conditions of earthly environments. So by playing with these extended reality models, I unveiled this, I believe, much underestimated spatio-temporal dimension of cognition, which I called enveloped cognition. And this goes back also to one of the many conversations I had with Char Davis, the female VR pioneers, who observed, and this is a quote of hers, when I think of immersion and when I thought of it all those years ago, I was really imagining it as an enveloping spaces that you could feel close up against the skin. So enveloped cognition, to me, it is the cocoon, the caress, the protective reality of a spatio-temporal dimension that bolsters and nurtures mental capabilities that cannot be quantified, such as creativity, concentration, or contemplation. It is the deep conscious feeling of presence, of being in the flow, of being part of something that exists simultaneously in the here and out there. So to explore this notion of enveloped cognition in depth, I'm not going to go into these, but these are like basically the upcoming research project that I'll be developing at ETH Zurich in the coming years. So one of them is called Mirror Worlds, which goes back to your comment before, looking into how we can prompt space, so kind of going beyond prompting text and images to actually prompt space through proximity and moving around each other, so combining AI with these extended reality models. And I think at its core, this idea of the extended reality models really looks into how we can recreate an architecture of real-time, full-size, in-person, first-hand, and on-site. Thank you very much for your attention. And of course, I'm standing here by myself, but all of this work has been developed in collaboration and with the help of many others, and also, of course, supervised and mentored. And so I just would like to show all the credits, also of the images. And one more time, thank you also to having organized this, and to all of the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for fantastic presentation. Some very questions from the audience first. I'll maybe ask a kind of question first and then see. One of the things that kind of occurred to me, I don't know, maybe you're familiar with the book, Body Ritual of the Nazarena. This is by Harold Miner. He's sort of writing about America. Basically, it's America inverted, right? And then all the kind of like rituals of the everyday that, from a sort of anthropological point of view, that seem very strange to an outsider, right? Let's say we're alien anthropologists who landed on Earth. And so he sort of describes, dentists as like holy men, right? And sort of everyday rituals. And a lot of the So I'm really kind of interested in this aspect of the work, the sort of how you're connecting the everyday, right, and the environments, just as kind of you ask us to touch things and kind of feel things through these experiences that you're designing or creating.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the everyday and how it connects to these imaginary, surreal kind of dreamy environments, I think is very much at the core of the research or the explorations. And I think it's also due to the fact that I believe we're constantly in a form of extended or mediated reality. So if we are all in our thoughts. I have no idea what you've been thinking while I was presenting. So of course, in that moment where I guide you through this meditation, I basically just I invite you to be closer presence and in relation with like the physical objects and the environment that surrounds it. But in the end, I think we are always in this like paradox state of being in here and somewhere out there, or kind of in our body and somewhere out at the same time. So I think these models, they just make it tangible. So I think they just allow you to become present or aware of that sensation and also of this paradox sensation. And I think the more every day, the more common like that interaction can be, the more enjoyable it is for the immersion. So, for example, to sit on a chair in an extended reality model that has the weight, and to lift that up and to actually sit on it, and then to understand that the chair might speak or might behave in a way, is much more exciting than to be like in a, crazy space ship. So I think it is also a bit of all these works are a bit like a love letter also to our everyday reality. And I feel of it a lot like, in the way how like little children learn about the environment, like at the age of 1, 2, where they start taking everything into their mouth and like into their hands. And I think it's very comparable to, if we want to design things that are native to the virtual or to that digital space, to explore it almost as toddlers or as little babies that start exploring that space and start taking it into our mouth and into our hands and just see how it reacts. So to me, it doesn't need to be anything. To me, like the wonder, the magic, they are all there. Like, that's not what we need these devices for, but it's more to almost, to heighten or dehabituate our senses and to remind us of it.
I'm also really curious about, let's say, for example, the archive project where there's a guide, right?
Mm.
And, the interaction of the people who are in the model versus the people who are outside watching. Of course, with headsets, sometimes it's helpful for us to kind of have the monitor or the feed to kind of see what the person is doing. But I'm also just kind of wondering about what's the perception, what's the interaction with the audience or the people surrounding them.
I think it's quite good. I would say it's a bit like theater, and I think people also really like to do these installations because it's quite like a social thing. I think one thing is the conversation you have with the invigilator before you go in, but then also this kind of introspection that you're invited to afterwards. But then also, that it has this very playful component of, like being watched or watching the others. Or I also think people are in very strong disbelief about, they say, for example, I'll go in, but I won't lie on the ground. I won't sit there. I don't walk so far, so I will behave a bit differently. And of course they don't. Like they all behave surprisingly similar, I think. And but don't believe it afterwards. Or I think this is quite interesting that I think everybody plays a role in it, but the role is continuously changing. So I think that was something that I was quite surprised to find out, when observing these exhibition setups, that people kind of entered a role without knowing. So I think it's much more theatrical or performative than you would expect it to be. And also to what extent, as architectural designers, we can design, movement, and behavior, I think we all used to speak about, I don't know, one dreams a bit about it. I mean, I personally, I've never built a physical building, and I'm always surprised by the amount of belief that goes into virtual architecture. I mean, nobody ever stepped on over a balcony stand or like goes through a wall or like that kind of I mean, I think everybody can architecture, like everybody can behave in an architectural environment, no matter how surreal it is. Like, I think we're all so used to it, and I think, yeah, it becomes very interesting. I think, I mean, not so much like in the observation of like just the people's behavior, but then in like these introspection or reflection when they describe where they have been to, because that's then where the differences lie. So they may all sit on the ground or like, I don't know, lie somewhere, even if they said they wouldn't, but then they would see things that I have not placed there. I don't know, they see different colors, they see different shapes, they relate it to, yeah, in the end. And I think that's where like this idea of the model comes in, because yeah, they're related to their own memories, they're related to their own knowledge, they're related to their own cultural understanding of maybe a similar element, or yeah. And I think that's where it becomes really interesting, like, yeah, not so much in the physical behavior, but in the kind of, yeah, kind of almost like, yeah, mental space and connected to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. That was, I wasn't expecting that. That was really interesting. So thank you, it was super cool. I had a couple questions, maybe one in relation to the existing environment while people are experiencing it, and kind of how you maybe deal or mitigate with potential ruptures in the immersiveness of the experience. And then, and sort of like what would be maybe like the dream venue space for that type of thing, right? Because I noticed maybe in one of the experiences, I think it was the one with the cat, it's quite like well lit all around. And granted, of course, while you're in VR, you're probably not seeing that. I suspect there might be secondary noise creeping through, things like that, right? So I'm just kind of, and even things like temperature. So I was just wondering what would be the sort of dream scenario of this like fully calibrated, maybe sensory deprivation chamber or something. And then the other question was kind of maybe more to do with, like, it felt like there's a kind of like hypnotic quality in the work, and maybe feelings of even time dilation that takes place. And I was just wondering maybe if, I guess, I don't know, I've never really gone to a yoga retreat, but maybe it's something kind of, not in the sense, let me finish first. So I'm not saying what you're doing is making a really cool hypnotic yoga retreat, but I suspect there's maybe like a period of onboarding to kind of to calibrate you into a sort of mental state to be willing to receive whatever is coming next, you know? And I was just kind of wondering, maybe through your own process, what have you found to work quite well? What have you sort of found kind of disrupts the experience? Things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much for both questions. I think, yeah, to the first one, like, yeah, how the physical and the virtual space relate, and like, yeah, how I deal with potential ruptures. I think I'm always, I embrace them. I love them. I think that the more they happen, the better. And like, I think also the more they happen also for visitors in unexpected ways. I think if they're, yeah, I think like within these setups where you have a lot of physical objects and they happen in public, also physical setups, and people often come, I don't know, with their partner or their kids to experience these installations, they are also being invited to contribute. So for example, in the first installation in Fred and Magic, where you had this window that you would be fed through, like the invigilators would also ask the people that they knew around. So I don't know, a parent to see their child through that window while eating in that world after you have, I don't know, gone down like a 70-meter tower and like are speaking with a raven. is much more exciting than if they do it with me or like with the invigilator they've never seen before. So I think that ties also a bit back to your first question about the everyday. I think the more common it can be, the more exciting it becomes in that world. So I think anything from a door that is being opened and like a slight wind that you feel like while you go down, to suddenly feeling something soft below your feet, or I think, I really try to embrace them, and also to, throughout the design process, to build upon these a bit, kind of glitches between the physical and the virtual that happens, and then to increase them. I think also this experience, for example, of holding your eyes between your hands, like what happens is that the space starts turning around you, because we've never experienced having moved our head independently of our kind of sense of balance or gravitation. So these are all experiences that happened to me accidentally. I think like also, the moment you start combining some technical devices, there's a lot of stuff that happens, and I think the more that can become part of the also outcome of the work, I think the more exciting it gets. And I think it's a very intuitive process. But again, I think like similar with like how surprising it has been to me how much people believe in these architectural elements. I think it's always also surprising to me again on how much we can trust these experiences to be much more universal than we think they might be. So I think there's something about like four-dimensional spatial environments that like acts on like an intuitive level, maybe different than like just a drawing or a text. That I've also experienced a lot, like working with students who have never worked with these technologies before, to actually be able to create very compelling, convincing setups without being architects or so this for this first, and like the kind of hypnotic quality of the experience, and which role this onboarding plays. I think it plays a huge role. I mean, to me personally, I think it's the most important. I think like that's also why I hire actors or performers to guide the work. I think like the amount that you're able to trust these devices, or like the way how you enter in that world, the stronger you will be immersed, the more presence you will feel. So I think it's very comparable to a guided psychedelic trip, or like a guided meditation, or anything. Like, of course, this idea of a guru or like a shamanic guide or whatever it is, I think there's a reason why if we are to undergo a transformative experience, and of course as an artist that is my aim to create transformative experiences, that it helps a lot to have a person on site that is to be trusted, but that also helps in case something is maybe scary or unwanted, or in that moment, and also afterwards to then reflect upon it. And so I think that presence is very important. And then I think the question, it's a bit like this question we probably have all asked ourselves, like, what is the actual value of a VR experience or XR experience? Like, I mean, why, like if these things are exhibited in a museum, like, why do you decide to do it? Or, I mean, probably none of us, apart from these new Ray-Ban glasses, owns a VR headset, or I mean, I never in my free time do these experiences. So I think like, of course I ask myself so much, okay, if I offer an experience and if I invite people into that, like how do I actually create a valuable, transformative, memorable experience to them? And I think the idea of, a bit like, the ancient Greeks and Egyptians, they had these dream induction temples, or how we do hypnotic, setups or environments. I think to me, this is a bit like the way on how we can create value throughout these experiences that goes beyond, going into the park or going to a dance session, which most of us, I think, prefer than putting our head inside of a headset. So I think, at least like in my work, it has always gone into that direction in order to create something that is not trying to replicate or represent anything that we could much better have in physical materialize, but to actually create something that is, that we have not experienced as such before. And I think the way into the unconscious, or like this land of dreaming, at least to me, that's the way,
Okay. We're able to keep things relatively on track. We should not, but we could continue our conversations. But thank you.
Thank you.
Any sound in it? Okay, while they get set up, I'll introduce our final speaker for this panel, Alexandra Ayan. Alexandra is an assistant professor at the Human-Computer Interaction Institute in Carnegie Mellon University School of Computer Science. She directs the Interactive Structures Lab, where her team investigates and develops physical interfaces that adapt to users' needs. The lab's work has been published at and awarded by top-tier HCI venues, ACM CHI and UIST, and graphics venues, ACM SIGGRAPH, and has been recognized with the prestigious NSF Career Award. Their projects have been showcased in multiple exhibitions, including a permanent installation at the Ars Electronica Center in Austria. The work has also captured the interest of media outlets such as Wired, Dezeen, Fast Company, and Gizmodo, and has presented at TEDx. Before joining Carnegie Mellon University, Alexandra was a postdoctoral researcher at ETH Zurich in computer graphics and completed her PhD in HCI at the Hasso-Plattner Institute, a small, highly selective, top-tier institute for computer science in Germany. The title of our talk today is Unobtrusive Physical AI. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello, everyone. Well, as you can see, I changed my title slightly just to emphasize more the human-centered part of physical AI, but the physical AI part is still there. So I want to start out by kind of connecting to the previous talks as they were referring a lot to XR and things like that. That is really the way to make interfaces more adaptive, right? So wouldn't that be great if all of the interfaces can adapt to your context, show you exactly what you need when you need it? And that is an active research area which is happening, again, mostly in digital interfaces. So how do you shovel the digital contents around such that they are really helpful to users in that moment and in their current task? Now, it turns out that our world is mostly physical. So, and as has been recognized already by a few select companies, but also research labs, physical AI is kind of the next frontier. AI is really great at, again, adapting our digital content, like selecting, putting together contents that are highly specific for whatever you request of them. But the physical part is really what's still lacking. Mostly people think of this physical AI in terms of big robots, humanoid robots, also self-driving cars, but more like generic robots that can do all sorts of tasks that kind of emulate us as humans. However, anybody who's seen maybe iRobot or movies like that, it also kind of feels a little bit intimidating to have these robots around. Like, could you imagine having, these robots roaming around your house? You never know when they're there, when they're not there, what they're listening to, what they're not listening to. I believe that there is like a different way of approaching this, and this is kind of like looking at different types of embodiments. How do we integrate this physical task assistance in our lives? More something that maybe we can augment the objects that we are already familiar with, that we know how to use, that we have around, that we feel comfortable with additional capabilities that can enhance our physical tasks. So, for example, we can think about smaller hand-sized things that we're used to, that kind of the way you have like this distributed idea of robotic assistance that helps you proactively in your common environment. And I like to think about these things in like 3 different tiers, let's put it that way. Today I want to talk about 3 different aspects of this. And I want to start with robotic interfaces. Coming from like these humanoid robots, what are alternative, helpful things that robots can do for us, and how would they look like? One very new work that is going to be presented, published and presented actually this year in October, is where we go towards unobtrusive physical AI, where really we want to integrate robotic capabilities, assistance to users for physical tasks in their common objects, in their everyday objects, that then take a step back into the background and are therefore unobtrusive. So I want to start by looking at one example. Which is just a user, in their kitchen. This is a video of the system running in real time. So what you see here is that users just doing their thing. You don't really observe any, things that are sticking out or that are out of place here, right? So the user is just grabbing, cooking, getting the sheet, and then unfortunately they have already closed the oven door before noticing that actually the stove is full, but then also the countertop is not prepared to let you put down any hot and heavy items. So what happens is that our system recognizes that the user is in a pickle here, and actually moves the augmented trivets that can move, instructs them to move towards the user and allow them to place their pan. And all of that happens fully automatically. So let's take a step back and look at how do we do that. So we built a system that we call object agents. And in that system, we have camera input. And then what you see up here is that our system perceives what the user is doing from this camera input. For this step, we actually mainly use VLMs, so video language models, and they just describe the scene essentially. And you see the active output here, so the user shifts the focus from the oven to the door, the user adjusts controls, and so on. So by observing what the user is doing for a while, we also not only take these like raw, very like low-level descriptions of that scene and what the user is doing, we also kind of build up a memory. Our system is designed to build up a memory from these descriptions in order to form like a larger spatial temporal understanding of what the user may intend to do and reason about the user's goals. So here the first goal that was identified is that the user wants to see if the food is ready, which is true, but is not really an actionable, nothing that the system can support necessarily with like these objects that they have. But in the next step, it keeps doing that in a loop, and in the next step, it finds that now the next user goal after they close the door, the oven door, they actually want to place this pane down, but they can't. And so this is when the system actually comes into, in its actionable space and generates an action automatically to identify the object that is most helpful, which are the trivets, and then also generates a path for them, like a target location where they should move to, such that, which is, move close to the user, such that the user can place their sheet down. That then in turn, there's some object recognition, the path planning, and that, kind of like sending the commands to actually move the trivets themselves. So the main point about this system really is that its main goal is to infer what the user is doing from observation and find out how to best assist them in that situation in a physical sense. So it's a software, it's really a software architecture in this case. We do use, VLMs and LLMs to reason about things, reason about users, reason about best, most helpful actions and objects that can help, and then, execute that with, more AI-driven object recognition and stuff like that. But what it is really doing, these are tools, right? And we are interested in putting those together such that things can move into the background. And it's really designed to maintain users' familiarity with their own object so that the user can still move the trivets around as they want, but also the system can move the trivets to assist them. And really to move this tech into the background, to be helpful to the user, but without being like super intrusive, as if you had like a big robot, humanoid robot moving stuff around for you. And also, one thing that's very important to us is as well that we want to generalize to different contexts. So this idea of like context-aware assistance is very important here. So here are a few other examples, same system. For example, here we have like this little, key holder thing that the user that reminds the user. It recognizes that the user left the house without grabbing the keys, and then it shakes the keys such that the user recognizes that. Or in this office scenario where the user was looking for the right adapter for the right dongle, but the dongle was in fact hidden, like it was placed back here out of view of the user. And so the system, because the dongle can't move itself, found a different object that's close by, moved the dongle, pushed the dongle to the user such they can successfully complete their task of copying files from a USB drive. Here's another example from the kitchen where we kind of went into a, there's not only these type of objects like trivets and stuff like that you can integrate with robotic capabilities. In this case, we also had a knife. The knife was actuated, and here what I want to highlight is that it understands that the knife has a specific affordance, which we as humans know, but that is also something that coming from that you have these objects that are there, they have specific, properties that you have to take into consideration when designing with these objects. And the other thing is also, which is really most helpful, actually, there's like different tasks that you can help users with, right? You can have just moving things closer, but if you're aware of that, it's like, it's a little help, but not too significant. But if you're unaware of things like, that you may cut your hand there, or you forget things like your keys, that's kind of like where these type of systems can be really helpful. Now, in this case, we only have these, we built like these little wheel platforms that, again, it was really the system that was most important, so the way that it actually moved wasn't that important here. However, it is important though, because you do want things to maintain their, familiar shape and not be all too bulky, and you want them to be able to use your objects just as passive objects as well. So what about better integration of these type of robotic capabilities?
So one thing that we also considered, again, like we want to build these capabilities into everyday objects. So they should be, ideally be flat, ideally be, untethered. They should be, be able to move objects of, various sizes and shapes. And so one thing that we came up with, where we also thought about making them easier to manufacture, more so than like wheeled platforms that we have to assemble like a bunch of stuff. Can we mass manufacture things like that? So what we came up with here is a motion layer that looks like this. So it's really flat. We call it LAMO. And it consists of an energy layer, and this energy layer is essentially, it holds up, just a LiPo battery and vibration motors. So if you, get notifications on your phone and your phone starts moving because of the vibration, but pretty unpredictably. So we add this steering layer, which is actually made as a flexible printed circuit board, but it can steer then the motion as, as desired. So here so in this case, this layer had 6 of these leg structures that can steer, and this is just zooming in into one. So effectively, we have these linkages that can be made, that were made as a printed circuit board, so you can just like buy them, order them. And then you add like another layer, which is a liquid crystal elastomer. What that does, if you heat it up, and the heater is on the printed circuit board, it contracts and then folds out these legs. Now, these legs are like slightly slanted, and that adds differential friction. And thereby, you can, direct if it moves, in which way it moves forward. You can, make these as you wish. It's printed circuit board design, so you can lay those out in different ways. You can add rotation, you can add forward, backward, all sorts of movements there. And it actually can move things up to like 1.5 kilograms, I believe. Clearly, you can scale that, right? So the larger the thing is, with more vibration motors and things like that, you can also move heavier things. But it's very flexible and adaptable and relatively easy to make, because it has like this layered approach, which is good for manufacturing. So what can we do with that? So you can do all the things that I showed you in this previous project. It's just moving things around. But here I want to highlight one example that I really like, which is actually this ruler that is a math tutor, if you want to think of it that way. So what you see here is the student is doing like linear programming example, and she was using the ruler just as she would otherwise. It's like a very familiar object to her. But then she forgot what the next step is. How do you do that? And so the ruler can actually move on top of the actual assignment to help her out and show kind of like the function and get her unstuck. Another thing here is like this other ruler is not actuated, but it like the triangular ruler can move over there to indicate, well, you should, to maximize the function, you should, parallel shift that, that last function that you drew. And so what I really like about this type of example is that I think that you can, again, it's like this familiarity. You would have used those tools anyway. But then also thinking about, when do you actually want to help? It's not like you want to just do that for the student, but like, think about things like, like people having like the fingers on their chin, looking up, or like, tapping their fingers on the table or stuff like that, seeing a lot of hesitation. And that is something that we can observe and, again, try to understand the user's intent. So that is really kind of like putting these two things together. And this is just one version of like robotic capabilities, which is moving, but there are like many more out there, right? Putting these together where you really have that software that that you build to understand when and how to assist users, together with like a really nice hardware that integrates with your everyday objects, such that they, that all of these capabilities are, pushed more into the background. Same thing as before, we want to maintain familiarity and also generate helpful actions. task assistance, one thing, but teaching unknown things, for example, can be very valuable. Protecting users from things that they don't realize themselves, that they may harm themselves or others, is also very helpful. And one thing that I didn't really discuss is, because it's like this physical assistance, right? People with disabilities can use this as assistive technology. Clearly, there needs to be way more research in this, but that's kind of like the direction that we're moving into. So we have distributed the robotic capabilities throughout users, things like objects. But we also have like a lot of opportunity in our environment to make our environments really adaptive. Use things like walls. There's so much empty space on these walls to create like really encompassing and adaptive physical interfaces. So in this example, we have created this wall that can change its shape. The user comes in, has their hands full in their teeny tiny apartment, and it automatically folds out a shelf, folds out a hook, so they can take their jacket off, and then move the jacket out of the way, and the shelf back in as the user takes their bag and leaves. So all of this is like highly context dependent, right? So you need to understand, where's the user at, what height should that shelf be, should it be a shelf in the first place, things like that. Here, one of the key questions is also, how do you make it so you don't really waste a lot of space? So what we do is, instead of moving those arms essentially to create a shelf, we rather lock things in place. Locking takes way less energy, effectively, than moving stuff. So we have these little clamps that clamp kind of these hinges together, and so we constrain this row, and then there's like on a rail a motor that squeezes it together, and so it pops out in this predefined shape, and the shape is defined by these clamps. And you have opportunity, like the possibilities are, clamp it rigidly, or have mountain or valley folds. So what can that do? Again, you can create a lot of adaptive environments. So here, again, it recognizes that you're there with your laptop. You wanna maybe move it a little bit higher to adjust to your to an ergonomic working style. This is a little bit similar to that key example, where it can also animate things to make you, remember that, well, or maybe you weren't aware that it's raining outside, so it can let you know that you should bring your umbrella. And lastly, it can also, modify other objects that are around it, like this lamp for a cozy reading nook. This is indicating a little bit what we're working on right now, which is understanding really how would you interact with such interfaces. How do you instruct that wall? Do you want to talk to it? Do you want to gesture to it? How do you express what you need in that moment? There's like a part of it being proactive, right? It recognizing what you need, but sometimes you maybe just want to give it instructions right away or correct it. So what is the interaction really looking like? And that's something that we're also designing right now. The last part that I want to talk about is, coming from these robotic interfaces. They are also very complex, right? There's like actuators in there, there's cabling, there's all sorts of sensors and whatnot, and big power sources. So those are really complex. They can, be very helpful, but they are complex. So another way to think about physical assistance is actually to think about what type of functionality or intelligence, if you want to think of it that way, can we bring into the passive material structure? So meaning that you can design the material to do a specific thing that you want, or maybe a set of specific things that you want to choose from later, but that means that you don't need actuation for that. So one example is this door latch, where it's printed from one piece, and it's, there's no assembly needed. You could make the whole, everything that's acrylic also in this 3D printed way, but it is kind of deforming as a door latch. So it is designed to be a door latch. And here we are really looking into integrating mechanical functions with the structural functions of materials themselves, building on so-called metamaterials. What we do here is that we actually do an aperiodic arrangement of these shear cells, so they allow to redirect forces and movements, and this rigid cell. So it's just like a square cell with either a diagonal or not. And those rigid cells, well, they propagate forces, but they don't allow any redirection, essentially. Now, you can, with these two very simple cells, you can essentially, you can do a bunch of things as long as you, put them together in a way that the cells really work together, where the one cell pushes the next, pushes the next, pushes the next, right? And together they form a specific mechanism that you are interested in having. One way to think about that is doing, computational design as an inverse design, where you say like, well, I want, that, I don't know how the cell should look like, but what I know is that I want to push here and then this thing should move in there. And please give me the cells that, the cell arrangement that makes that happen. And so we looked at this as well. But maybe a more pressing question is, what else can you do with this? So now that you can put these cells together in any way you like, you can also make pliers that come from one piece. You can have like this little walking robot that, oops, I'm sorry. Never mind. The walking robot that, where you can have a walking robot that's made from one piece. And we also had like a little copy machine, effectively, that will copy your drawings, but still looks like a block of material. So mechanisms are the one part, but the other part is also that sometimes you may want to make some decisions in your material. Here we extended this door latch and built a lock on the back of it, where users input the code, and it verifies if that code is correct or not. And after it verified that it's correct, it actually unblocks this mechanism that I just showed you in order for it to be functioning like a door latch, and the user can open the door. So we approached it from a similar metamaterial style thinking, and came up with these cells that are that hold a bistable spring. So you need to have something that's kind of like a 1 or a 0. So we approached it as from a digital standpoint. And these bistable springs can hold two different states. So they can be in this tense state, so they're a little further back, or in this relaxed state where they're a little further to the front. And this displacement we use to transmit signals and do all sorts of other computations there. So if you push that cell over there, essentially it kind of like snaps over, pushes the next cell, that snaps over, pushes the next cell, and so on and so forth. And so that's how you can transmit signals through a 3D printed material. Here's a little video of that. And you see that it's pretty fast, right? We didn't just stop with, clearly you can't just stop with signal transmission. It doesn't get you all too far, but all sorts of other signal processing things like, signal routing, so routing something around the corner, having bifurcation, like a fan out type thing. We have an amplification, which is like a bigger cell such that it can block this door latch mechanism. And also, very importantly, a gate cell that can decide if the signal should be blocked or keep going. So the most important part that I want to highlight is that we have a rendition of gates. And with the NAND gate model, it means we can do combinational logic. From these type of materials that can do mechanical like analog functions, right? Can build mechanisms and can also create some decision-making and logic functions. But those are really built into the environment. So another thing that we can think about is how can we create this type of physical interfaces that can be wearable. Here's an example of a shoe, but more generally of material properties that you can switch as a user but wear as clothing. So here's just to show that you don't really have control over the material properties in your environment. But since your skin and the objects form an interface, why don't we just manipulate that interface and give you a sleeve to wear where you can switch the material properties as you like. So you can switch the stiffness, you can switch the textures, you can switch all sorts of things. You can switch them not just one by one, but actually in bigger areas. And here in this example, we show it as a shoe sole where you have different areas and therefore combinatorially can switch through different functions of your shoe that is good for cushioning on rough areas, kind of like water dispersing on rainy days, and you can all switch that just as if you would pull shoelaces. So here, what we really were interested in is going beyond these predefined material functions that you saw in the door latch example and so on, which are really defined at the design stage, right? After you printed that, you can't really change that, right? After manufacturing. And here we were really interested in giving people a choice of you have a bunch of parameters that you can select at design time, and then after design time, after manufacturing, you can switch between at two different states at each cell level. So you have these multifunctional but still passive materials that users have control over. Now, going a little bit away from this metamaterial idea where you have all these cells that are working together and stuff like that and form a bigger material, we also were interested in using this type of, this bistable springs that have these two states and do something really helpful for people, which in this case was, for health and rehabilitation. So what we did is that we created this bistable orthosis for finger joints specifically. So typically, you have a rehabilitation routine where you, after finger injury, there would be some period where your finger would be, it's true for other joints too, but we're talking specifically about fingers, where a finger would be immobilized, like having a cast on it, and that lasts for, depending on the injury, for a few weeks. But then after that, you should actually start moving your finger. So there would be something like, mobilize your finger 3 hours a day or something like that would be the instruction from your therapist and doctor, and otherwise, let it rest, let it be, immobilized. And so typically you would have these splints and you need to take them off and then do something with your hands and then put them back on and so on and so forth. And people, may forget about it or may not feel, comfortable doing that, and so on. So what we were looking at was inventing a new style of orthosis, building on this expertise that making things, multifunctional yet passive, that has two functions. So one, it holds your finger relatively rigidly in a straight position to let it rest. And then once you just push it down, it kind of snaps through, and then you have free range of motion. So you have dexterity back. You don't have to take the brace off to actually do your mobilization, and you can combine your mobilization exercises with just like chores or things like that. So you can use your hands with all the flexibility that you have, while then just pushing your finger up and it goes into the straightened and stiff position. So there's all sorts of technical evaluations that we did as well, but what I want to highlight is actually that we did a preliminary case study with a patient. She had a tendon injury after dislocating her knuckle, and was wearing our brace for 2 weeks.
This device is helping me actually move my finger back and forth with more comfort and less interference than a typical splint. I can easily pick up a pen. It doesn't hurt. I can't really write with this thing on. I can tell you right now, that was much easier because the other day I was doing some cleaning and I didn't have anything on my hand. And I picked a pillow up like that and it hurt. That did not. So wearing this device definitely helped me. When I pick this up with this on, it makes all of my other fingers work harder, and my hand works harder because I can't fully grasp it. It was very easy to pick that glass up. I don't think I could have gripped it as hard without the device. Yeah, I can pick it up. I just can't wrap my whole hand around it because it makes my fingers stick out, which is not comfortable. I just recently started a blog, so I was typing yesterday and this morning, and without this on, it hurts to type. Because I'm not paying attention, I'm just in the groove of typing and using that finger. With this on, it doesn't hurt. Without it, it hurts. So this is definitely helping me. Yeah.
All right, there's some more, but well, we were very happy to see that there was actually, first of all, we were mainly looking at comfort at this stage. It's not a full patient study yet, but we were still, very happy to see these very encouraging results. And her doctor, her, care physician, also mentioned that our brace essentially, it allows you to move, but also gives lateral support, which is very helpful. So I want to skip the full working principles. If you have questions about that, I'm happy to chat more about the technical details. But for now, just as a quick recap, essentially, you can really use these type of passive things to make these multifunctional, multifunctional mechanisms that typically people would go to sensors and some sort of actuation, but you don't even need that. You can actually build that into the geometry itself. So using this bistability allows you to have two different functions, which is helpful. There's also multi-stable mechanisms and all sorts of things. You can also personalize the force, which we did. So we also have a bigger, machine learning driven simulation and a UI editor and so on. It's 3D printed in one piece. So you can really personalize it to the patient's not only finger dimensions, but also to their specific injury and how much force they have, how much resistance it should give you. And we have essentially only 4 different parameters that we change, but even with those 4, you can really cover a large space of these type of functionality. And again, the indication that the comfort is there, and the preliminary indication that it's safe to use is very encouraging. And yeah, that's all just one 3D printed piece of plastic, right? So these type of passive, intelligent materials are really helpful to reduce the complexity of actuation, have no actuation at all, or maybe have some, have a set of desired functions built into the passive structure, and then some, much fewer actuation to select from later. That all built into the passive structure and 3D printed in one piece. So with this, we were really looking into, a little bit blurring the boundaries between materials and machines. So talking about these boundaries, what I also like to think about in our research is sort of materials and robots being, on a spectrum. where effectively, your traditional materials like steel, glass, wood, whatnot, is on the one hand side, and then the real, the big robots that you would, if someone says the word robot, you would probably think of something like this, is on the other hand of the spectrum. But you can really pick and choose how much complexity are you willing to build into this? How much are the end users willing to pay for it? How much actuation do you really need? Do you need to have like all sorts of options, or maybe can you get away with like fewer options? It really depends on the use case, right? So on the spectrum of the materials, you have like also these metamaterials, that the traditional metamaterials, they can damp things, they can be highly, they can expand in volume and contract in volume, like really interesting materials that are not found in nature, that are architected materials. To kind of like these things that we were interested in, where you go into this aperiodic arrangement and you suddenly are not bound by one property, one bulk property that you can change, but you can actually make a whole mechanism that does what you want and transforms, deforms in the way that you want, can make some decisions as well. To these reconfigurable metamaterials that users then later have options, like what type of function do I want right now, still passive. Taking inspiration of these like small structures that transform, and then adding some more lightweight, simple, small actuation to actuate them as you need them to a few different things that I didn't talk about, like other small actuators that we made, or like haptic feedback patches that are interchangeable, to then this little like robotic trivet that goes more in the traditional robotic side with wheels and stuff, right? To the bigger wall that has a lot of motors and lots of actuation, but it's still at least lightweight and very cheap servos compared to the generic ones. Clearly, you have the generic robots can do all sorts of stuff, right? They're generic for a reason. They're trying to mimic us. To all the other things are like more specialized, and the closer you get to the robots, the more generic they are. The further you get to the materials, the less generic they are. However, the question is, where do we see ourselves? What do we see as our future? If we want, and I believe that we will, get more and more and more physical assistance in our physical tasks, in our physical world, do we envision big robots living in our households with us? How many of those, and what would they look like? Or do we rather think about something that moves into the background and tries to stay out of your way, and like really has like this very task-specific functionality that it offers? I believe that physical AI embodiment should come in all shapes and sizes. I think that less generic, more specialized robotic things can allow us to integrate with familiar objects and environments, and therefore fade into the background, creating like this calm technology, as Mark Weiser was also talking about. So there's a lot of work to be done there, right? What are the needs that we want to cover? What should it do? How should it help us? How should it adapt? And when should it adapt? So the what, are the applications, the design, right? Design workshops are very relevant there, which we do as well. Think about, protecting users, teaching users, assisting them with rehabilitation are some examples, but there are many, many more. How do we adapt is kind of like the mechanical side. How do we make this practical? What are like clever manufacturing techniques and designs that go together such that we can actually implement this in a way that is unobtrusive and that people want to have in their house, in their homes. And then also when to adapt, right? How do we understand? How can we have systems that see what users are doing and really make the right type of conclusions, and then also get a way for users to actually collaborate and interact with these type of interfaces in a it's not allowed to say natural in HCI, but I'm still gonna say it in a way that they would prefer and would feel natural to them. So very lastly, I do like to acknowledge my PhD students who are fantastic and who were driving most of this research. Many other students were helping as well, but Violet, Jesse, and Yu, all of these projects were there their babies essentially in their PhD work. So with that, I thank you very much for having me, for inviting me, and for your attention. Please reach out anytime if you have any questions beyond this. Thank you.
Thank you for a fascinating talk. Some of this like hits really home for me because I actually went through that finger rehab process.
Oh yeah.
The same injury, and it took me like 6 weeks in the splint.
Yeah.
And then you had to do all this mobilization
Mm-hmm.
exercises afterwards. So it's an amazing work. I'll probably just lead off with one first question. So because a lot of the work, of course, it's sort of prototyping phase,
Mm-hmm.
printers and stuff like that, and there are challenges such as like kind of miniaturization and mass production that maybe starts to rely on the kind of progress of other technologies
Mm-hmm.
to get to a place where they start to really integrate well. So in your mind, what would be the top 3 things that would be on your wish list that you want to see happen?
In terms of other technologies that would enable.
That would just like make, or that would really kind of push the research forward and really kind of see it start to kind of pop up in the world, things like that.
That is a very good question. I think that there are already a lot of technologies that would enable this to go beyond the prototyping phase, but it would take some adjustments. So if you take, for example, the one where we really use this PCB style manufacturing on purpose, right? Clearly, we had to make the LCEs ourselves. That's not a very common material that you can just buy these days. But we also, like, if you had kind of like just a lamination layer where you just like slap that on top, kind of like cure it also in the right spaces. So you have really kind of like one big sheet that they're just glued together at the right spots. And they're also just contracting at the right spots where in the fabrication process of the LCEs, you kind of like just cross-link selectively, which has also been already shown in research, and we also use parts of that. So I think things like that are more feasible than one might think, but it doesn't have like the spread yet, the customers yet to get there. I think otherwise 3D printing is probably a better integration of 3D printing with electronics. Conductive filaments don't really cut it because like if you want to have wiring through really intricate 3D microstructures, that is still a challenge that is not really solved yet. That would be great, like having like really good conductive materials. To integrate with intricate 3D printing. I think otherwise the nice thing of the things that we tend to think about is that we design most things in a rather compliant way. Not, clearly we had some interfaces that need some assembly, like the robotic trivets and knives and whatnot, or the wall. But even there, we were also like thinking about more lamination style, embedding the cabling already. So the wall, for example, was actually FF4. So it was printed circuit boards, but without anything printed on them, but like cut to the size that, like to the shape that we wanted. So you just snap it off and put them together. So yeah, I think better pick and place style way just screw in a motor. I think these things exist. I think it's just not to a level where it's industry doesn't really have incentives to switch up their processes, but they could if they wanted to, technically speaking.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alexandra, thank you so much for the lecture. I was fascinated. It's shown a breadth of work, and it is inspiring. I have a question on your last slides where you have this spectrum or this line from what you call materials to robot. And the whole time I was thinking about actually believe that the line here, I don't know if you will agree with me, but it's not about the material itself, but it's about the mastery of geometry.
Mhm.
And if you think about like ancient Greeks, when they were thinking about these instruments, there is this called the gnomon, which is the one that keeps time, that is the stick, that casts shadows. So that has already intelligence in that.
Yeah.
So it is not that it needs to be electronic in order to be intelligent, or this robot, but it is just the geometry like it's embedded in its reaction to the environment. So I'm just very curious to know your point on what I'm suggesting, if you will agree that instead of material thinking, it is about geometry and its reaction to the environmental reaction and the information and the intelligence that is embedded into that form.
Yes, absolutely. I fully agree. I kind of skipped over that, but the reason why I say materials is because I'm actually, I think a lot of my thinking, a lot of this research, kind of like had its starting point with these metamaterials. So this, pink door ledge was actually my first work in these metamaterials, where the idea is that you have the geometry of the, the microstructure, which is geometry, right, really governs how the material would deform. So, and it overrides kind of like the base material, what it's made of, which would be kind of like the, what people commonly would understand as material. So that's kind of like where, all of these like metamaterials that are closer to the material side, and that's all the geometry where that comes in. I absolutely agree that like even for non-microstructured materials, architected materials, metamaterials, whatever you want to call them, that the shape is very important, which is the geometry, right? That's kind of like trusses go in that direction, the beams, all of these type of things go in that direction. So I think it's kind of like you can, from the geometry, you can, like geometry and material always go hand in hand to, do like a specific task, right? Which again, with trusses too, but beams, it's like, hold a certain load. And so you design, the material, like you design the shape based on the material what you have, or you can reselect the cheaper material if you redesign the shape. So they always kind of like are intricately connected. I definitely fully agree with that. I just kind of like stepped over it essentially.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Allow me people to just and this is about the scale. I see here, I think you have one slide, or maybe like previous to the last one, you said any scale, right? You're thinking about this process of this passive, reconfigurable, and updated and active process into any scale. Out of curiosity, what is the other scale than this object scale that you're thinking of?
So many of the, especially the passive ones, where it's really about the geometry itself, as you were mentioning, if you look at the research, just because it's really difficult to make these things in like tiny, is like rather on the larger scale. So here, for example, let me see if I can. So here you see kind of like a little bit of a reference, right? This material, like metamaterials, should be kind of like, if you think about packaging foam and you look very, very closely into it, you see like a lot of random beams. And the idea of metamaterials is really that you take those beams, arrange them in a specific way such that they do some function. And so the ultimate vision is sort of like to have those materials be on that type of scale. It's just really difficult to make. So here I just wanted to point out the egg because it gives you a size reference effectively. So on the material side, you really want to be like as small as, for example, those foams. And I think the smaller you can go, the more options you have, because you have way more, you have more cells that you can manipulate such that they do a certain thing. And maybe do multiple different things, and maybe have like different types of decision mechanisms built in there. So the smaller you can go, the more cells you can manipulate, and the more degrees of freedom you have to add function and intelligence, if you want to think of it that way. It's just really hard, just like not really practical these days still. So that kind of goes to your question about what's next. What do we need to enable this? And I think, smaller scale, there is like nanoscale, but then you have, the bounding volume constraints. And so it's always like you always have a specific trade-off, right? Same as if you go smaller, you have less force output. So, but it gives you more, again, more degrees of freedom in design, because if you can go smaller, you can always go bigger. So it's really the constraint of what's the thinnest that you can make reliably. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for that. I had a question, maybe more. At some point you mentioned something like how much is the end user willing to pay, and then that kind of recalls some ideas about what digital manufacturing potentially could have been, and in some cases is, which is sort of like the democratization, accessibility, open source, and this kind of stuff. And I was wondering if there were any thoughts of that in your work, especially when thinking about the fingersprint thing. It's like, sure, you could have some a-hole patent that and then make it inaccessible to the general public and charge everybody $50 or 100 or 200 if it is the US. Or it could just be an open source project, and then people could sort of hack, manipulate, and even with like some of the other things, it looks like the core is a very simplified mechanism that allows anybody to do it at home. So I was just wondering, is there any sort of like deliberate intention about open source accessibility and repository or accessibility in that sense?
Yeah, we do actually open source many of our, so if you go on our website, you will find that many of our projects are open sourced, and if they're not, then I can tell you then it's just a very practical reason of like people not having time. But yeah, on our website there's all of our research, and many things are open sourced. For the finger brace, our vision was actually to have people enter the things themselves and like just Shapeways unfortunately doesn't exist anymore, but like order their own brace somewhere, right? Like without us having to do anything. It's probably not super practical, definitely not yet. You probably want to do that with doctor supervision, but like that is definitely something that would be interesting. I have to say that I think that the way that I tend to think about this research is also sometimes you have to just go out and explore to see what's interesting and what's possible and how far can you drive things before really thinking about these practical issues like cost and stuff like that. So I think we're not quite on the, I think our research is somewhat applied, right? It's not like, basic research where you really kind of like, look at the molecules of things, and like even if it costs like $1,000 to make one piece of material. But we're somewhere in between where I think we don't want to be constrained by these, too early by such considerations. But I do definitely acknowledge that they're very, very important for it to have impact ultimately, right? Because if no one can afford it, then you can have the best thing out there, but it won't really help people. And at the end of the day, we do want to, make people's life better, but also with like more foresight. These things will not be practical tomorrow, but I think hopefully they show a version of a world, and we can choose if we want that or not.
One last question. Thank you for the presentation. This question relates more to the first slides relating to the video, visual, language model, moving objects. So I was actually wondering, when you were dealing with building these objects, what kind of challenges did you face when trying to turn those like high-level language model descriptions into like actual actionable like physical movement? And it's just like what kind of challenges and concerns did you face in terms of like ambiguity with the commands that it prompts, and like potential like safety concerns when doing, for example, like the knife?
Yeah. Safety is definitely, again, it's one of these considerations. I think it was just very interesting to have such examples to, think about it early before you have backstabbing knives, autonomous backstabbing knives. But we did not actively do the safety research on it. However, clearly that's very important. So having like safety boundaries that are often also used in in XR, in the digital world of XR already, things like that can be helpful, and there's also like lots of research in robotics themselves, right? If they actuate the big robotic arms, there's like all sorts of safety protocols. So I think that many of those can apply to our smaller things as well. When it comes to the challenges of the system, so effectively what we did is like, so this part here, this is kind of like really just a frame level descriptions. That's just input that we get. There's no contribution from our side. We're just using established models. But here in the context generation, where we get like new input and like remembering, like prompting, making sure that we remember important things and not unimportant things to create this memory over time. That is takes the most relevant user actions and not like the irrelevant smaller ones. Often they kind of like prevail. User goals, there was one small example, so sometimes the user goals are just not that. Our system also evaluates how helpful the action would be, or if it would be more distracting than helpful. So there is some balancing there on our side as well. And then for the object actions, it's also, we do also reduce the number of, so there's actually a lot of goals and a lot of object actions being generated that are not necessarily acted upon. If it is deemed that it's just not, helpful enough, or it would distract the user because you don't want things to move all over the place. So we do actively reduce that. One thing that helps here is kind of the knowledge base. That knowledge base is the understanding of what type of object is it, what is it typically used for, what is their affordances, things like that. That for now we were creating these type of descriptions, but they could also be either shared from some sort of data set that has that, maybe now in the future. But those things also help to kind of like align the goals and the object actions with the context that we are sensing.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, that concludes the panel for the afternoon. Although, like a bad horror movie, it's not quite over yet. We just sort of had a sort of serendipitous kind of occasion. I'll just maybe introduce Leah Wolfman very briefly as they set up. But as I understand it, Leah has a exhibition that's actually being installed at the museum right now. So we thought it would be cool to have them kind of just give a brief kind of talk. And so Leah Wolfman is a carrier-bag architect, educator, game designer, digital puppeteer, and occasional writer. Trained as an architect, Wolfman assembles hybrid, virtual, and physical spaces in order to prototype new relationships to technology and nature, as well as challenge normative ideologies so often reinforced by technology and architecture. In addition to mixed reality installations that play with and emphasize the physical, material basis of everything digital, their research focuses on gamified environments, interactions, and materials.
Oh my God, I'm gonna wait on that. Sorry.
Well, we can turn that off as you like. Wolfman holds a Bachelor's of Architecture degree from Carnegie Mellon University and a Master of Arts in Fiction and Entertainment from SciArc. They're taught at numerous institutions in the US, including Art Center's Media Design Practice Graduate Program, Ideas Program at UCLA Architecture and Urban Design, SciArc, the School of Architecture at Taliesin, and most recently University of Michigan's Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning, where they've developed youth programming and mixed reality coursework. Their research and design work has been supported by numerous residencies and publications, shown as part of various exhibitions and festivals, including the Buenos Aires Architecture Biennale, the FIDI Arsenale, Space Saloon Design and Build Festival, Open Engagement Via Festival for Electronic Arts and Music, A Queer Query, / Imagine, A Journey into the New Virtual, and the Wrong Biennale for New Digital Art. They currently teach at the University of Utah as a visiting assistant professor in the Division of Multidisciplinary Design. Wolfman is the recipient of the 2024 Architecture League Prize for Young Architects and Designers and the 2025 United States Artists USA Fellowship.
Wow, thank you.
Right, take it away.
Yeah, and I don't know. Thanks for having me. Let's just make sure everyone can see this. We're good. This is fantastic, and yes, like very serendipitous just to be here. And I was like, also the theme and the format of this is really, really great. And there's a lot of lounge room. So here we go. But I just wanted to say, hi everyone. I'm Leah Wolfman. Thank you for the introduction, by the way. And I just want to say, I hope you're doing great. And I want to say, I'm really excited to just share. I'm going to share actually a presentation only because I'm working on an exhibition upstairs that's taken a lot of my time. So I wish I could spend more time here. But just kind of the conversations that I get on the fray of it's enough. And excited for you all. But really excited to share my work. It's a presentation I actually showed Paula once, so she's out of the room, but yes. But I'm sorry in advance for not properly cleaning up my desktop. So I'm trained as an architect, and I actually taught with Jose at Taubman for a bit. But I make video games that are overtly physical, spatial, and material. And the work can everyone hear me okay, by the way? Okay. Confirm some things. But the work involves sets, props, playful collaboration, and mostly the purposeful misuse of state-of-the-art technology. That's my dog. It's fine if he interrupts me. But to push out of the screen, out of the headset, you can also let him go, Natasha. Hey, bud. Hey. Out of the screen, out of the headset, and into physical space. So I might hold him. He'll get zoomies out. But these sets. All right, go back to Natasha. And props are spatial prototypes. That's awesome. For technological reality, say beyond isolation and disembodiment. Beyond something which is flat, like this screen or like Jose's phone right back there, but without feeling, without fun, and without funk. So my full-time teaching work, I work in multidisciplinary design, but also architectural design, video game design, and actually within University of Utah College of Architecture and Planning, we have all three in the college, and so I work between the three. But my own work and research practices are predominantly directed towards experiments in mixed reality, attempting to kind of address and bridge what I see as current vast gaps existing between design methodologies used in physical and digital space. So you could say the world is increasingly mixed and trans. Truth be told, it always has been. But while in architects' processes and procedures, we could say are equally mixed, we still get common architectural products which are models on a podium and CG renders on a wall, and those are usually blank models. So my work and teaching addresses multifaceted discrepancy outright. And just kind of to describe, this is the most briefest intro to mixed reality, but mixed reality basically describes a spectrum between digital and physical, which opens up new territory for design and experience. But this diagram, is from 1995. I'll go one step further back. But the diagram also reveals how if we use our current tools as we're told, we're actually quite limited if we're using them conventionally. Because there's all that space in between, right? All that yellow. And we basically only do the VR and the augmented reality end. So this is so awesome. But what is mixed reality anyway? But it's also anything but new. And I would say this is the Sword of Damocles. You might be familiar with it. But Ivan Sutherland did this in 1966. We know him usually in architecture because and this was the first virtual reality head-mounted display system, which pretty much all VR tags itself as doing. It even had pass-through, so even like all the stuff that Meta's doing, it had that at that time. It had like wireframing through that pass-through. But this was 3 years after he did Sketchpad, which then became basically all of what we know as like CAD and BIM in architecture. So that was he wrote the Sketchpad program in 1963 for his PhD thesis. Then he came actually to the University of Utah and built this thing. Yeah, and then of course, like even what we know as computer graphics, the Utah Teapot, all of it stems somehow randomly at the University of Utah. But a mixed reality approach basically starts by dispelling the notion that the physical and digital are separate. So rather than a binary opposition between physical and virtual, we can acknowledge that they exist on a spectrum, so we can draw that line between them and not at the endpoints. So I just say like we exist here, 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 and that's kind of a must in the work that I do kind of in studios, but also in my own practice. So if you don't create projects that purely exist on either end, but fall within the spectrum of mixed reality, then a space that we design never exists as solely physically or solely virtually, which is truly how space exists today anyway. So if you have a physical space, it's always coupled with digital objects, and vice versa. If you have, on the other side of things, if you have a digital space, you also have physical objects. And I'll just, very brief, the work is reliant on spatial tracking technologies like VR. I typically use a Unity game engine, but there's also Unreal. You could always say, other ones. But in 5G, smartphones have tons of capabilities nowadays. But basically, what is a VR setup? This is an outside-in VR setup where you have basically, these are tracking where, like constantly putting out signals and testing in light and testing where the hand controllers are, where the carpet, where the actual VR goes on, and they're all tied. This one's tethered to a gaming PC. But you don't have to do it that way. And basically, the VR headset is like a glorified camera anyway, and you can put, if you have worked in game engines, you know that you can kind of swap properties and behaviors of just about anything. So you can just even put that camera onto the hand controller and say, well, or I'll put that hand controller onto a ball or a chair, and I'm going to view things just through that way of navigating a space. So that's a very kind of easy, but just thinking about non-normative uses of the tool. So what if we didn't take the tool as a given? This is an older HTC Vive hand controller, but rather as an opportunity. So what are the tools affordances? And affordances, typically, like that language comes from industrial design, thinking about like, what if it's, you didn't just sit on a chair, what else could it do, right? If we just kind of thought about it outside of our norms and circumstances. But a way that maybe the tool is actually not intended for, but for which it allows and maybe is actually really useful for. So I'll just say, like, suspend your disbelief. Maybe this is a VR controller here used to track and tell story. And maybe these are all ancient shadow puppets, but is it a puppet? It kind of gets in the question of surrealism. Is it a pipe? Is it a sword? Is it a cup? Is it a chair? Is it a wall? Could it be a facade? And I'll just go this, and I'll actually go to the project. But this was a project I did in 2018, which was called Xrox One. Which, it's taken off of Xbox. But it's basically, without describing anything about the game, I just had this idea that typically we make custom games, but you have generic controllers. So it's kind of flipping the script of what if you started to make controllers that were tuned to the specifics of a person. It's like also taking from like disability mods that you see on YouTube of people modding their own controllers simply to be able to play with them. That was kind of the start of it, but also tune the specifics of the site, and I even just taught a seminar that of the of the player of the game, but even I taught a seminar called Gaming Ecologies, where it even tuned to the specifics of like the site, the space that it was in. And most of those sites were actually all outdoors. So yeah, so that's like, that was like a starting point for me in my work in a lot of ways. And then I'll just show this project, Free Dirt, and then we can call it a day maybe. Because I know we probably, but the project is entitled Free Dirt. It's kind of a very, and Jose saw this in person, very mixed presence, mixed reality installation, but it basically utilizes invasive plant species. And I thought about those kind of dually. So they were weeds downloaded online. So that was taken from what was then called Quixel Bridge. Now it's even like called Fab within Unreal. But also ones, I was living in Michigan, so they were found in local Michigan forests. So I was kind of pairing the two. And also interactive robotics, fallen tree branches, and this is a lot of dirt, 7 cubic yards of free dirt from Craigslist Free, to create a massively interactive game and garden where you could say architecture origin myths are kind of replayed and remade and refashioned all the way through. And the project would not have been possible. These are all students that I had while I was at Tauman coming through. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. My studio. And none of them came in with any game design experience. They played video games, but we fabricated this whole thing in 6 months altogether. Would not have been possible, but they came into my studio. We learned kind of Unity and ways of working with mixed reality from the ground up. And then they were able to join me in working on this project. So Spencer Ray, Jake Brown, Zeman Liu was actually from the Robotics Institute, and Jiao Bao Zhu did 3D modeling. And I had a friend, El Lower, who is an invasive species biologist who was constantly there with us, like talking about planting arrangements. And I won't go into this too much, but this was kind of like what I was considering and thinking about really early on. Of course, like, you know, primitive hut, thinking about like the way nature as stable, especially as we view today in relationship to technology, but also in relationship to architecture in general, and architecture as the stabilizing force itself. So that was kind of ArchiZoom, but then more so thinking about the way they kind of worked across materials and mediums, and almost specifically the way that they were actually friends with designers that were working on the Olivetti computers. And so that's an image from the Olivetti showroom, and if you actually look about kind of their no-stop interiors, there are details to it, and they're very much like room-scale computers. So thinking about things like infinite rooms, infinite spaces, AC, like all these things as being also made possible by computers, but even also made possible by our relationships to interiors, which are always exterior to begin with. So yeah, so let's say, and then Unity groundwork stuff. But I basically was like, I had this idea of to really put things into conversation, making almost like a quasi-primitive hut where I used an outside-in VR system, such that if we thought about vines growing up from invasive species, that you would absolutely end up screwing up the tracking of the system. So it was kind of internalized and self-fragilizing system that would intentionally break. So that was kind of it. So basically, we might already know, but nature itself is a technology, and technology is from nature. So maybe while the origin stories and practices of architecture are tethered to notions of stability in relation to and reflective of the natural world, basically the project itself, Free Dirt, almost located itself within a world that is ever more capturable and ever more realistically rendered and simulated, all amidst all the while going through total ecological collapse. So the intention behind it was developing a layered physical digital multiverse from weeds, where ecology and technology are placed in communion within almost like an unruly self-fragilizing ecosystem rather than one based off the other, but fundamentally separated out. So just some base. The digital weeds used in the project are coming from Quixel Bridge, what it was called at the time. And Quixel Bridge is a company now owned by Unreal Engine, which creates kind of easily portable game assets that are optimized to be game ready. But Quixel's aim, even from the onset, they're between Sweden and Pakistan, and their aim, as they've explicitly stated, is to create a digital library of everything in the natural world. So this is just kind of the drop-down. There is a drop-down, and now it's even easier with Unreal, where you kind of almost port immediately entire existing ecologies. And this just shows the range. And I don't know, it's like, it depends, especially if you're playing like photorealistic games, like, you can go into one game and then go play Elden Ring, and then you'll be like, oh, that's a similar log. And it's because it's coming from here. But you can cross and cross-register assets that are being used from this. But just to show the range, we can see the architecture section is almost kind of quite particularly normative. Maybe beyond the fact that, as you see, there's like a search bar in here. And so if I search for castle, I'll get castles, right, that are kind of modular and can add on. And I can put in castle ruins or rubble, and then I'll have a castle that's turned to ruins. And so, yeah, castle ruins. But yeah, so it ranges from architecture all the way to full landscapes. As you saw in the last one, cliff sides to bogs to all this. But yeah, so these are just some of the most popular games in which Quixel Bridge 3D scans are used. This is just a range. Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Red Dead Redemption 2. Death Stranding, which kind of came out right before COVID and felt like all too related to what was going on with COVID. Fortnite. And maybe it's important to note that for instance, in kind of the game Red Dead Redemption 2, it's an open world kind of Manifest Destiny game where you're kind of replaying the Old West. But there are ecologies that are playable in a form that they no longer exist in the physical world because of climate change. So I'll just say our fabricated concept and reality of nature is kind of incredibly fragile, as are we. So the Ruken figure, which is, this is kind of Pepe, above the Sea of Fog, taken from Caspar David Friedrichs. But it's also the third-person perspective in video games. And that's literally kind of the figure seen from behind. And what we kind of considered natural was always kind of a construction, architecture too. Always a value judgment, and kind of that concept of nature as a given and as something as stable is that too. So using Unity, you can also just port those directly into Unity, which is the engine that I use for the project and tend to use generally. And these are the weeds. But yeah, so I worked with my friend Elle, and we basically kind of created a whole planting arrangement and cross kind of registered weeds that were directly in Michigan with this. So weeds being invasive species, and that even kind of questions of weeds, aliens, invasive stuff, it's all related to human value judgments as well and human history. So I was just obsessed also with the idea that typically if you were asked to 3D model something, you would kind of make the most perfect version of it. When in this, because they're literally 3D scanning just out in the natural world, that there's decay, but there's also flowering, there's all these things, and I just think it's really beautiful. But for the piece, I collected invasive species local to Michigan, both in forests and yards, as well as digitally. And so you can see here mile a minute, kudzu, mugwort, leafy dandelion, just to name a few of the things. But then you can see here, and I haven't tested audio, and I actually don't even think I have my audio on, so one sec. And we're gonna make this higher definition. Sorry. So this was like the first planting arrangement sketch I did on my phone with Elle. Just thinking about like kind of these mounds that would become overgrown and then build up onto the tree vines. And maybe I'll turn this lower for a moment. But using kind of these digital and physical weeds, I developed that entire planning arrangement for the piece. And maybe like, I mean, Jose was at the opening, but like while those weeds were kind of immediately present in the game, as you kind of see, they were in like germination in the physical installation. So that's why it's just mounds of dirt right in this one. And I would say a major component of the mixed realities you're seeing here, kind of the mixed presence, was developing working methods to engage kind of in person as well as like remote participants. I'll turn it down a little more. No, not that much. Yeah. Okay. And so the piece was actually entirely interactive, both physically and digitally, both in person as well as remotely. And I use kind of VR spatial tracking, robotics, as well as kind of recontextualize, you might notice the Twitch chat. But I thought about it as kind of like a command line. So that basically you could be on your phone, you could be in VR, you could be like literally anywhere in the gallery, outside the gallery, across the world, and you could interact with literally physically everything that was in the space as well as digitally. So it's like a weird IoT of sorts. Yeah, so you can see these were kind of the early prototyping sessions in what was called the Liberty Annex, or is called the Liberty Annex in Michigan and Ann Arbor, where I just kind of wireframed it out with 2x4s. Let's see if I can go forward. And I think I have like a few more minutes, right? Okay, and here are some of the mixed reality interactions with a custom robot. But the robot is equipped with a live camera, which was just a cell phone that like I got secondhand. I used the webcam or the camera from it. VR trackers, which you can see on top here. So there's a VR tracker, so it can be tracked physically as well as digitally. Variable light that you can change the brightness of, and you can do all this through Twitch. It even has a seed bomb dispenser, and the entire robot, every single variable can be, again, like changed through Twitch, the Twitch chat. And the physical and digital camera views, which you can kind of see, there's like physical cam 1, virtual cam 1, and these like, and probably Natasha knows, like with virtual production, that's like a very key way of like matching camera dynamics, like depth, position, everything. So that's basically what is happening, is everything is matched to become kind of a digital twin that you can engage with. But it also kind of, those kind of physical and digital camera views allow for kind of different scale orientation and non-human point of view. So all of a sudden, like, things feel like mountains versus, you know, mounds and whatnot. Maybe, so you can kind of see, again, these are just the prototyping. For that. And like the 24-hour cycle, it's a common kind of game mechanic, but I think in the gallery I shortened to like 15 minutes because that was how long people generally stayed in the piece max. But yeah, in games you typically, you know, like Grand Theft Auto, I think it's like 2 hours, but it can range from 10 minutes to 4 or 5 hours. And these are just some more in progress shots. And it's showing a monitor that also gets kind of tracked in VR and functions almost as like a portal into the digital game. So if you were standing like 6 feet back from it, it would perfectly match, and I'll show an example of that, the view. So you can kind of move it. It's also being tracked by a VR hand controller and back. And that's Spencer. So those are just like kind of the early working with the 3D scans and then matching them. When I just turn all the lights fluorescent too. So you just see some of this, more shots of the view matching and alignment that is possible through kind of those interactive monitors, which kind of provides like a portal of sorts. And you can kind of see the digital twinning, which almost more extremely because you get the planting arrangement, which is growing in one, but not quite the other yet. And these are just some more pictures of the installation and the kind of various mixed reality interactions you can have with them. It's me and actual VR touching dirt. And actually just picking up a seed bomb that, I'm skipping that part, but you'll see some of it. But here's just more interactions. We were kind of doing everything at once in it. So there's the Twitch chat, the VR mixed reality experience, and then the moving and tracked monitor, as well as the robot that carries the out. And this is literally just me on my phone, also going back and forth between VR and just like being like, okay, if no one's engaging with it, I'm just gonna try doing everything. So I was at the phone, and it's moving everything, and then also dropping seeds that I could then start to see the world with. And the seeds allow you to kind of move and see in low-level light conditions. And now I'm just like changing camera views and whatnot. Yeah, I'm gonna go on forward. See if we can see this. Not sure. A little more quiet. But you can see like in the robot cam 1, virtual cam 1, just kind of that, the height variation and kind of just what that does to experience it. And those are, I didn't explain much about the seeds in this presentation, but those are technically the digital seeds. Wanting to think about digital twinning is not something where you completely match, but thought about like the ability to have discordance between those two experiences. So the seed bombing in the gallery is quite different than the way you would experience seed planting and growth in VR or in the installation overall. And I'm actually more and more interested in that, like just thinking about points of discordance that are allowable in mixed reality versus like everything needs to perfectly match and be perfectly realistic and all this. So that's just some of it. And here are just some in-person VR points of views where you can kind of see me just spawning seeds as well as using them to see around me. But it's kind of nice because it functions like a memory. They go through growth patterns, almost like they were Pokemon too. So in between like plants and Pokemon. But and I think you might see it in here. So they'll just all of a sudden like pop up because they'll become like a different form in a growth series. But then someone sends that to you via Twitch, right? And so you can be in VR kind of on the other side of the world, and it's almost like someone sends you a message or a memory, and then it's like it ties you into a specific time and location, and then they fade away. So thank you so much. Thanks for letting me take the time. Should I keep that on? I'm like, that got dark real fast.
Thank you, Leah, for coming.
Yeah.
And that exhibition opens when?
August 23rd.
August 23rd.
Yes. Yeah, and if you live in, I mean, you're welcome to visit, but if you live in Pittsburgh, it's about public education in general, kind of history, present, and future in the United States. It's at the time where 12 public schools in Pittsburgh are closing. And it also ruminates, they asked me to design a classroom of the future for it. So it's going to be really nice.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll take the copy.
All right, and thank you all for coming today. we're concluding the first day of Playing Models 2025, and we will rejoin tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the second day. And we also have, I believe, happy hour reservations at the porch. So see you guys tomorrow.